buy the SEN bundle. Oh man, what are the chances of that one? Guys, I want to thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This was super fun. Best of luck in the tournament. Have all the fun out here in Madrid, and I'll catch you guys later, all right? Catch you soon.
Gotta say, it was a fun time playing indiscriminate topple block game with my friend.
That we would never say the name of.
We will
that
never.
has no name. It's a game we invented for the show.
Ever. In a million years. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah.
Anyway, now let's go ahead and jump into our first match of the day. No more funnies for now. It's going to be Pacific #1 seed GenG facing off against the America's numero uno seed of Sentinels. And this is going to be a big match, and there are a lot of implications here because the winner will get a massive advantage. You get to just go to the finals on Sunday. You also get 2 map bans. That's massive, Kukuka, as we've seen in the past.
A couple of bans, knowing how big the map pools are for some of the teams and how strong they are in other ones. Plus, getting that extra rest that they haven't been getting throughout the tournament. We've heard some complaints. I think it's going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean, you see this tweet from Kaplan. He's obviously very fired up to get that day off.
But yeah,
after how hard they've been working, after how many kind of matches in a row. But this is
they don't care about them bans.
It's the same for GenG, right? Like those guys have also had a long run to get here. So that day off, that double ban, I mean, it's kind of the make or break in a grand finals. It's such a huge advantage. So both these teams are going to be putting everything out there today.
And also for the mental and the expectations of people, for you to come up out as the seed #1, but also having a clean, you know, some maps here and there, but a clean run overall to make it to the finals, of course, is a statement.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is really fascinating too is both of these teams have you know, similar-ish journeys. You know, obviously putting that work in. But really, I think what's really standing out to me is just the fundamentals of these both teams. Phenomenal.
Yeah, their fundamentals, I think they clearly have the 2 best in the tournament right now. The way that these teams coordinate, the way in the late round you'll see them kind of take that pause to set up a double swing, set up a play together is excellent. But they also both have this similarity in that they're not just wildly structured teams, right? You see both of these teams having players that will be given the freedom to take over the map. Be it Charon, be it Tens, they'll take the risks when they need to. And I think that's the style that has won both of these squads all of the close games that they've been playing. Being able to play structured against the looser teams and being able to take risks when you need to.
But that's the flexibility, right? That's what you need to make it for the tournament. We know the Sentinels has been able to take down the EMEA, but it hasn't been since 2021 that they won against a Pacific team, right, in VCT. Thanks to the offseason, they were able to play against the
Hello, Thinking King, I'm at work, but I ain't missing another game. If I get fired, then I get fired.
An opponent with, you know, I think it's also different because this is not the Pacific team that we're used to getting. So very high stakes for today.
Yeah, and I think that the difference between them, well, they have the similarities in really good structure and really good synergy between the players. They play very different compositions. They have very different ideas. GenG plays a lot of like old Valorant. They're still rocking with the double duelist on split. They still play a very Pacific style, even if it is more well structured than maybe their friends over at PRX. Whereas Sentinels has implemented a lot of new stuff. They're running Gecko KO. They're running a lot of crazy different.
Part of that is the changes, right? Who they bring into the roster. They got guys like John QT that really are, I think, like
my gain is lower than
really shaping the identity, Kukuka, of this team.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the flexibility, the fundamentals, and how everything is working in that fluidity, we have to talk about John QT. And it's not only the individual plays that definitely are there, and we see in every single match, is the fact that he is able to translate everything that happens in scrims. You know how we always say, oh, if the teams play that, they play it on scrims, they played it on stage, it will be crazy. But you can see it in the vibes and how everybody is responding even to the rounds that they lose. I feel like this Sentinel squad is going to be on top.
Simply put, they don't win against Loud if they don't have John QT winning as many clutches as he did. He won a ridiculous amount of late
testing
rounds
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
It's his first global event that he's ever attended. Last year, he was 2 maps away from making it to the Ascension Finals, and now he's a game away from making it to the finals of a Masters stage. In his first year as a Tier 1 player, John QT has immediately proved his worth.
We cannot take him as a rookie because, of course, as you're saying, that experience is definitely there. But if we go back to the match that he has played in VCT, this is his 11th.
Now again, this is me on the copium train. Many of you will think that they're not gonna do this. In which case, it will be very wrong. This is me on pure copium train.
Thankfully, though, we're not the only ones here. We got Mika Fabs, who actually had an opportunity to catch up with Sentinel's very own duelist, the one and only Zek, and you see him on screen. Mika,
did I watch the FNS vid? Yeah, and he explains how pros think about map bans very well. And he, like all of these pro teams, don't understand how map bans work, which is fine. Oh, bingo? Yeah, you got a bingo?
Texture and potentially Meteor for this match.
Texture and Meteor are definitely very strong duelists, and it's going to be fun to go up against them, but I'm also really confident in my play right now, and I think it's going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I think so too, so excited to see it. Right, good luck.
Hold on, let me log into this.
And, you know, look, Zekin is going to have a tall task ahead of him today. I mean, this kid's had so many challenges laid out in front of him, Kukuka, but today,
okay,
guys running up against Texture, and this is going to be a fun one to watch.
It's only F11 my OBS, that's not what I wanted.
We
right, we got Brazil. Nice. 5 ults used in a round. Team Trolls map pick. Oh god. This says map pick. Does that include the band? What's the FNS video? Oh, it's just explaining it. I think it's in the Discord somewhere. Hold on, let me try and find it in this Discord. Where was it? Oh yeah, I think someone sent the question to me.
Yeah, I don't
okay, for people that are wondering why Loud didn't ban Split, you guys have to understand. If you're good on Split, but you're not good on Lotus, and you know the opponent is going to pick Split, you're going to keep Split in play, and you're just going to get rid of the maps you're not that sick on. Like, Loud has reps on Split too, so they're okay playing it. And they don't want to, like, worry about, like, having to play a map they're not necessarily good on. That's the sign of a good team. If you're, like, you have to believe in yourself too.
This is
not just be scared that the opponent's Split is so good you can never beat it.
Biden blast.
Yeah, that's not how map beaters work. Well, it is how they work, but it's not how they should work.
And probably, the way that
I mean, why not just believe that you can win on any map? The thing is, Loud aren't that good at Split. To be fair to Loud, it didn't really matter. Right? It doesn't really matter for Loud in particular. Because if their other worst map is that their Lotus is also awful, and that happens to be Sen's second best map. So either way, Loud were kind of screwed either way. I think that they had a better chance on Lotus, because they're Split, like, you know, FNS starts that with if you're good on a map, but Loud aren't good at Split. Right? They showed that the last time they played Sentinels. They aren't good at Split. Because they wouldn't have got destroyed if they were pretty good. Right? It would have at least been close. You know, it's at least a 13-8, a 13-9. But no, they lost 13-3, 13-4. Like, they aren't that good at Split. Right? So for Loud, it didn't matter that much. For me, like, a better example is, like, Heretics. Right? Like, why the fuck are Team Heretics not on there? Or are they? And I just missed them. This is a better example, I think, of where Team Heretics ban Ascent. If Team Heretic, like just think about this map, Vito, right? This is coming off the break in between Masters Madrid, right? So this is coming off a break, so you've had some time to prepare. Sentinels aren't very good at Ascent. You know, they've lost on Ascent a couple times during kickoff. If you don't ban Ascent, there is literally 0% chance the Sentinels pick Ascent. Because they don't know that you haven't worked on your Ascent. They don't know what you're going to play. Their Ascent, they aren't that confident in either. This is a free ban. You could have banned whatever you wanted here. But they don't. They ban Ascent. Right? Why? Because they don't know what they're doing. Loud's example is like, in my opinion, they should have banned Split and just played the default comp on Lotus and see how it goes. You know, that's what I would have done. Sassy said he knew what, like, the map veto was obvious from Loud. You know, they were expecting that. They had prepared Split for Loud, right? Knowing that they're going to ban Lotus pick Split. So you have a slight advantage there anyway, in that maybe Sentinels haven't prepared Lotus for you. If you play a different comp, they're not going to necessarily know exactly what you're going to do. Lotus isn't that, like, Lotus is a pretty cookie cutter map for the most part, you know, in terms of like big macro strategy. pretty cookie cutter, so you definitely could have made that work. I don't know.
Do you get the confidence to go up against superstars like Tens on the other
So if
side?
Heretics ban split, they win. I'm not going to say they win, but they perhaps give themselves a better chance, right? I'm not going to say that they would win instead, but we might have got different maps. They might have had a better chance.
It's okay, I love TMD.
I'm all bundled out. I have no more bun left to bundle.
Right, what did I miss? Did I say Val Unrivaled with 14 months? Thank you if I didn't. And Sergeant Lennox, thanks for the 3 months.
You know what though, guys? I can't get this.
You
feeling
accidentally
that,
subbed for 3 months. Oh, did you accidentally lean on your mouse and click the sub again?
Whoa, looks like we got a game. That's right, folks. It's time to play. Agree to disagree. It's actually the name of the game. I mean, look, I'm trying over
what the segment is about?
All right, guys. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna read some spicy statements.
And I wonder what we're gonna do with those statements.
And then what we're gonna do, mira, ay, Dios mío, ay, okay,
First map, Sunset?
We got signs. All right, we got signs handcrafted that we flew all the way from Americas. Yeah. All right, so
SEN could pick Sunset if that is the case.
Famous one only location, only one. All right, let's go ahead and check out our first one, and it's all relating to the games today. So, Loud is going to make a lower bracket run.
This
Agree
is
or disagree?
Valorant
Chat, make sure you play with us
heritage.
as well. We want to hear from you. Strongly agree and agree. I want to know what the agree
GB,
is
I want you to
about.
hold up your sign too.
Hear me out.
America's biased stats. Isn't that just sad to see?
I look. I mean,
Frolls with the 14
Go
months.
ahead, you explain first. Ben.
A rare Frolls appearance. Whilst he should be working. No doubt. Increased stream volume. Obviously now we've gone back the other way.
We all know that we've been there.
Is that better?
Don't forget, history is set to repeat itself. And I feel like Loud definitely has a way to get back into the match. But based off on yesterday, PRX might be in that downside, but we know that they won't go down just because they've been kicked a little. So I agree. I just don't strongly agree.
I rate Loud and GenG at about the same level right now, and I don't think PRX is there in their current form. I think the match is going to be a very close. I would kind of put it up to almost a coin flip, but I lean towards Loud's experience here. Which is
You can't say it's a coin flip with strongly agree, Mimi.
I wouldn't know what to do with my
These
hands,
analysts.
my body, or nothing if PRX walks
Look at the
out.
NA bias.
It's PRX.
Not NA. America's bias.
That's why I didn't strongly agree.
And if the script is real, they have to get second place again. So.
Oh, the script. Oh, Brendan's Eye Show. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our second one. It's going to be Forsaken will break the record for most aces globally today. He's 2 aces away from doing that. Do we think he's going to do it?
Who holds the record?
Agreed. Okay, come on.
As someone who just loves good Valorant, I really hate to see aces because it really shows that the gameplay is degraded.
Okay.
No.
and you disagree?
Mimi, you know what? Live your truth. I
Is it Astos?
disagree.
Yeah. Who does hold the record?
Both of these teams is too high for that to happen. Somebody, and just based on those fundamentals, based on those fundamentals, he will be traded off sooner than he gets the ace.
Also, if he gets greedy for it, they'll throw another 5v4 started around.
Just saying, it could happen.
It could happen if someone was going to do it.
That's why Mimi went on the...
I'm just saying.
Zaka?
My guy pops
That's
off.
why I was on both sides.
Yeah.
Hey, right, look at you. Okay, now this next one is going to be a fun one, all right? GenG have a good chance to win their first major title at this event. How do we feel?
I mean, they definitely have a good chance. They're in the top 3.
All in such similar form.
What do you mean? Of course they have a good chance.
I favor Sentinels, but I think it's very possible for GenG.
Can you confirm that SEN pays you to spout controversial opinions about the game to try and mislead the ecosystem, thus making the competition worse and allowing SEN teams to have an advantage? I mean, they could use with using that advantage a bit more, I would say.
No, come on.
I
I know. I mean, I yelled at her for that. So to be fair,
I already got yelled at. It's time.
no, it's time for me to yell at you. Okay. Trickle down yelling.
Do you really think SEN will ban Breeze against GenG?
I'm gonna go.
I don't know.
Disagree.
They could ban Ice Fox.
I do think that the reason why I'm not saying strongly
If SEN win Madrid, can I DVIP
There's
Carlos?
always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing.
Wait, do you have a
but
team
I
kit?
just feel like
Oh yeah, you've got SEN. Oh yeah, definitely.
Really just feeling
I'm
right
kind of
now.
a
It's
turncoat here.
You're a turncoat.
I think the map pool works well for Sentinels today, especially they're almost guaranteed to get to play Split or Sunset. I think both those maps are going to be a gimme for them, and I really see it being highly likely for them to pick up another in the pool. And then I think the team who wins this match today, is so likely to win the grand finals because as we already discussed, double ban, extra prep time, that is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's
SEN will
nowhere
pick
near
Sunset if they are
impossible, especially
smart.
if they win today.
All right,
I mean, depends what
we have
GenG might
time
bounce into. I don't know.
for a fourth one. This one would have been on the chopping block.
Nice.
But I'm curious, so let's see what we end up getting, all right? The finals will be a regional rematch. Whoa! I mean, but which way? I mean, I think I know the way. But
No. You said regional rematch. You didn't say what way. So strongly agree. Either one or
It's a 50% chance.
yeah.
It's 50% chance
Yeah.
either right or wrong.
Oh boy.
Wait, is
no,
that how
but-
percentages work? Chat, is this
Yes.
true?
That's exactly how it works. I know a lot about numbers. I strongly agree. I think that especially Sentinels, after the pressure that they were put on yesterday, having such a strong start, making it into 2 overtimes and being able
Here's
to...
your American visa. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. This is my green card?
Yeah. It's your green sign. I don't know if that's how that works.
Give it to
I
me,
know
Alex.
this is all over the place because they said that they were going to go on a run, but
Me, when I contradict my... Honestly, based. It's so close.
if there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting ourselves on a regular
That's
basis. So
Isn't it
the reason why
25%?
is because,
It's not
I
exactly
would like to
50, I
see
don't think,
a
because one
non-regional
team
matchup.
from
This is
one of the
more
regions
what I
has to
want
be
versus
eliminated.
What I think will happen.
But hear me out. We're getting, right now, today, we're getting seed 1 versus
Wait,
seed
is
1
it
and seed 2
50%?
versus seed 2. Is
Correct.
that not good enough?
It is.
Nothing
it
is
is
ever good enough for him.
Is
Is
it?
I'm just. You guys are gonna break me. This is too much for me to handle. Okay, folks, we asked you earlier in the day, well, just like a couple minutes ago, Massacre fan poll, and the question was, who do you think
No,
would
it's
be going
not.
to
It's
the
not.
grand
It's
final?
definitely not because
Yeah, I feel
like
you
you
know,
have
that's
America's.
what we were cheering
If
for.
Americas win this, but
I'll
Pacific
take
win
I'll
this,
take the 71 though. That's pretty strong.
then it
But I
can't
do think,
happen.
though, if we
And
kinda,
the so
you know,
there's
remove the
it
funnies
is
from it for a
25,
second,
right?
It does make a lot of sense, right? I mean,
Because like you have
what we've
4
been
different
seeing from this
outcomes.
Sentinels
Americas
team
win
has been
uppers,
so
Pacific win lowest.
impressive. The way
Then it
that
can't
they've been able
happen.
to put this lineup together.
Number 2
and
is
really not
Americas
just find
win
an
this,
identity, but find
and
camaraderie.
then
I think it's just
and
been
then
so
Americas
awesome
win
to
this,
watch.
and then
I,
Americas.
Strongly agree.
But then
honestly
Pacific
agree.
win.
With
Can't
what you're
happen.
saying, completely based, Alex. But hear me out. I think that for
And
today,
then there's Americas
I'm
win
going
this,
to double down on GenG is doing a quiet
and then
round. They're
Americas
literally
win,
motivational
and
quotes.
Americas
They
win.
want
Wait,
to
isn't there
keep the
3 different
expectations
scenarios?
set. Any further that they can take it is
And then
already
just
a
flip it all
huge
for
win
Pacific?
for them. But I want to
Yo,
see
in
them take
telling you if
All right, well,
bonkers were
let's go
here,
ahead
they'd
and
be
find out
clearing
where
all
we're
these
gonna
mid
be
teams.
playing, and well, let's go ahead and take a listen in for our map selection.
Welcome to Map Select presented by Omen.
I don't
Both
know.
of these teams came into this match with the same seed and the same record. So therefore, it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, GenG Team B. So we will jump into the pick
we
ban
go.
phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban
did ban Icebox.
Your ban.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset. Map number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Split. Side on Split.
Attack. No, defense.
I'll take.
Attack.
They picked attack! Oh no, GenG. Are we watching? Look at the little smile. He's trying to hide the smile. Ascent. Pick Ascent. I might get 0. Bro. How have you not... What possibly could they have... How have you not talked about this? What the fuck are we doing? It's your pick! We're gonna run out of song!
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on
You
Lotus.
took all that time!
Attack. All right, next set of bans today
Yes!
for Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and
What are
Freeze.
they
Ban Ascent.
doing?
Ban Ascent. Your ban. You have
You
Bind
don't
and
have
Freeze.
to play hard mode! Why are they playing on hard mode?
Ban Binded.
Ban
What
Bind.
are they
Map
doing?
number
2-0.
two,
It's
22,
over.
Sentinels,
It's
side on
over.
Freeze.
Sen?
All right, good luck to you
I
both.
don't-
Thank you.
It's over. It's so over. Kaplan? Look at Juicebox smiling. He knows.
Deliberation there. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast. Split first map.
They had to pick their poison. Sunset or Split. Sunset is a map GenG plays way less of. I think Split is going to be so hard for them to win.
Did I get 0?
If they're to win this series,
Did I get 1? What did I get?
A
sense wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the team,
did I get
knowing
0?
the fundamentals, a split comp with the double duelist is something
Fuck
that you
me.
need to know to a T.
Look.
You've also has some show-ins of it, and if the preparation is there, I think that this
I got 1?
overall takes a bit of
I don't think I
edge
did.
for
Did I?
Sentinels.
Lotus is the pick of GenG, but it's still a scary map. Both these teams play that same standard Fnatic comp with the fade, with the race, and honestly, they both execute on it incredibly well. I think they're the two strongest teams on that map that are still left in the tournament. So that's kind of a coin flip.
Splits.
This is going to be such a tough series for GenG.
It's going to be tough, but it's definitely this. If I could choose just 2 maps to see these 2 teams play in it, it would have definitely been Split and Lotus. I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this is going to be incredible. But folks, let's get this show on the road because we have great matches on the table. It's grand finals on the line. GenG versus Sentinels, PRX versus Loud. Day 7 of Masters.
There's just no way. They took all that time. What the fuck are GenG doing? They literally came into this tournament and they're like, hold on guys. Okay, hold on. Did they just like SEN ban Icebox? I mean, if I had, surely they were gonna pick Icebox, right? That's why it took them so long, because surely they were gonna pick Icebox. So what, you just came in with one idea? You just had one quick discussion like, hey, what are we gonna pick? Yeah, we'll pick Icebox. If, you know, we'll pick Icebox. You didn't even think like, well, what if they ban Icebox? Which they have done before. Oh, fuck. If they ban Icebox, I don't know. Fuck it. Let's just play a quick rock, paper, scissors. And then pick their second best map. Unbelievable. And pick it so that SEN can pick a tech side as well first. Let's make sure, like, you know, they're okay on one side, they're really good on the other side. Let's make sure we pick that second best map there so that they can pick their good side. And let's also let them pick Split, and then we'll pick against their side that they're really good at. We'll make sure that we pick the side that they're really good at as well first. That's what we want.
I feel good about our win against Loud. I think as a team we played.
Bro, the SEN fans are gonna come at me so hard after they win this tournament. And they're only gonna have won on like Lotus, Sunset. What, they won one game of Bind. They will have won 13-11 on Bind, and then only one on the 3 maps we already knew they were pretty good on.
GenG, they play
literally just
methodical, but at the same time they are very individually talented players.
Just pick any other map. I'm guessing you saw Finesse's ideology on maps. Yes. That's how I think most pro. Well, that's how I'm pretty sure most pro teams do it. Outside of maybe Sentinels, I think do have good map vetoes, right? They changed their map ban. You know, they probably know they're not going to beat GenG on Icebox, so we ban Icebox.
From Madrid, yeah. From Spain.
And we know that they have some problems on Breeze, so they might not pick Breeze, and we'll get away with it.
He's the GOAT.
What do you think of his beatboxing?
It's really good, actually.
SEN watch your videos, that's why. I mean, yeah, they're the only ones who don't fucking troll.
When we go our bracket, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast, and hopefully in lower bracket,
there's just no way.
On our improvement.
Ir pra lower bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close, mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra, a gente vai consertar tudo que a gente fez de errado.
Watch the fucking grand finals, no matter who gets there. It'll be a 3-2, SEN will win on Lotus, Sunset, and fucking Split. And all the SEN fans will go, TMV, you were so wrong about Sentinels. Oh, TMV, why didn't you believe in SEN's map pool? And they will have won like one map of Bind, other than those 3 maps.
How did SEN win 14 clutches yesterday?
I'm Ringo, thanks for the 11 months. How did SEN win 14 clutches yesterday? Did they win 14 clutches? Maybe against Loud, they just must be very clutch, because that happened in the... I mean, this is pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of them were somewhat unwinnable, to be fair. You know, a lot of them were like, time's already gone type deal. Salsa's face in the post was pretty funny. We already have 3 bingos. Team Troll's map pick 0 out of 7. Take off my headset. Jesus. You got 0 out of 7? First one of the year? Crazy.
SEN classic buff.
Julesy, thanks for the 10 months. But the thing is, even if you would have told me that GenG stick with banning Sunset, which is fine, like, you know, that's somewhat, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, they've been banning Sunset. So, like, sure, if you would have told me that they definitely would, Lotus would have been the literal last map that I would predicted that they picked. I would have predicted almost any other map before Lotus to be their pick.
Championship form and fighting for a crown yet again. And for GenG, it's not just about establishing Pacific as a strong region, Kukuka. It's about GenG establishing themselves.
I think one thing you underestimate is the stats. Most of the teams are good at splits. Sense credit that they are the best at the map everyone's good at. No, I'm not underestimating any fucking shit like that. I'm saying that teams are trolling map vetoes. For exactly the point that you just pointed out. Why are we playing against a team that we're not going to beat on this map? Why do we keep letting them have this map that we know they're going to beat us on? What the fuck are we doing? This is not how you map veto. See, you're thinking the FNS thinking, where you just go, you just rank your maps 1 to 7, and you just veto based off your 1 to 7. This is how teams map veto. Unfortunately, map vetoes are a 2-player game. So in reality, the way you should map veto is you should try and rank your opponent's maps 1 to 7, and you should try, like, for instance, if your best map is split and Sen's best map is split, you don't want to pick your 1 to 1 if your 2 is their 5, for instance, right? You would rather play our 2nd best map versus their 5th best map rather than both of our first. Surely that makes sense, right? Surely that's just easy, fucking logical, like, oh yeah, that's obvious. So if we're GenG, right, and let's say they think their best map is Lotus, right? And let's say they think their 2nd best map is SEN. What they've done in this is decided, well, SEN's best map is split, their 2nd best is Lotus, their fucking 6th best is SEN. They've decided to do this rather than this. And they get to pick side when you pick them out.
And played excellent Valorant throughout. Their players have come out with unbelievable form. Remember, Karen, he's a rookie. His first global event. He played his first VCT match this year, and now he's a game away from the finals.
He doesn't care. And that's the wilder part about this as well, because you would think like, oh, the pressure's on, but it feels like for all 10 of these teams, they just feel confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy, it's going to be a good one. But here we go, split.
It's not going to be a good one. Maybe GenG can win on Lotus. I highly doubt they win on this map, unless they absolutely fucking aim it. What are you doing? Hello? Hello? Like, what numbers were they looking at when they thought that this was the correct choice? Talk about stats all the fuck you want.
But do you think
what were they looking at when they saw this?
Because they are confident.
Just because you beat a fucking shit PRX, you think you can play split?
If GenG can beat Sentinels on their best map, there is no denying that this team is ready for a trophy.
Well, folks, this is it. It's now time to figure out.
Hey, me too. Thanks for the gift to Stevotron. Like, the only way they have a chance, GenG, they have to win both pistols and probably a bonus. That's the only way they have even a chance in this map, in my opinion, based off what we've seen.
Well, that's the thing. You look back in the history of
you win both pistols in a bonus in any game, obviously you should win, really, no matter what. But if they don't do that, if they lose this first pistol, it's over. Literally, it's go and fucking make some food for 40 minutes. Come back to me in an hour. Don't put on a fucking Netflix show.
There's a grudge match with so many stories. and we're kicking it off on Sentinel's home turf of Split.
They have been, without a doubt, the best team we've seen on Split in recent memory. GenG have a hell of a task, starting it out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next, and as we saw in the veto, it'll finish out on Breeze. GenG didn't want
So they got the Viper up
the
here.
mix.
They create some pressure. This might cause Sen to be a bit
back in
worried.
the day. As we start out the pistol
They
round,
definitely could be
Sentinels on
walking
the
out.
defensive side, 2 ghosts and
But
a
if
spread
they come back to
defense.
mid, they're in trouble. If they went for the full rotate, just ran A,
Contact for GenG.
you know, they're in a pretty good spot. But Sen
move into
just
mid.
sticking
It looks like we're
around.
gonna have
And
a
now that you
scrap
haven't
on our
walked out with the first one, the second time that you put it up, maybe you're a little less worried.
Fantastic at adapting and learning. They played PRX in the regular season on this map. Ended up coming back in this tournament.
Now this might work though. The dog, shoot cam, smoke. Obviously they do still have the trip here, but yeah, this will work.
Push coming down mid, but the rest of Sentinels are all rotating over towards that B site.
This is
Not
nice
a
by
member,
GenG.
even in the right half of the map.
This is a pistol round that
One
plays
thing
out
is they're
a
a
lot less like
little
a
slow,
coin flip.
but
Both teams reactively waiting on mid. Nothing happens, so the fake info on A is given away, and the space is taken. Very nicely handled the setup for a post-plant situation.
They missed the ult,
Send in a
and they were
dog
so
from Utah,
slow
though,
that
and
Sen.
they're going to deny the plant altogether, but in the chaos, Texture's able to pick up one, and the nade buys them space. They can secure the site now, get a plant, and look to play after. Meteors also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lakia shutting him down, and these other players now locked in towards the spawn. Up top is Zelsis alone, but there's still some fight left in Sentinels. They don't want to give this round up just yet.
Yeah, had to be a fallback from GenG, not wanting to overextend.
Time.
Karen still though
Karen doesn't
holding
have
on
time
to
to
some
do this, I don't
control, and
think.
they've spotted out Zelsis. They know where both of these players are at this stage, and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into
Yeah,
this
I don't
one.
think they had time to do
Running out
that.
of time, need to try and isolate one of these jewels, and with the spot already coming in, the rest of the players line up like a firing squad. All left onto Jung. QT's been fantastic at clutches, but it's
Okay,
not
nice
happening
start for
this time.
GenG. That was a nice
will
round.
take the pistol.
I was very worried for
Again,
them
just
when
the
it looked like they were going to
patience
come
shown
into
by
mid,
this
but this
attacking
fake
side.
here
You
with the
saw, as we
smoke.
said, Sentinels off rip, look for mid control.
I don't know if that was
The fake is made
fully
by
planned
GenG,
round or if
making
they
noise
just
on
chose
A,
to do that,
taking
but
space, and they walk into B for free. But post plant, the idea to just send the 2 players in spawn.
Overall,
They
quite a
sit
nice
there
idea.
Waiting, running the clock down. Jung QT couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through heaven.
who's better on
This is
Breeze?
a really nice pistol
GenG
round
are better
from
on
the side of
attack
GenG.
Breeze, I'll tell you
I do
that.
like
On
Sentinel's
defense
ideas
side
as well,
Breeze,
'cause they laid a trap. Just GenG were
I think 5 people
to fall
from
into it. Now on the attack side,
this chat could beat them.
You know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, Texture is surprising me because I'll talk all day long about the benefits of playing this Outlaw. I just don't expect to see it on the attack that often, but he's found success with it right off rip. Nobody on the defense has shields, so this weapon, even if they have light shields, which they don't, it's still going to be an operator. 2 shots, very fast movement, and a quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be
If GenG 2-0 Sen with this map pool, GenG are winning this tournament. There's literally no way.
It does mean that you want to keep it clean. Meteor, the only player that can really go down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting that extra information.
Oh,
It's
nice.
a decent start. Zeka finding one.
Oh,
That's
why
a
are we
spike
just
down
running
for
in,
John
though?
QT as well. This is
I
starting to
cursed
get
them.
worrying.
Well, Texture's down to 13 HP as well. You know, he's pretty much in an even fight regardless of who he takes on. That
I mean,
heal
they're all
needed
on
to
the
come
side.
through. Luckily, there's been some time. That clock
Could go
runs
wrong
down.
for them here if
Health
they
goes
come into
back up
heaven.
for Texture, 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin there to fight with him, but they have
My problem
to
is
walk
they've
into
picked like the
open and
worst
take that
guns.
spike into a
The
big
Guardian.
crossfire
Like you've got
in play
Tens
for
holding this here
Sentinels. Instead, they're gonna
with
take
just a
some
classic.
space
They
in
do have
heaven.
the camera, but
Get that little bit of extra space to play with, and here comes a snake bite. It's not gone fully into the corner. Still a nade to play with for Texture, flash for Lakia, but they're caught off.
how are they so oblivious to someone watching this? Oh my god, how are they that oblivious? What the fuck are they doing?
After winning the pistol.
It's over. GG. It's over.
Instant response.
How are you
with the
so
Master
oblivious
Guard
to
thrifty,
anyone
and,
looking in heaven?
Maybe some jitters for GenG because that was a heavy investment. 4 players with rifles. Already
What the fuck are they doing?
Really
Oh, what an awful round.
like the spike
What
going through
are
the
you
smoke, and it's
looking
over
at?
for Karen. That is an uncharacteristic error for someone like
Why are
him.
you just
I've
walking
been
past
singing
heaven,
his praises about
back
his positioning,
turn?
his movement, especially after the switch to Omen. I feel like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully
It's over.
board up.
The
on
map's
what was
over.
meant to be
They had
an
one
easy
nice
victory.
pistol round plan,
Well,
and
now
now
Sentinels have the
they
same
have no
chance.
chance.
GenG with just a few pistols will struggle.
As soon as I said if
against the
GenG
other
win
pistol. We've seen
2-0,
this a couple times
I
this
cursed
season
them.
were thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems for that Sentinels defense with the fact that he can slip out to the right side. You're going to need a trap there, which can obviously be broken by some of Texture's
the map
utility if
to me
he
an email.
through. So it's not going to be that consistent.
Party will be for nothing if they see
Well,
us.
someone's going to be sneaking through.
Hey, me too.
You never know when.
Would you rather watch 17 games of Sam Darnold or draft JJ McCarthy?
If they trade up for JJ McCarthy, I mean, what's Zelsis doing? Oh my god, we're trolling back. Do they know what ecos are? Have we heard of our friend the eco? Oh, that's so unlucky that didn't kill him as well.
They've got a huge advantage to play with here. Sassy needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position though. Already dropping a first, but the trade is instantaneous.
Oh, we're trolling.
Keeping that huge advantage. What a chaotic start to this map already. The delay already put into position. Munchkin in a good spot, has a teammate alongside him, may not even need it, and it's going to be MasterCard 3
Fucking hell.
Straight back.
Fuck me.
Getting their money's worth in the early stages of this game.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
Will they buy back? I mean, Tens can get a rifle.
That's true. You know,
Why is Zelsis walking out mid there as a Viper against an eco? What's he doing?
Insane to see this in the first 3 rounds.
That back and forth. That was Zelsis' orb as well that went down. Because the other one
Munchkin just gave him a what the fuck are you doing? And he's very right to. Both teams giving the what the fuck are you doing back to back.
Both in the early stages have made mistakes.
Now Tens does have one right. They got 2 rifles here. They got Tens and John.
A couple of rifles. It's definitely not
so let's get another one back.
Even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Well, that's it, because they happen to take the fight up against one of the players who has that rifle. And John QT, other side of the map, he's running the Phantom. Now actually swapping over. Gonna be SEN and Tens towards A. But for the side of
so they moved Tens' rifle to A.
Those 2 rifles, they stand a good chance in any fight. Those pistols, though, they're left.
Can I get John across to just go for this?
So much info.
They want to be playing this off the utility. That's the
chill. You have to chill for this Cypher roll.
Some damage too. Karen's now down to 83. I was a little bit of decay as well. The orb.
See, now that they don't know which way they'll go, I'm surprised that Tens, when he saw them, didn't try and get onto a kind of angle here, because I mean he still kind of needs to be the one to win the round. They did get Zack in another rifle as well, so really SEN probably should win this round from this point. 5v4 with 3 rifles, not much time. Still got all this this util as well.
So it is going to be onto him.
Oh, he's forced out of position. That paranoia. It's landed on the players further up,
and we got 3 people getting caught by the same trip.
Now inside, and well, he's gone. 2 kills with a classic for Zelsis. He's being wrapped on, at least a chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection with 12 seconds left, and the spike's gone up into heaven, dropped. Even if the last kill wasn't found, I don't think they were getting that one done. 2-2.
You're never going to believe this, but that was a MasterCard drift. I don't know what's happening.
Is that the first one we've seen so far?
No, I believe it's the third.
3rd in a row.
This is such a peculiar game. Now, obviously, because both teams are still sort of building up finances.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the game. It's an
if you've ever
FPS
seen
game.
an advertisement for
I
buying
sub for what is
bundle,
happening.
that is 2 kills off the back of Zelsis.
Are we back? The F was me.
We're never gonna
The F was me ripping out my internet.
Well, at least they're feeling it too.
Okay, GenG have actually bought this round.
Forgot the MasterCard in front of it, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him this once. Well, GenG, they're not going to be too happy about the back and forth nature of this early game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps. It's a little unfortunate, but these things happen. There was a combo of util again thrown towards them, making it that little bit more awkward. They tried to take
he didn't quite get the
trip.
trip.
Destroyed that.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Sentinels have got some sort
How's
of
he missed him as well? How's he not stunned him?
They're not taking the bullets.
Look at Meteor though. He's just about to walk in. Sassy might be caught unaware.
Oh,
got
my
so
goodness.
far forward before anybody really realized. Tens up above. Has support from Zelsis, but this will be an afterplant.
He's
This
just
time
gone
I don't
walking.
think there's any denial. And Meteor hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
Now, they didn't even break the trip, so I think they will know that they're not backside, because there's still this trip here that I think they just omen TP
He's
past.
also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is. The step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in time. Nade, not Probably going to force Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're going to commit utility to trying to clear that back out, at least in his mind, but the paranoia is kept in the back pocket, now burned up.
Does he expect the second guy though? Oh, we're just playing for lineups, we're baiting our team?
Picking up Karen, and Celsius had opened up the rest, leaving Meteor alone, doing so much damage. It looks like Munchkin was able to catch an angle, and with the snakebite landed, that's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now. There's no time left with another found. GenG take the lead. It's not quite
okay, so we got the classic W Gaming start to the game. Whenever you get this, it's normally been pretty trolling.
Around break back. GenG coming off the clutch again. We talk about Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal.
Good job, Fabio, thanks for the 4 months. And the 30, thanks for the 4 months as well. Will GenG hook? I have no idea, honestly.
The leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times by different members of his roster to help elevate. Well, this time
we got M.
He's done it individually.
For Mumbo. Mumbo Jumbo.
Bladestorm popped.
Fast A here.
The PC side of this round looking to come out as they take early space towards this A site. Pit already into mid, but straight over the top goes Meteor. He's looking to pressure.
They got another kill, I think, off the trip, maybe.
Free, but the cage blocked off just enough, given that little bit of space to work with.
Still
a player on B and one in
Who is trolling more?
You don't expect to see a Sentinels
Who's
crunch
trolling
just
more?
yet.
What
Look at how
toolbox?
much they're keeping in their back pocket for the eventual fight. A paranoia still to work with.
I think GenG did more trolling than Sen in theirs.
One flash just popped by Sassy, but Meteor turns. The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished pushing. Lakia went charging forward, even though his teammate had fallen back. A little disjointed from GenG, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos.
Oh, Munchkin.
Keeps having control. That's a huge position
again,
for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the site, flanked out and distracted by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic fight's awkward. The knife kill is in, but it's too little too late. Again, the time is enough for GenG to claim the round.
Yeah, we've finally seen our second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is GenG to come out on top, but again,
I mean, just Munchkin
John
crazy.
QT comes out with a knife. Munchkin, though, he has got off to a fiery start. The way that he's been playing, the way he's been punishing them as they try to rotate. His late flanks in the back line have been so problematic. And it's the spike to do the job. 4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been Sentinel's home turf. We even saw the video earlier, John QT saying, well, you know, it's his favorite map, and you can understand why.
We got a Razor, we got Seekers, so they're just gonna come towards A. I mean, to be fair, if you can hold this A site against Sen, you're doing a pretty good job.
As said, GenG have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PRX, they've been evolving throughout this tournament. It's not going to be easy, just because this map is solid for Sentinels.
Nice snake bite by Celsius.
Good cancel of the dog with a deep snake bite. GenG denied some more information around.
And this is what Sen like to do, right? They like to heavy play mid. Happy to play retake A. Again, their B retake I don't think is as good as their A retake, although we have already seen some instances of GenG being able to beat that.
GenG, though, Munchkin's game has been fantastic. Just last round, the way he played and controlled Heaven in the late game.
But now that the time starts to go a bit low, we, you know, kind of.
Now he's got a Viper's Pit.
Probably not feeling this mid stack, particularly against the comp.
Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the cloud burst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice headshot, but the wall gets in the way.
Do they realize? Tens didn't realize.
Barely. And he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes a hard round to win, but a showstopper popped. It's going to be a gamble from Zek, and he has to pick a spot, and he's found
Karen, but
landed with his back turned to Munchkin. A quick execution leaves John QT alone. But with Meteor down, there's a chance.
Oh, don't stand here. Oh.
Munchkin fires right back.
This guy has been so good so far. I just love watching his reposition.
I thought he was just going to get pinged and die.
He hears the showstopper. He goes, what's the chance of shooting it straight down? Yeah. Very, very low. You're going to try and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward.
Yeah, I like Munchkin coming forward.
And just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out. And then this, well, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping. It has been such a worldie of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th, I believe, international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went through the likes of Crazy Raccoon in the past, a team that never
That's
really
crazy. This is
achieved
his
anything.
7th tournament.
As mentioned, he's already got top 3. This man is gunning for so much more.
Yeah, they were Crazy
Mabito
Raccoon,
not trolled?
a good
I mean, I don't think SEN have ever experienced this. 5-2 down on the defense side? Like,
Remember when I said Sentinels would lose to GenG but win lowers?
You did. How's the game going? It was a bit of a trolly start, if we're being real.
There was definitely a back-to-back as well.
What are my predictions now? Now you're maybe in some trouble with your SEN.
That's the thing
I still think that they can definitely come back. They have been in, not necessarily on Split, but certainly on other maps where they've been, you know, down a bit and then come back and like once they take a timeout. We've definitely seen that before, so we'll see what happens. But the thing, if you can hold on to post plants, and GenG are very, I mean, this, I love this.
Have had to battle against. Interestingly, again.
GenG have no chance on Breeze as well.
Clearly having a lot of faith.
Are they starting attack side or defense side?
Sky play it? That's intriguing.
If I wasn't already a fan of GenG, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna need a jersey after this one. Been complaining all tournament, all month long about how little this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on Split.
And on Sky as well.
On Sky, yeah.
Has he been watching Yumpty? Is that what's happening?
It could be. It could be. He's learning from the best. Well, 5 on the board already for GenG, as we said. This
it's so interesting to have your Jet be the kind of, you know, player towards A.
It's been terrifying, like you're saying. But GenG have already far exceeded expectations. They've got a commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning.
Gonna go straight for a B exec, expecting SEN to show aggression and then just walk away.
But here we are, round number 8, and GenG have another chance.
And now, I mean, you hear that, you're worried if you're SEN. And again, teams should be doing this all the time against SEN.
When does
pre-attacking up?
Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to take quite a lot of space. Now this is space that's given up.
Our time is late here though. They're playing this really slow.
Watching. And with only 40 seconds left, we're seeing this late clear into middle. Now a lot of this was probably off the idea that, okay, we could have doubled back through and taken control into heaven. Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30 seconds
that is your Jet
left,
though as well.
they look to head into this stacked up site.
Now they've already died multiple times to trips.
It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the players.
A good trap
again, the trip gets the kill.
Closer, 12 seconds left. And
they're trying to get the spike down.
JunQT drops the spike. 8 seconds left. But players up in heaven surely
definitely plant now,
Sassy. Them from position, and the fight's going towards GenG.
Oh.
Zekin, full HP, but one hit to that outlaw. Tens, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes
the just missed. The flash just missed.
Pretty much seals
what? You saw the flash?
This one with Tens.
Oh, he thought he came from here.
To drop, and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight. 6 rounds now for GenG. A solid A take. And
I keep the outlaw. You keep the outlaw. You're against the Nico. Outlaw's goated to this.
A lot of the setups that are being put into play by SEN are actually catching players. So look at JunQT right now. He's 12 and 5 because they are running into his trips. He's getting an opening kill, but every single time there's a response from GenG. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so
Wongle, thanks for the 10 months.
With 20 seconds left, there are
and Dakota 08. Thanks for the prime.
Whatever comes their way, and with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down, and from then on, it looked like plain sailing.
That's the point where most teams start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic a little bit, but they were just
panicking for them.
yeah. I can only imagine being in the coaching seat. You're screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control. Cool as a cucumber as we go into round number 9. Sentinels, as we said, they've got scraps, and the pistols are apparent to us. There's only a few ghosts, a sheriff. This is a round that they've won before, so you have to be careful. And, well, caution to the wind for Tens. He goes through the orb and falls right down. Let's see what else we've got, though. The weapon's going to be upgraded, and there's still some util to play with.
This is the thing. We've been hyping up controller players all the way through
come
this
back
event.
And do a
We've talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes of Tens. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin, because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame SEN at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll straight in towards this B site. A round that now already looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically, But if they pull
I mean, they'll probably just die to spike here with these guns.
I
don't think you want to give them the autos here.
We're going to be marveling at that for a long time.
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant on your way back through.
Pray to the gods for SEN, please.
With essentially a quick
I don't think that's going to help you, to be honest.
Semi-automatic two-shot.
The Valorant gods, they
with everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds
they
where you
see me
start
as a
to think
fool.
about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons if GenG do get a bit aggressive. And, well, that's a bit what in the world is that?
Trying to play for autos, he's not on the outlaw, but he should keep it.
Use that weapon. Of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used,
again, keeping the outlaw is a good idea.
To double hip fire at a player who's eco, that was not on my list. I didn't see that coming.
Hey, you know what? They've got the credits to play with. It's a gun that he doesn't necessarily need to bring forward.
You force SEN to buy full shields here.
Back into a rifle again.
No, that's the only request.
See, the thing is, he still have 3 one-shot kills.
Going to pick it up. So realistically, all that's happened there is Lakia has gained an orb and maybe wasted a little bit of extra credits. But that's the thing. Again, it was spoken about in an interview with Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like GenG have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well.
Fast
the way they
exec
started
now.
this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent.
Ult?
But the counter there, TenZ will be able to keep his life, and the aggression quelled for a second.
Raise ult now.
Look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels here. Make that 3. TenZ is down. Zels is
wow.
bang, second falling. Sassy
wow.
here, expected. They even expect the 4th player swinging. And that is about as bad of an attacking start as you could expect, in that they run into the entirety of the defense, and they still win it. Not only win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for GenG right now.
They genuinely took about 40 damage across the board in those fights. It's absurd. Again, this time Sentinels had the perfect read. They had the expectations, they had the rotations, they had the players in position.
To have 4 players die here that quick and not win one back, that's kind of crazy. And they're hunting. I'm making the mistake Loud did.
The rifle, but the credits are flowing for GenG. Of course they're going to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not? There's no hassle even for most of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you 1 towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's great, you can have 2.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. He's got 1 at least with Munchkin down, and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack. Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising. One team having 8, the other team having 2. The fact that it's GenG with the 8 on their attack side so far, little surprising. The fact that we've actually, I would say, most of this game so far, I've been complimenting GenG, pushing and pulling the map, finding open sites,
just playing for
being
KD
able
at this
to
point.
run into the lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire defense, and they still win the round flawlessly. What else? What other kind of challenge can you present?
But that's the thing. I think going into this match,
So again, it's a heavy towards A setup.
Sentinels were the best team in the world on split. We might have to reevaluate that after this map, because right now it's not looking particularly close. There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again the ults, not particularly close, at least the valuable
There we
ones.
go. I mean, he could dash out.
Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight through.
He had a free kill.
If he waited a second, I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to
But
survive.
still, he's given them a lot of info. We might see a bit of a faster play here.
And he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on, perfect. Looks for a big play, and he's found one.
Wow,
2
and didn't even get him back.
The first time they've really managed to catch them off guard.
GenG win Madrid used to buy their bundle.
Bit fortunate there. I mean, TenZ easily could have died.
Quick snap back. Make this one a little bit competitive. And the man they're up against has been insane.
Heal through for Zelsis. It's not going to be an easy fight on any front. He's choosing the harder of the 2.
You can't go that
Just
way,
one
really.
player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. 1 player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block vision, maybe add some decay, give him an opportunity, though, to play up top with the shorty. I like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3. And the last round.
Would I rather have the GenG setup or the old one? I like the setup. I think it just makes sense in general for how Viper's played. You want to have your Viper setup spread out if you can.
Mass landslide victories for the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They have proven it time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it. It's not a death sentence, especially if they can get to 4, but it's the manner in which GenG have been winning that does make me doubt that.
Just go fully back to A.
They're going straight back to the bread and butter. The A take.
Double flash again.
Fantastic. TenZ has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to give things away. The nade from Zekin is good as well.
And now you've got 4 people here again.
Yeah, the util through from Sassy as well helps out. They're blinded and paranoid by TenZ, who's now making his appearance.
This is kind of what we're used to seeing a bit more. GenG, I think, started to, you know, they won that one fight here, but they were better set up for it. This time,
towards the end of the half, it was looking
they got too greedy here. They had to just realize that you can't win this right now.
And actually, I maybe even spotted both players there. I'm not sure.
Okay, 8-4. I mean, it's still good for GenG. If they win pistol and don't troll a second round, then, you know.
Spike on the floor, and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is, Zelsis is stood on the other side of that smoke.
Who knows?
Sassy up top,
maybe they could
spraying
win.
away with him. With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else. Looking for the fight. And TenZ is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smoke in his face.
This is all just a
formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels, and they will at least close out the remaining.
Oh, Sleeping Slaughter 23. Thanks for the 3 months. GenG win Madrid. Used to buy their bundle.
Back and forth.
I mean, maybe they will. I mean, the winner of Madrid gets their bundle put in the.
They've definitely put themselves in a good
put
spot.
in the store, like highlighted, I think.
Lozzy
Lozzy baby with the 5 months as well. Thank you both.
It's not over yet, that's for sure. But GenG have to be happy with how things have gone so far. In fact, we've got some friends of GenG stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a GenG super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
I'm from Korea, but I live in the States as well.
Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for GenG. I actually hear you're a friend of Textures, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow. So how do you know him, and what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel comment moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
This could be you. Why didn't they interview Mika?
Well, outside of the game, right?
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside of his streams as well. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's been such a character as well, and so fun to watch too.
Well, they would have thought Mika was a fucking Tarek mod with his fucking Tarek sign.
You're an overall VCT fan. You've been to so many events. Can you let us know what they are?
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also went to LA for champs. This year I'm in Madrid and I'm going to
go fucking glaze Tarek in his chat if you want.
So we might see you again and we might have to loot back this interview and come full circle. Now finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the GenG fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for GenG.
Thank you. Wow! I think GenG is gonna win. Guys, GenG has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really
stick with the
do
wah.
well, so please report to me.
All right, let's hear it for GenG. But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
No, one cares. Boo. Do your toad.
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what?
Oh, I was like, what's toad?
I got to hear a GenG battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the SEN bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I can't believe.
You can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
It was wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
We've heard about GenG's hard-working nature in that interview, and listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this
stop
map.
this camera from seeing anything. I'm not quite sure.
Why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of GenG. Lotus has been a home turf
I mean,
for
if you're
them.
going in this angle, this guy has to hold on to this.
Not a bad map for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going in this series with a deficit. Zekin now becomes the pinnacle. He's had a bit of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage, this youngster can turn it on. take over rounds, and especially on that raise. It's been fearsome. Lackey though. He's actually just looking to deal with utility. He's gone down. Been having a bit of a
do they
rough
stick
map
with this?
individually.
Obviously, it's just the Cypher who got the
Problem is,
kill.
this is all just the roots.
Are they
This
willing
is
to
gonna
stick
start
with it?
pulling players
No.
over, put the
They
pressure
panic.
onto Meteor.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out. For Sentinels, you imagine they
He
will.
already passed it.
John QT.
Okay, it's round over.
You see him in the X-ray just
It's not
sneaking
round over.
past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way that Munchkin could
He just
expect
needs to
it.
hide.
But does he expect someone to be on the site? He could think that's the only player. One guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here, though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it. And now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely
And the spike's down. They don't have the spike.
10 seconds left. A nade on the floor. A blast back for the fight, but Second still wins it. 5 seconds. They need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's the follow-up.
Oh my god, what a crazy round.
Pistol injecting some rounds and
Oh
bringing them
my
ever closer
god.
to winning Sentinel's map pick.
That is the second time in this tournament.
Next time you bait someone in the game, just say, did you see Texture round 13 against Sentinels?
Win a round that never should have been. There was one where he exploded through a smoke and instantly popped 3 heads. This one was discipline. This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And again, he takes down 3 players. This man has been revitalized within this GenG roster. And that has got to be infuriating for Sentinels, because John QT basically did everything right. Gets an
I
opener,
don't know what you
catches the
do if
player
you're sending that
rotating,
spot.
but one
That's
man
just
missed.
unlucky.
That's the pistol round to GenG.
I'll actually go with that orb and
So
B main, I
frustrating.
think.
Even thinking back, he heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of a third being there very low. Karen, not in danger. In fact, he is in danger. 3 kills. They were close, but well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judge is firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. 1 man lost on GenG. A fantastic follow-up round to their pistol, stacking them the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways.
And
than
again,
one
you
today.
force Sen to do full shields because
Sentinels
they
come alive fairly soon.
have
We
an
could be seeing
outlaw.
their greatest ever defeat with this iteration on
Again,
this
just
map.
buy this fucking gun against Sen.
They've played it so many times within the Americas, so many times already in this tournament as well. Right now, GenG are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win. It definitely feels still a fair bit away. But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well. Okay, Karen's left on a pistol, and Munchkin's SMG is not the most desired weaponry. I'm also looking at Texture being
They
2
got the right
moves
read,
away
though.
from having that showstopper.
I think it's with
The main thing, though, for
Zek
Sentinels
is still
is they
here. It's probably
finally
not going to
got
be a
rifles.
site exec. It's probably more kind of
If
a
anything,
take
that's the
this. They might
pressure
even come
of this
back this
round.
way, to be honest.
They've got the rifles, but they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons for GenG. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw GenG run into this. 4 of Sentinels up in heaven. And GenG lost about 40 HP
See, now you might
total.
think that there's 3 on
The
this side.
flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, GenG can crunch right back. Lakia and Munchkin aren't in heaven. Instead, out on the ledge. It's a very unusual position. Lakia can flash up from down below.
Got a headshot.
And Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, not with his knife out. That's a
That's
big
not
mistake.
good from GenG.
Now they know at least there's
You got a
another player
tag.
on site.
Zek
They
has
might
10
even hurt them in
HP.
screens, but again, they haven't checked for this extra man. Lakia tucked in the corner.
But they get
Sentinels,
the kills.
12 seconds left and a 1 versus 2.
He's only
They've
got a
bought
ghost as
themselves
well.
this
He can
race
pick up a
to
gun.
Yeah, the one thing for
But-
Karen is he doesn't currently have a weapon. And everybody dying around the window means that he might even have to put himself out into the open to give this one up. The reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot.
Okay, Sen win, but
Although
again,
they
because
pushed in
they have to do full shields against
pretty much all
GenG,
of GenG,
if
at
they
least
lose
all
this
of their
next
weaponry,
one, it's going to be
Sentinels do
12.
manage
So this
to
is a big
weather
round.
the storm just about.
And again, when you look at some of these,
Well, Tom, you know,
I guess they
this
can buy
is
down.
the
But again,
expected result, though. 2-round
Here we go.
win,
Meteor
one on
buys
the
an
back of the
outlaw.
pistol,
I mean,
the
it's
other
going to be 3
follow-up.
kills for him.
You win your third up against those weaker weapons. It still gets close. Couple of
3
well-played
people.
shots
Oh no,
by
he didn't go
Sentinels,
for
puts
it.
them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end.
Should have.
But one battle going slightly differently, and this map spirals.
But either
out of
way,
their
big
control.
round.
They're holding on to a
Kind of
cliff's
must
edge
win
by
for
their
SEN.
fingernails. And at 10-5, GenG now pull out the showstopper, and they've gotten
Doesn't
away.
work, though.
Just about rounding the corner in time. That was a target-rich environment. But now GenG have to fall back surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight. I did not expect that.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well. He wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The paranoia.
They have to walk though,
combo
because they know they can't run.
could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing. And now it does kind of look like GenG is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive
I think
positions.
they'll start to get the read.
Fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control, there's been an early read.
I think it's with this time, you don't really have the chance to come back. You have to come to A, because again, you don't know that they still aren't here. And they'll just hear you running B. So you have to come to A. So everyone's here.
No paranoia. Some smokes. The second just came online for Karen. And one's just being popped down. Here comes the showstopper, though. That's the big gun on the other side. And Sentinels find the opening with it, but there's a response. GenG equalize things, catch them on the rotate.
That's a spike. You definitely can't go there now.
Seconds left, and the nade buys even more time. The rotation now from Texture as
Do
he
you have time
realizes
still?
they're going to want to hightail it, move to the other side, but look,
but he's
he's
slow.
already here. He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds. 4 as he reaches the side. It's too late.
No time.
They bought enough time. The spike plant doesn't come in.
This man's position
Wow.
has been pretty much
Texture again
to none.
wins it for them. And as I say, for SEN now, you got 3 players who, I mean, obviously we can drop one here with
Well, I think
Zelsis,
it's
but...
GG SEN.
Are just walking into this trap almost every
Or
single
Toolbox.
time.
It could very well could be. I mean, this is going to be a rough round for them. They're going to have to go for it probably, but it's a great snake bite.
That he can have faith in Munchkin to hold on to that site and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second does the work. The heroes are there. The stars are aligning.
So yeah, we got a Guardian, we got a...
last legs. Investing back into this one.
We got a Sheriff.
Some rifles. And they're almost...
Meteor has gone for an Outlaw. They've gone for an Outlaw and a Judge.
GenG have been bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the Judge in hand, it could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low.
Ooh.
Sentinels, more like GG, am I right, gamers? Haha, funny.
Any buy.
Was very funny. I liked it, Canada man.
Into Karen's waiting
So again,
arms.
light shields here. Judge should be able to destroy light shields.
Already, that's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and he's back. He's just creating some space. And not getting out alive. In fact, sticking around for another fight.
Defense gets 2. It's a 3v3. Munchkin on the site.
They've still got to deal with Munchkin, though. Might not be expecting a third player within this site. Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good trade, though, from JunQT again. Bringing things back into an even scenario.
They get hit with plant, though.
This time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the orb. Has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched, though, but he drops one.
Wow, and Lakia comes up big. I love going for that play when you know they, with a plant, have a Viper Spit.
Every decision, every battle just seems to be correct for this squad.
GenG? More like GG.
A 7-round deficit for Sentinels on their best.
He got 2 completely blind.
And a map that I'll be honest, we did not see GenG.
What?
I was already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up. And no team's been able to shine a light on Sentinels here on Split. A close game is the best you could expect. A dominant victory, though? GenG, they really are changing the game. Round 18 could be the last with an early fight up top. It's done a little bit of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from GenG here ready to...
Oh, he avoids the dog and gets 2! 3!
3 kills already! It's
oh, GG. It's over. Wow, GenG!
13-5. You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of GenG.
Oh my god.
Devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like ahead of Lotus.
This now puts it down to one map to GenG, matching the best ever Pacific performance at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if they can do it in 2.
How the fuck are GenG this good? How the fuck are they this good? What the fuck is this? How has this team just come out of fucking nowhere? Yeah, that game could have been an email.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
It could have been an email.
Through attack on Pearl.
A surprising email.
Clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
That is unbelievable. That's crazy. Okay. SEN pick Lotus? No, GenG pick Lotus. God, imagine if they lose this now after winning on Split. Why the fuck did they pick Lotus? You could have picked anything. You could have picked a SEN. You could have had a SEN and Breeze as the last 2 maps. Still, SEN will have to win on Breeze, and like the reason I think Breeze isn't a great map for them. Donald or McCarthy, my choice on that is if they trade up for McCarthy, especially if they trade up all the way to like 4 or 5, like.
Party will be for nothing if they see us.
Now people will tell you you're wrong after the fact, Limo.
Yeah, yes, they will, Hugo. Hyena fan 123, thanks for the 11 month as well. Yeah, when like, oh my, if they trade up to like 3 and get one of Daniels or May or whatever, then I'm chilling. Like, I don't care. Right, that's fine. We won against SEN in Split. Who's we, Warlord? I thought you were a PRX fan. GenG, you have an 8 win streak on Lotus. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That has to go back to last year, though, right? I don't really count last year, considering they're a completely new team. I'm gonna get cooked on Twitter. No, I won't. Do you want to know why I won't? I don't know what you're talking about. Did we just close bread and open it again? I did doubt GenG. I was wrong because the thing is, GenG had they beat Loud, which I guess looks pretty decent at this point. But they beat Loud and then they beat EDG, and I still had doubts about both Loud and EDG, I think. You need look, General GenG, you can shut up. Because you weren't even a GenG fan until I forced you to be a GenG fan. So don't call about the fucking GenG disrespect. I made you a GenG fan. And you just happened to have gotten lucky. That's not gaslighting. Because his name is General GenG, but I think he pronounced it General GenG. But I said it as GenG. And so then I asked it. I remember when he first subbed, I was, or he, or she, or they. First subbed, I was like, "Are you a GenG fan?" And they said no.
Welcome back. We're here
And I was
right
like, "Well,
now with
you have to be a
Solo and
GenG fan.
Jens
Your
out
name
with
is
some
General
translation.
GenG."
Now Solo, once upon a time it was you and Lakia up there against a very different Sentinels. But I wanted to know how it feels like
Well,
now
Toolbox,
that
thanks for
What's
100
the point
bits.
of one more SEN versus Loud lower bracket final not like this?
I mean, there was the chance that teams played 4 times against each other at this tournament. Imagine if we got SEN Loud 4 times during the event.
생각도 좀 많이 나고 처음에 이제 만나게 됐을 때 좀 저도 개인적으로 긴장을 많이 했고 뭔가 똑같은 약간 그전이랑 똑같은 승자 결승에서 만나니까 또 그래서 좀 저번에는 졌으니까 이번에는 꼭 이겨서 결승 저희가 먼저 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
It just brought back so many memories from back then. We were also in the upper bracket as well, but we lost back then. And it just made me like, it just brought back so much emotions from, you know, what happened back then. But I just feel like this time we're going to make it different. And I really, really hope that GenG guys can pull it off today and we walk away with the win. Well, it certainly feels different. So let's
How did
see if
GenG winning
GenG can
split
close this out.
playing half as good as yesterday?
GenG
Was that half as good as yesterday? I mean, I didn't watch them yesterday, so I don't know, but
and they did the business. Absolute
I mean, it helps when you just fucking win all of your aim duels because all your players are mega correct.
I mean, yeah, you can look at the results, but just stay up, man. Anything's possible in this game.
When we saw the map select, we thought, you know, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Center, it's going to be Split. And they were definitely very sure about what to do with this split. Even though the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams, we saw, you know, teams getting echo time and time again. It looked like JunQT was going to have all the effect in that defense because GenG was a little bit lost on how to play around it.
And I think GenG executed on a lot of the things that we talk about being so good on this map for Sentinels. On their attack sides, they had great entry pathing with this double duelist comp. Actually, I feel like in a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better of them, navigating the trips really well and getting into these sites. And in the post plans, playing these forward posts, Sentinels was never allowed to play the set retakes that they're so good at, and they love on this map, which was absolutely debilitating.
And I think it's brilliant the way that GenG was able to interpret and actually read into what they had to do when they got to that post plan situation, how to put the pressure and no allowing, as you're saying, Mimi, Sentinels to have any
I mean,
kind
that
of
pistol round is still
so
living in my head when he's just sitting backside.
And beyond just the strategy, the individuals were
Sentinels will be calling that spot texture for the end of time now.
Like this against a team like Sentinels, you need your 2 duelists to be going crazy, and they were dominating. Texture in particular was ridiculous this map, G.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you mentioned Texture because, you know, we got to show the clip again. You know what I'm
Have
saying?
they lost the map to Loud, didn't they? Did they lose the map to EDG as well?
This was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline was
This
absurd.
round made no sense. Like the fact that JunQT took a position that they didn't know, then Texture is doing the same, and he has to trigger discipline to get this far in such a slow, like 2 seconds this was.
Yeah, and GenG was good on the rifle rounds, but the make or break in this match was rounds like this. Was the second half pistol, was the eco round.
See, it's always an interesting choice when you're in that situation. In this spot, it was better to kill him first, but I'm sure you've seen clips of where you plant the spike and then you just kill him.
I remember when they went on to A,
and
they
then
knew
just
that they were
start
going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more.
Why are we pretending GenG have a good breeze? They have a good attack side breeze, but their defense side is awful.
Kind of idea that Sentinels might have had to turn the match around.
What a match.
I'm watching my girlfriend and she's asking too many questions. Please can you explain what's going on in extreme detail?
GenG is in a great position here to do something.
Not really.
You know, other teams
just say
in their region
GenG,
have done before. Other
GenG good.
teams have achieved, right, being able to hit
GenG.
that second place spot. But the way they're playing,
It was about time, you know, Asia won in this game too.
It feels like it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a Korean team has been in a finals. The last time was when Solo was a player. We heard that in the coach. He's nostalgic in that coach's interview. We heard him. He's nostalgic about it. It feels like he's bringing something up again, and really hopes his team can close this
again,
out.
he's just living it. You know, he's just feeling
for the
it.
Pacific region, and especially for the rookies like that guy that was just warming up. Karon, at least top 2 in his first global, would be ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't even know why he goes into the aim lab shooting round after what we just saw with the judge. He doesn't
How did
need
GenG
that
win?
kind of training, but then
I mean,
exactly,
attack
just by
side
judge,
GenG, I think
still
what what they were able to do, and maybe playing double dive against Sentinels does make sense, because Sen like to hold on to mid, and then kind of like, you know, fast flood on you, go for some gambles and stuff like that. Like, so if you do just play double duelist against them and just dive into the site where they are, you know, you can take the site. And then I think GenG were just able to survive the post plants. They just, they were able to survive Sen's post plants. They won both pistols, although they did lose.
Chapter is lying, don't fall for it. No TMV viewers have a girlfriend.
But if he has the room, he will take it. GenG hasn't lost this map here in Masters Madrid yet. They've been on an excellent streak on Lotus. It has looked like their home territory. But Sen is good here too. They're going to be playing the same exact composition as you see here in our Agent Select. The old classic, the Fnatic comp. For me though, we need to see so much more from Sentinels in the implementation, right? On these attack sides in particular.
At this point, is there more Sen fans or Sen haters? I feel like a lot of Sen haters will be popping. I feel like for a Valo comp post-match thread, I feel like the Sen haters will come out in force if GenG win this.
GenG will take advantage when they're so clean on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to go back and talk about the Zekken versus Texture that we were talking about the beginning of the day. Zekken with incredible numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories.
Some Sen fans are Sen haters.
He needs to be the one stepping up, especially.
I think that's true of every fan base, to be fair.
This could be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, a massive
I
moment
spitefully
for
root for them.
But Sentinels can look to force a map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, after a crushing defeat on map 1, Sentinels are going to need a Master Lotus in the form of Uncle Eero, or equivalent to it, Tom. 1-0 down in the series. Need 2 in a row. It's not a position they find themselves in often.
No, it's actually a very scary prospect. I don't say, oh, I've got an interesting stat too often, but in the last 9 series, Sentinels won the first map. The 10th, they lost 2-0 to Loud. So that is the last time where they lost the first map in a series. They've even lost the series after.
You can't put that poll in my chat. We know no Sen fans. The only people watching me who are Sen fans are also watching through Spike. Oh my god.
Suffer depression because of them.
And he's just gonna die. It's the old classic 2-3 here. But they're very fast. You know Sen are gonna push this.
GenG 3 push C, 2 push B.
Oh, you can't be in there, Meteor. Come on, you gotta know that. They haven't planted yet though.
To wrap all the way behind, and now
You've seen the whole team.
Death ball, eliminating Texture, but the trade
That's actually good info though. You've seen the whole team. You know there's like no lurk or anything. You know you can. These guys can take some space.
Spot to play from. Meteor tagged. Karen not too healthy either. And the
oh, that's a big win. Wow, Meteor.
With both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands, and just like that, it falls into GenG's.
What a start. I love the way that they have come into this matchup. This is a team that many were seeing that, oh, they should just ban Split. Oh, them picking Lotus. That would be silly. That's one of their opponent's better maps. But the fact is, GenG, I genuinely feel like I've come into this series and gone, oh, we don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths. And just look at the way they started off in this pistol. A highly aggressive defensive side push got in the faces of their opponent immediately. This is a team running with confidence. Just having a great time.
I mean, you could see it the second
Sen go for a force
and the crowd
with a Bucky force. They're gonna run it C.
They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that pressure right now. They are vibing and thriving, 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the line. It's a big buy from the attacking side.
Yeah, this is definitely a risk, a gamble. But we know they can pull it
off.
A little bit of a Bucky play to kick off the round.
By a Guardian.
With a nasty surprise. We've already seen this in the first map. An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic. Even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they even, before Zalsis went down, he threw in a nano, so you just had so much damage being issued on that spot and no escape. The 1-0 challenged, and for GenG, getting back through won't be easy. They've already expended all their big utility. Sentinels have the numbers, and with these weapons close range,
it's gorgeous.
They have a lot of potential, more so when they can see you through the walls. A great reveal from Sassy to get himself the kill. Karen down extremely low as he emerges from that smoke. It's easy pickings with Texture the last.
Okay, Sen with a nice force round. This is an interesting Viper wall.
1-1.
Not sure I've seen this one before. I mean, it makes sense for the way teams are playing post plant now back here. Yeah, you see they're pinging it out now.
Much this time because it was a full investment.
So if you're GenG with this wall, you might want to try and retake the first space a bit quicker. You know you can. It's a bit risky for SEN, like depending on where they play. If they are just gonna play all back here and GenG is smart to it and wise to it, that's a big win.
It would be foolish to admit. Either way, not going to be a mass investment.
Good call
on the
to
other
force.
side. A few pistols, a Marshall put into play for Meteor.
This time they go back to the wall on it.
Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Taking a lot of space.
Nice from SEN. Nice double swing.
Once GenG go for those fights, you know, they're really not favored. It has to be a miracle shot.
I wonder if you might even put a nano swarm on this box. That would be quite an interesting idea.
Even just on the last map.
I mean, they just died to the spike here. They really don't have much. Oh,
But
10.
that paranoia from TenZ, it does a lot of work. JeongQT.
Well, I think it might die to Munchkin, but
big kills to have as well for JeongQT. This man is now 3 away, I believe. Yeah, 3 away from a Viper's Pit. Very early on as well after the fight back. Could just be 2 away. There you go. You got what is that? Great shots for Meteor. Chances of him getting the last 2, though, extremely low. They peek together and close it out.
Yeah,
but still, that's some big kills because at least it'll force them to rebuy. Yeah, Sassy has Fatal already. We'll get a drop here probably.
Actually, the same for Texture as well. Getting ever closer to having quite a lot available. But I have to say, like, you bring in JeongQT, someone that obviously a lot of the reason he's into this squad is for the strategy side of things. He's been popping individually. Definitely up there with the best frag in IGLs.
Okay, what do we got? We got Lakia with an Odin. He's going to play in tree.
Already. Going to have that Nightfall online for Sassy.
That actually clears quite a lot. That's a lot of good control here.
Lakia taking a lot of early space. You don't normally see
wow,
the
look
Odin
at
push this far forward.
We've seen it before, and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up, and Zalsis eventually bites the bait. He's down. Wanted to see if someone was on the angle, but 6 HP is all he escapes with. Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems.
Yeah, that actually gets rid of the paranoia, though. So that's
a very valuable flash used
kind of a bit of a win.
for next to nothing because he was baiting them.
And that's one of the major things, is you don't really have.
Now SEN, they don't really know where to go. They're going to use a snake bite here.
This composition, the paranoia really is.
I mean, you want Sassy. I mean, really, you want Sassy here. Maybe he's going to try and fake the Fatal.
Players away from the A site. You can see that
and it's what I mean. They haven't even done that in his work.
Selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure on
Meteor. It's going to come down to Meteor.
The only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime. Even using the Nightfall, and Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait completely.
All 10s.
Oh, they've seen him.
No.
There's no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no
I mean, really, they over-rotated just from
GenG.
losing a bit of A control.
Play for the retake. Spams are coming close, but Munchkin's dodging the bullets for now. An angle for Karen as he sees the corner, but TenZ will make it out of there just
How is
about.
he still
The
alive?
shrouded step buys him the space, and he's hightailing it to play the post plant.
Are they
6
just going to
HP
save?
on Celsius, 22 on
Sassy's
TenZ,
going to
and
stop
Zekin
him.
and JeongQT are not too healthy, but they have to go for a save on GenG because of all those players still standing.
I mean, it's a nice idea by SEN, but I mean,
extra, and this round would look different. But instead,
I think
GenG
you
are out
got
of
it.
here.
Like, especially when your Raze has Raze ult in here. Right, when Texture has Raze ult here,
even winning fights when they push into the
I think you
stack.
just got to trust them a bit more to be able to hold this, to be honest.
Literal perfection.
You know, because, I mean, they didn't even go off the Fatal. They were already, like, it was only Meteor on this side of the map already.
Was enough.
Everyone else was already on their way.
Perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that that was going to
Is
be
this a bonus round win? No,
towards A.
it's not a bonus
Using
round.
their smokes on that side as well. Just fantastic stuff. Well, when you have someone like Zekin as your entry,
you have 5 full rifles? That's not a bonus round, that's just a gun round.
From that point, Sentinels managed to convert 3 rounds in a row. And well, what looks like a very peculiar buy, mainly because of the saved weaponry.
So they're going to go for a big A fight.
Slight bit of hope based on the ults
with
for
the spam.
but not much more.
That showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from GenG around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw. 4 players towards the angle. The first drop the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. The damage done, it's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down, they know Karen around this angle. There's not too much that we
Not a bad idea by GenG, but
GenG to finish off.
I thought they were just going to wait, to be honest. I thought they were just going to have 4 people wait here, which would have been a pretty cool idea.
He's going to find it hard to even find an angle to use this round.
It might just come down to a save. The fact is they're almost having to gamble on where their opponents are going, but the fact is SEN are happy to just play patient. A second round again where they're using Sassy as this
Karen got one. Hold on.
Though,
It's a 2v2.
He's just executed him. And Karen's managed
Meteor's
to get a
got
kill as
lockdown.
well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide. Paranoia hadn't quite landed just yet. That's a little disappointing.
Still miles away. They might think he's coming this way.
With Meteor now having to clutch it out, and the problem is he doesn't.
If Karen lives though, they can just play a 2v2 with lockdown. Especially against the Viper's Fit. Oh my god, he just needed to not swing.
They'll play towards the site inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from that ult, and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Zelsis is standing.
Oh my god!
A sensational.
And he still wins it.
3-2 now for GenG. I am flabbergasted. A 2v4. Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work. But this man, that is unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics. You might head over to PLR, and you'll see, you know, Meteor's really not that high on the board. But there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2.
We're just hearing it.
The 1v2 while
We're now blind viewers.
So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2 because he's been doing it all the way through the tournament. To use his
That's what blind people hear.
He's wasted their Viper's Pit, but more importantly,
I
he's
texture
put
with
them
the
on
op
board
here.
when they shouldn't have been there. A big clutch coming out of Meteor. Texture now has an operator. They're putting in utility, but it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact that there's someone here, but he's so clean
And
with
he
it.
gets out.
First kill goes through, instantly retreats.
And it's Zekken as well, so coming and doing a C exec without Zekken's not going to be easy.
Refacing to land those last bullets will be a difficulty. Even the shot just here, whizzing past ahead. Sentinels, 1 man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can.
And he's on his way to A.
Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play. They'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back than the C site. Reveal goes up and over C, confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here with the operator.
That's the thing, they use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to defend
Oh,
when he goes through.
he's just moving.
Takes a risk and is caught by Zelsis. Karen still in position. 15 seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plan. They've done it right in front of him. Not hit him.
And this time, these guys don't whiff. These guys don't whiff. It's over.
Takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels, they've been flabbergasted.
Wow. They just got fair. That was a really nice round by GenG. That was a really, really good round by GenG. The plan here to get the op out here gets them a kill. That plan's good. Getting Texture over towards A is good. They ferried them kind of across to A. Karen just chilling on site.
That op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense, and maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the orb. Why would he do that? Like, he would only do that.
I mean, yeah, not clearing side there for SEN is not great. Like, again, I don't know why they're assuming Texture could be the only player there. And now they're just going to blitz at C with Razor.
The last 2 rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close.
Destroy turret, that's a bit of a clue the ops here.
Now, they're not stopping. Great start to
Wow. That got 2? I thought he was going to die, honestly. I mean, he was almost dead.
The showstopper in his hands, and he's just not stopping. The youngster's had enough. He's in the conversation for
so now they're just going to
best
save?
player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed why.
I mean, they'll probably still have enough.
For GenG, you can see on A
well, yeah,
towards their
combined.
spawn, there's not much movement.
You're not seeing enough movement?
It's like Times Square out here. For GenG, look, 3 to 4 Sentinels. They have that heartbeat up. But
I mean, I really thought
was just too much to handle.
He just gets it off, I think, before he dies on 38. One more body shot.
I believe by a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger.
Again, this feels like a bit of a mistake by GenG, because SEN do just like I feel like that is their main play when they have Raze ult, just send it C, which is a lot of people's main play, right?
We saw his lurk.
I guess maybe they thought with Zels's
entire
lockdown as well, you
rotation
kind
on
of can't
his own,
play
using his
retake
ultimate.
against it.
Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No.
They do have their own showstopper.
We've seen
though.
his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveals. Just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that showstopper kill. He might not know there's a second player 100%. Right behind it. But instead, it's just a freebie. And that's what this man brings. That's why he's...
They give Meteor the op this time. They're going to fight A.
Move away from the Brazilian team of Loud. And why he was a hot, sought-after property. Like this, though, GenG instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo. And he's gone up this time.
Yeah, changing around who's pulling that all about. Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the solo anchor on this
Okay,
side.
they're starting to drift back, but...
Only now having a player come towards him. Munchkin that's around. Not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's no way out. For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here now.
He got dinked.
Oh, 10 HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper.
And he got a kill. I think the smoke...
That nade actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through. It doesn't...
What?
Oh, no! A battle in the air, and Zekken takes it. The site now...
They're ready for 10s, and the spike's down.
Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as well. The one from the bundle. He'll be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke. He just backs off. Posts up with the operator again. The snake bite's coming for him. He's got to back off, and he does. A 3rd kill.
Oh!
A sliver of health. The snake bite
Time,
will
though.
eventually drop him. But John QT's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an
1
ult in the
HP
back
though,
pocket.
essentially.
I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant.
Oh,
no
wow.
chance with Lakia lining him up through the wall.
That was filthy.
A Meteor with 10 HP.
In place and a headshot straight through the wall to put him down.
Gets 3 kills.
Meteor, though,
He's 11 of 5. This is what John was doing last map on Split, where just the Sentinels playing, no one else is.
in the third.
I mean, that's
he got dinked
so
through the
funny.
smoke and then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snake bite. What a fantastic round. And again, another huge individual step up for the side of GenG. They've had so many ridiculous hero rounds, keeping things level for now. And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of GenG come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but
oh my god.
Anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around, and he's caught his shot. Zels is down. Blast packing away, being chased by the boom.
He gets all 5, so they have to go.
Once more, and the door control remains in the hands of GenG. There's no threat from his left-hand side.
I think all 5 got hit by it, so like they have to go, because obviously all 5 of them got hit by it. So they have to just try and take their chances.
Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels.
I mean, they've heard multiple of them now. I mean, you know they can't go C,
someone to
obviously.
make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used
Are they going to save?
by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks
that
like
Fatal
they
won
just
them the
have to
round.
save
They're
this
just going
one.
to save.
Not finding any gap, any way into this round.
10 seconds left.
It is going to be another on the board. The question is, can they remove any of these extra weapons? Because they do not want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
Well, they haven't pushed the door, so it's only the one player hunting. Meteor.
Oh.
It's not going to land. Not this time. So few weapons saved.
Now, I mean, the movement's crazy.
By Texture. He swung into 3 players. But again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't.
Can I say hi to my mate Ben for me?
He did it almost
I can say hi to Ben.
Yeah. So that's where all of your opponents get instantly taken down to like half HP. They also don't have any of the sound as well. That's the main thing. It's that they're obviously not going to be expecting someone to just run through an insta-peak, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim.
Timeout SEN again.
Definitely.
I love what GenG have done on this map, because what I've said about SEN's attack side on this map is that if you just let them, if you just do normal shit, SEN will cook you. But a lot of the rounds that GenG have won has been non-normal shit.
They definitely feel more comfortable on the attack.
Right? Solo Killjoy operator on C type deal.
There's no doubt they can do it on the defensive side, but you look at their victories versus Heretics, you had a 9-1 over on that attack side. 10-2.
So I think GenG is the best APAC has ever seen. I mean, I think PRX playing, like Champs PRX playing last year would give GenG a good game. I don't. That's a good question. Who would win that game?
One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think.
But it's definitely not like obvious.
Favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite.
I mean, GenG haven't
but
won
it's not
shit
an
yet.
upset necessarily if GenG win. Like this is pinned to be a close game and one that GenG have chances in. Or maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far. Sentinels had to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more, but this time they're ready. Seconds caught him.
Now again, you expect the second guy here because they think there might be a turret out here that he needs to destroy.
It's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
But that's the thing. I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's never really just been one player. There's always been a second layer to this B push, especially. Like the last time out, we saw Munchkin make a play and Karam was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator hanging out in the wall. That won't be able to be retrieved,
I think
for now. Still plenty of time.
Look, he's going to open the door.
Being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A side.
GenG this time with the turret on B.
Because of the fact
And they got Karam for the flash here.
Again, not going to be used
Yeah,
to
they know.
as he instantly catches both players.
The problem is if a Prowler comes in.
Already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. Wins the first duel, but the trade is immediate.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. He needed one there, Meteor, really.
But Meteor doesn't land the first, and now caught by some utility. He's brave. Sticking around on that angle to look for a fight. His teammate's miles away. If he goes down, the save call might be made. Though.
Oh my God!
He sends them skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia, you know, he wants to just contain him, make sure he can't cross out to main. And now he might have. Maybe in the back of his mind. They're split on the angle, and Sassy isolates 1 second right into his cross.
Around.
Matching that of Meteor for a Red Bull clutch.
Wow, Sassy again. Sassy in most rounds, I sleep. Sassy in a 1vx.
Meteor done enough. AA is having a worldie of a game. Being able to take this much space, they even knew he must have been around this angle, even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man, my bold brother, in Sassy, to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again, though, this control instantly fought for by GenG. They are never sat back.
Deep.
They are never
like
comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an all-pull day alone before, Tom, but, you know, usually from a little bit further back.
Yeah, just he does have the short range weapon of the op, so you know.
That's true.
You do have to get up nice and close.
Yeah, see if he pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snake bite up and over. That's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
You don't expect that.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated.
That's a really nice play.
It's got to be infuriating.
And now you have no fade.
Why would he be that far? He's going back. He's not shying away. Like, that's the thing. He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken.
There's no way
Still a
you're
chance,
walking
but
there.
just look, 2 players already. The Meteor goes
No
through.
way.
He spots the majority. They're not. Oh, just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though.
Oh.
But he'll be traded out and back again, leaving it all
V2
on
again.
Second. 25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant.
Lakia does well.
Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekan's going to go hunting. Going to try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is going to be a push towards
Oh, you
the
can't go to it?
He's actually going to go running in. That's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade. He has to try and stick this. May even go down to it, just 25 HP. But Zekan's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to
I mean, as
half.
soon as you tap half, this is what Les should have done.
Him in. He's got so much time to play with.
Hey, that's crazy.
What an incredible play. That headshot. It's
Wow.
what it needed to be.
Just hero play, Sentinels is back.
By the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from Zek
It was a double check. I thought I saw him look away and I was like, there's no way, but
that was a fool me once. Shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen.
Again, that's what Les should have done, because he has to swing.
Certainly the last round that they went see, he was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it. Great reactions to deliver. GenG, well, they were all smiles not long ago. Now, feeling pretty deflated after that, but they're only 1 round behind. And as we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack, so.
that's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't
2 rounds in a row, 2 hero clutches, 1v2.
GenG did anything wrong.
No, GenG didn't play that wrong.
Like you look, the last 2
This is
1v2s,
Valorant.
you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekan gets aggressive, takes him down. Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant.
The only thing I'd say that, like, the only, like, tiniest nitpick you could ever give is that when he tapped the spike, Lakia could have maybe repositioned
played
out
the
of that
round
corner.
correctly. Sentinels were just better with those individual plays.
Now they don't have great money. I mean, well, I would say for Meteor as well, he's probably got to play for his ult in that round, maybe. Rather than being the one. I know he's feeling it, but I'd say he's feeling it a bit too much.
3 kills.
Wow. That actually went their way. So you're playing full retake C here. You're playing full retake C. I mean, I'd even tell... Okay, the wall is up.
Oh no. Oh, the timing
He
is
faces it
perfect.
up.
Toxins down. It's good trade from JonQT though. They needed something
Again, they've seen
extra.
both these guys here,
to
so I
bring
think,
that
yeah, they
back
are
to
going to
at
run
least
this way.
within contention.
John's going to get
The way the
pipped, but
last
then they're
2
going to
rounds
have
have gone.
lockdown, so it's like...
Wouldn't be surprised to see the clutch. Also, a plant for JonQT will get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already
You're going to
set
wait
up.
for pit here,
The Viper's
always.
pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in. There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. JonQT probably wants to use this a little
That's right.
closer
Old
so they
deep
have
is
an
a nice
escape.
plan.
And in fact, very aggressively used. Immediately look at GenG's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle, but that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out.
What an amazing play. Oh my goodness. What an absolute giga brain play by Sam.
Sentinels leaving Karen to do it all.
What a play.
Sentinels have earned their way, fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad score line, but their defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly,
I mean, that's an absolute giga-brain play by SEN.
Either side, the orb put in play deep to give him a little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a GenG masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, a lot of eyes have been drawn to Sentinels and Tens, one of the main players. He's been sensational. It's time to hear from some of his friends and family over in the audience.
Should have come back through B and opened the door and ulted. Now that would have worked.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd with some
How's our
very
bingo
special
going?
guests. I have Valerie here, who you all know as Tenz's mom, and you have Billy here, Tenz's uncle. The whole family's out here.
We might need to undo this though, kid. We might need to undo the team chose the map veto.
The game here, of course. How are you guys enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here, watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tenz while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely. I started out. We were definitely a gaming family, and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that.
Oh God, he's like
now, of course,
it's like Mellow.
It's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have
How's it
fans
feel
all
being
over
worse
just
than
applauding his name. How does that make you
Tenz's
feel?
uncle?
It's very heartwarming. It's, like...
Don't make me cry!
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
Mellow, Tenz's uncle smurfs your
We
peak.
do now. Let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go, Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
We love you, Tyson! What was that, Tom? You just left me hanging.
Yep.
We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people heckin' love that guy, so you know.
Okay, can GenG win another pistol?
Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinel's doing pretty well at this stage of the game.
He
We said
missed
they're
it.
used to a very strong attack, and sure,
He
there
did.
were some stumbles.
I thought when
See
I
if they
saw
can get
that.
off
He
on
didn't
the
do
right
that.
foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One ghost, and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. GenG not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression. But it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open
Pistol
that door
round.
quickly.
Do a lineup. Miss. Insta.
The smoke timing.
Go all the
We'll
way back.
deter them for now. A little bit of space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. Two players walking their way back up. The Prowler's actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekin does have his nade available if he wants to try and deny him.
Oh
Instead,
my
he's just
God,
gonna
what a play.
spam, and he's taken out Lakia.
Sneaking into that corner as
Great
well.
stuff for
It's a
Sam.
beautiful crossfire.
GenG look a
making
little
merge
bit
onto the
lost
side.
here, really.
Deep smoke stopping for
Just
any
running
C
between
aggression.
B and C.
Turret watching the push up on the
Randomly
other side.
throwing
Two
out
players
Yuto
on C
feels
as
like
well.
somewhat.
Sentinels have no worries on that side of the map or B, but A on the other hand has come under threat. They've lost Robo control. They've seen
30
players here,
seconds left.
and they're making a quick reaction with a three-man rotate onto that actual
And
site.
Senna read it right.
So well placed for this
Oh,
push.
this wasn't a
Tens
bad
smokes
round by
has made it
GenG.
awkward again. Already though,
Maybe
Munchkin's
that-
able to trade one back.
maybe they'll just
Paranoia's
out-aim
missed.
them, who
Sassy's
knows?
going to try and capitalize off it, but Munchkin lands another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens, who's
Oh,
low. Somehow
no.
they're turning this.
How have they lost
They've got to
this?
get that spike down. Snakebite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen just holding, at least for the moment, but Zelsis, again, is going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just is
Oh,
missing a
how the
peak.
fuck have they won that round?
Fourth kill of the
GenG,
round. Just
that was a
look.
shit round.
There's a moment
That
for
was
someone
a
to
shit
step up.
round by
It always
GenG.
seems to happen.
That they won by literally just out aiming everyone.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty
He
sure
had
he came
two
out of the
kills,
first
right?
map. Yeah, the first half with 2 kills.
Yeah.
He was quiet, and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad. It's not just the 4 kills. He's one hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate
Oh
is
my
too.
God.
Never mind, that reaction was Texture.
Yeah.
The guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, woo!
And he just lined them up.
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction because I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that one too. Tense though, sneaking around the corner, good for one. Caught
Munchkin is
immediately.
ready for
Good
it.
catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. One player lost.
I need that much slower because my brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills.
I don't think they lost a gun either, no. He gets an outlaw. I love it. I love it.
Relatively clean. I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack.
My pick'ems are gone. I did have SEN losing this game. Just to the other Pacific team.
He may not be on the duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality.
So I was right in spirit if GenG do win.
Couple off. Actually, both players not that far away from a showstopper. It could be a big round for the Rays players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture, there's one already. Now just one from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact.
So SEN, I think, will gamble A here because you've got the Viper wall already on A.
Karen's been
So it just
lost.
makes sense.
Omen on each side out. Paranoia is no longer.
Everyone's a one-shot to the outlaw.
With one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fallback, so he's covering C and B with his utility. And a wild shot through the smoke for John QT. There's the advantage claimed.
There's the spike. And yeah, they're just taking this gamble.
Sassy's HP.
Yeah, Sassy was able to trade off that first kill.
They aren't going to see with no smoke,
basically. Reveal from Lakia that actually gave up Tenz's position up close. There was expectations there.
Let's see.
For GenG that they were going to be challenged. But even still,
and you still got the alarm. But how would they have come past this?
Complete reposition. Now, they've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot, so they know that there's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that,
they're gonna have to start to move eventually.
Barren for the side of GenG. They have no idea what they're pushing into. You mentioned that Odin and its position. Well, depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Zelsis.
Well, there's the nano activated that's on site already. One thrown through to delay even further 10 seconds. Time to get that plant through. It's got to be safe in the corner. Got to wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to allow it to come through.
You heard, I guess he thought he was blast backing him away.
Even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. One found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade hunting him down.
And then, oh, and they used their Raze ult. Zekin's got his ult as well now.
He made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess he must. So this was a blast back up. He must have thought this was a blast back thrown to blast him away.
Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think.
But why he's running with his back turned is a question.
You lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Oh, Spory 7, did I say you? Again, if you sub during the middle of a game, I might miss it. Andrew 453 as well, thanks for the 11 months.
Things really got too dangerous, and now we mentioned the showstopper. Texture used his.
Still, that was a bonus.
Zekin has his available now.
It was a bonus, but they used their Raze ult, so it is kind of.
Are trickling in bit by bit. The lead only ever summed up by a round or two. It's never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression, again, from Sentinels. A lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used, Zekin gets caught by the other sides, though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle by GenG, and they thought they had a lot to work with Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
It's now back into that awkward scenario. They had so much space, but also that takes off.
See, the thing is, you've seen the Killjoy here, though, as well, so yeah, they're going to come towards C.
They can't really afford to dilly down anymore. They're going to have to make their move. Again, walking into the Lion's Den. Zelsis with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back.
Oh, no.
Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's going to win the fight again. Oh. Even look at the spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation.
Oh,
you
you've got it. Like what are you doing? Just dying. Just just trying to win the round solo before even having a chance. How have they not killed him?
And a solo hold of that CC. sight.
I've never seen anyone do that before.
Like, it's a free kill, man.
Hip fire in the Odin.
Yeah, I don't think they'll time out because maybe it's a bit early, but he's a free kill. You just once you know he's there, like now you have a kill. But we've just got Texture just holding for him.
He could not have read that any better. What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing, when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire. Unbelievable. I'm going to dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams.
So now all Sheriffs
GenG's 2-0.
SEN in a very good spot now.
Sentinels extending that lead, and now back to pistols and a hero rifle for Texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand. Once again, Zelsis is waiting. And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure onto
Don't bother
Tenzu.
with the one-way, Mr. Tenz.
And having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do is get that information, call
They're going to come back, though. I mean, they've still got 2 players here, so yeah, SEN. When you've destroyed this, though, you've got to know that... You've got to think that this might be the right call, no? They just destroyed a Fade Horn. So SEN are going to keep players here, because you just destroyed a Fade Horn. And with the Viper wall up, they don't know how many people are actually out here.
I'd see a little more from him. GenG, few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but MasterCard thrifties starting off that first map. No reason we can't return to it now. Meteor's flanks.
See how Sassy runs back here?
This time it's Sassy to find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, going to be used here,
didn't
but
quite
not
get him,
moving
though.
him fully off. Just about far enough away that he can continue
Still,
planting.
a
Karen
B-post
falls.
plant.
Pistol standing,
No real
Guardian
control.
spotted and dropped, and it's cleaned up nicely by Sentinels.
Munchkin's got to realize the
He can't even get
situation
near
here.
that
They're going
spike
to give
stop
the
the
spike
defuse.
to Zelsis.
Nice shot connected. That's where the
By
hope of the
Sentinels as
round
well.
ends.
He's got to stop going for these heroes. Like,
He almost has to go down.
This had no chance.
Just to make sure that he's going to have weaponry for the next round.
Now you time out.
It's going to be a small
Because you've played a couple
cost
rounds here where
for the
I
side of
don't
Sentinels,
think
3
you've
rounds
played
in a
well
row,
at all.
relatively clean ones as that.
Like this.
Got Zelsis now.
Like, I don't think the initial plan is fine, right? We're gonna come back to C, but when they when 2 people shoot at a Fade Horn, why would Sentinels move from C? Even when you're doing all of this, if you still got 2 people here, you're not ending A if you've still got multiple people here.
Have won the hearts of many, and now will have a comfortable lead. Even still, though, they're going to be put under pressure. An immediate push here as they take control of Mount.
Just then flip them, man.
That
Oh, it's a
util
nice
response. Good paranoia, but
It's a
too
nice
late.
seize, though.
The player's already able to see and take down Zekin. As Tenz fades from the angle.
Okay, they trade Texture for
Find
Zekin,
themselves in a
both raises
4v4.
out.
Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis.
Now again, you might think they're not going to come C with no raise.
Potential to play aggressively on the back of
Maybe
Lakia's.
with a Fade ult, they
Cancel
can.
it out. It has for Sentinels previously.
Actually, they have 2 players here.
Tenz on the other side of this. Smoke has John QT covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up close.
Didn't hear the
A
TP.
shrouded step that wasn't expected, and now the Nightfall gone all the way through. John QT, 13 HP, but he
know he's
fades
here.
into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online.
saved
Even
him.
notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down. Snakebite now landed right on him, and he's jumping forward.
Oh my
Caught
God.
by
How's he still
another
alive?
piece of utility. This time the alarm bot. Sassy almost
Nice try
had
by
it,
Sassy.
but he's caught. Oh, it's Zelsis in on the
Lockdown?
Odin, picking up one, and he's got his lockdown in prime position. Another swing.
Oh my
and
God.
A player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills as Zelsis steps forward. He'll
Oh, he
catch
is planted
Lakia,
for this.
setting them up to close this out. But
And he
Munchkin
still
falling.
wins it.
It's
Wow,
Zelsis'
SEN.
round.
Just go in hero mode. They were both so low, they just couldn't punish John.
Map 3.
And GenG just aren't ready for how fast Sentinels are playing. They're expecting full retakes, and it's not happening for them. You know, like this.
As well that throughout their last 9 series,
I mean,
Sentinels
Lakia was
have
just
taken the
running
first
about
map
there.
every
I
single
don't know why he
time.
doesn't stay on the back of sight
But we're
potentially and
seeing
try
that they
that.
have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2. Zekin leading the way, but we've also in this second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C
Here's
side.
your timeout. Should have come the round before.
GenG.
It should have come the round before. They needed to calm down.
The legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play.
Because what, they won pistol in second and haven't won a gun round since?
The last time they actually won an
They've
event,
won,
he
what,
played in
4
the
gun
upper
rounds in a
match
row?
to
Like,
go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back.
and this is the thing, SEN haven't
Otherwise they head into
fully
Breeze.
committed to
And
an A fight a lot. They did in like the second round, but they had pistols, so it doesn't really matter. And they did in like one other round, but got out.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime.
But GenG can't take
C
C.
In between these games. Again, talking about the stakes of this match. I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about.
And if you just literally can't take
the
C,
fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent.
you know, we're
play.
never getting a
Always great
5-on-5
advantage to
close
have,
run on C.
but
It's
mainly
always
they
a
get a day off.
4v3
They can
or a
prepare, they
3v2
can
or
script,
you know,
they
something
can
like
relax,
that.
Get up late, whatever
And
they
the
want.
veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage, exactly. The impact of winning this series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the
For
grand
cats or
final
dogs?
anyways.
I mean, I don't
They
mind
can, but
cats.
they'll be on
I
the
used to
back
be a
foot when they make
solid
it. They're
only
running off
dogs.
back-to-back game days.
But now it's, I mean, they love a Guardian. I mean,
rounds
this
in a row.
this is the thing. This can't be helping them.
This attack side for
Right,
GenG
this has to be minus
doesn't look great. We're
EV.
going to see the same again. This adaptation to the C-side control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a rotation from Sassy towards the players over on that C side.
They're really expecting this re-aggro.
This man to go for a real hero play with no support whatsoever.
Oh, if he commits to it. If he just commits to it, he
Now,
can
hearing
have
the
so
fade
much
here,
value
now they'll
spraying
start to
through that
move.
wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know, though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run. He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might
Didn't break
be.
alarm bot,
In fact,
though.
GenG have changed
So 2
their
players
idea.
come to B.
The direction now brings them towards B. Smoke up and a good kill as
Tens
Tens
is
is
in an
caught out
awful
of
spot.
position. Nightfall through. And that is going to slow them way down. Keep the
Zelsis with the
information in
spam
their
from the
hands,
other
allow
side.
Zelsis to go
Oh
and
my
spray.
god.
And second does much the same. This one's done.
Nice from Zen.
In a barrel. Zelsis spraying away. It's 12-7.
So again, they never broke this alarm bot, so they knew they had to go
Go
B.
all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so
So
ready
again,
for that.
GenG, when you see Zelsis with, or as soon as you hear the Odin, you should know it's Zelsis, and as soon as you know it's Zelsis, you know that an alarm bot is probably going to be there somewhere, and you have to break it. You can't let him have that setup unbroken.
Should have picked Ascent.
Should have picked
Sends the
Ascent.
blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily.
Should have picked
5
Ascent.
rounds in a row now.
Yes.
And that's exactly what GenG need on the other side to take us to overtime. It feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels. And already they're getting the early read. The spam
I mean,
almost.
Zelsis on this half of the map has just been
Oh, it's going to. 'Cause,
insanity.
after you spam that, you spam this wall, and Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zelsis is now back on the
Stairs
site,
push?
reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, 1 up close, and even suspecting 1 near the switch. Zelsis has a lot of information. Oh, and he
Why
got
are we
a kill
trying
on
to hit him
Makia.
back?
The blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too. He was getting sprayed at. All the while,
Texture has
they're
to
just
take this
hoping that
timing at some
on
point.
the side of GenG, somebody
He just has to try and win this fight, I
on
think.
Sentinels will make a mistake.
Look where Zekin is. He's pushed all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this, though. The adaptation that maybe Sentinels aren't expecting. Never mind.
one's holding for
Sassy
him? I mean,
makes
that's
the
bad.
play, but gets caught out. Even still, though, Meteor's found another. Somehow
That's
this round
lockdown.
has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second, and they haven't
They
been
don't
able to
even
put the
get him.
pressure on.
Tens gets a
Tens
free
got
one.
another.
GG.
Jump QT with 1 more.
GenG's
Leaves it
attack
all
side here
to
looked
Karen. He's
really
on 1 HP,
rough.
and through the smoke.
I mean, even that we saw it from pistol round, right? They won the pistol round through an absolute hero play.
As both teams will win their
That was a
opponent's
rough
match
attack
choice.
side. Really rough.
Convincingly at that 13-7 for Sentinels. They came in with control and they never let go. It was a close fight all the way up to
How
that
the fuck are they
7-8
picking that map when their
scoreline,
attack
and then
side's
they
that
ran
bad?
away with it. Gorgeous play from the Sentinel side, and we saw the resurgence of so many players. Zekin finishing 23 and 10. This is a good sign for what's
Why was
to
it so
come.
bad? I mean, they just couldn't take, like, as soon as you can't take
this one
C,
out.
you're in some trouble, right? Like, you're in quite a bit of trouble on this map. Because, like, if Sentinels feel confident that they could leave one guy here with an Odin, just a Killjoy here, right? Because this site is hard to hold, right? That's why the meta became put your Viper Orb here and put all of your and put all the Killjoy stuff here as well. Like, that's an indication of, like, you know, of what the site is. When this becomes the meta, like, huh. It seems not so easy to hold. So when you can't take this, and we saw, I mean, how many times did Sentinels come to C? A lot. And, I mean, they won, even when Meteor was popping off. He had a crazy first half. Even when that was happening, it's like, you know, Pink, like, not winning a C post-plant is one thing, but not even being able to get up to here? That's crazy. That's like, whoa. Like, I don't think, did Texture ever double blast back like this? With, like, utility coming into this kind of area? I can't remember that happening. Like, they never actually, like, they couldn't take C, but they never actually tried a proper C exec. Or maybe they just don't have a C exec. In which case, again, why the fuck are we picking this map? Like, the thing is, Sentinels, normally when you see defensive Lotus, like, domination, normally it's either a team is trying to fight this a lot, and they just keep losing, right? Like, they try this A fight, but they just lose it every time. That's one way you lose. Or, it's you just can't take this site. And if you can't take this site at all, not even get the spike down, then you're just in trouble, basically. How is Sen's Breeze? From what we've seen from Sen, not great. But they haven't played it in a long, long time.
This is
so maybe it got better. They didn't play it against Loud. They banned it against Loud. They didn't play it against NRG. When was the last time they played Breeze? They lost to G2. Obviously, this map didn't really matter. So I don't know how much you want to put stock into that personally, but they lost. I don't know. Do I care? Not really. And they also lost it to Lev 13-6. This, I think, is their only serious game of Breeze. Yeah. This map was not good. This was probably the worst they've looked, I think, on a map. From all the maps they played. Now, this was a long time ago. So, who knows? Who knows? I mean, they could have changed it. But I remember thinking that this was not good. It was really not that good. GenG's Breeze, though. Let's talk about GenG's Breeze. GenG have had an interesting experience on Breeze, let's say. So they lost 13-8 to Loud. This was one of the worst halves of Valorant, especially at this level, that you will see from a team. Because look at GenG's comp. Their comp is interesting. Let's put it that way. It's an interesting comp. Let's put it that way. For those of you who didn't watch this half, GenG have no Sentinel, right? So how do they play this map on defense side with no Sentinel? Well, if I was to explain to you, imagine if we like just put each agent. I'll just put random agents there for now, but whatever. You know, you get the idea. Imagine if we just had, you know, each player on the map just solo walk out of a place and just fight whoever is there. No util, you just walk out and you just fight. That was GenG's defense side on this map. They literally just walked out. No util. They were playing deathmatch. And it didn't go well. And not surprisingly. Now their attack side though, for GenG on this map, Apparently, they've never played any map. So you tell me. Somehow they have never played any map. Crazy. No, but against EDG, they won 11-1 on attack. Now, this was against EDG. You can say what you want. They then lost 5 in a row as soon as their defense side started, and then clutched out 2 rounds. So basically, what you can infer from this is that their attack side with this comp is at least quite good. Their defense side is shit. So, and they're on defense first.
Tactics,
so if you're SEN in this map, you need at least
I couldn't agree more. But also, I mean,
8.
Listen, I
based off what
Twitter,
we've seen.
Zekin's out here making a case.
Maybe they can get 8. I don't know.
He is trying his hardest out here, as I expect him to, because this kid gives you 110%. But look at the output difference. Santissimo. That is
Santissimo. Yes, Santissimo is at least holy. That
we get Zekin Jet, and I don't think his Jet is as good as his race, but
you know, the stats based off on a 13-5, and what we just saw, of course, is going to speak volumes of it. But the fact is that we were seeing a Zekin that was comfortable, that he was reliable on when this clutch scenarios came on to play, and definitely one of the keys to Sentinel success.
By the way, Casual 75% first blood win rate. The guy was electric. I love
Dandy ND1, thanks for 21 months. Is GenG the best Apex team ever? We had this question earlier. I still think PRX champs last year would
another day in the office for that kid. It's just unbelievable.
Probably
he just turned 19, by the way. It was just like
Happy birthday.
Yeah, when I was 19, I was really trash at Halo. Meanwhile, this kid is out here probably on pace to maybe go to a final if they keep playing like this. But what happens here on Breeze, guys? Because last time we saw Sentinels play this, it was not the best for them. It was not
PRX Copenhagen is PK pack?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not true.
And we also have a GenG on the other
PRX
side.
champs would destroy PRX Copenhagen.
And did not find
Trust
success.
me.
And then EDG picked it onto them, and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were 2 very different matches, and it also relies on the compositions.
What do I think about NRG now?
From both these teams.
I think the same of what I thought of NRG at the time. That NRG will be good. Like, they will end up being very good.
We saw Sentinels play this map was in the match that didn't matter against G2.
Who winning Loud PRX?
I'd say Loud.
Sure, but even that was months ago by this point, and they had some time in between. They had a little bit of time to prep. They let it through the veto.
What do I think of the New England kid? Not New England as in this place you mean? I think you mean
talking about
the New England kid. This has caused some little controversy for those of you who don't know.
Some things around. They're playing with the KO. We know that they can be comfortable with that, but also thinking about the composition from their opponents. That potentially having the Euro, having the
What do I think about it? I mean, I don't give a shit.
Regionally, you're not gonna see anywhere.
Right. So for those of you who don't know,
it's gonna be a 3rd map here, and let's take a look at what comp Sentinels go for. It's the same thing as last time. This map, I think, is honestly a 50-50. It can come down to the duels, performance on the day. But what we have to focus on is what this would mean for either of.
So yeah, they put on a.
In the organization's
what the fuck is
first
that?
international appearance that they qualified to. They have a chance to make it to the finals with
they did this. They
squad.
put the.
And for Sentinels, it is a return that has been so long awaited.
GenG has
They
been
changed the cross
to turn this
to be a different
Losing
cross
their pick is something that they are
from the
very
actual
familiar
flag.
with in this event, but they always win in
I don't know
third
why.
round.
I don't even know
This
what this
has to be the
represents.
case
I'll
if
be
they
honest.
want to make history.
The winner of this match has a huge
But people are,
advantage in
going
the
on
grand
about,
finals.
if they
This
change
last
the
map
American
could
flag
very
on the
well
American
define
kit.
the winner of
It's so
Masters
funny
Madrid.
because the argument is not. It's very. It's a very English mentality, right? That all of the comments I've seen about it so far have been not that people are outraged at it, but imagine if this was America, they would be outraged by it. Imagine if this was another country, they'd be outraged by it. Which I think is very funny because it's like. So that means that you aren't outraged by it. You just think. It's like you think you should be, but you're not.
Actually carries any weight as we move on to Breeze, the final map in this series, the decider that sets GenG on the defensive side. They
Why aren't you outraged? Because who gives a shit? It's a flag.
Players like Zekin on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the Sentinel side has up their sleeve on Breeze, because it's not like the other 2 maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard
now,
to
Loud destroyed GenG with this whole look. Juicy K was living up here.
GenG was an 11-1 attack side, so We don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekken, though, already looking to take that
Oh,
initial
and carrying.
space.
That's
Again,
not good.
The
He
utility
should
from
be
the
ready for that.
initiators is sublime. Sets him up
What?
wonderfully. That shock dart has done so much damage. Zekken's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space. Second down, and Texture
Obviously no flash because Sens is dead.
Caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close. Munchkin does well to find another. The advantage stacked against Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought, but 15 HP.
15 HP.
One more bullet's all that's needed,
they have time
and it
to
should be
destroy
only
him.
seconds away. With Lackey as third,
Okay, big win for GenG.
Yeah, exactly how you want to start.
You know, again, if you're Sen here, you got to be having lurks, right? Against GenG, have lurks. Every round, be lurking. Don't just do a straight site exec against them. That's what they want. That's what they want you to do. They want you to 5-stack go site. Because that's when they have a chance. Right? Like, Loud in their game against GenG did one site exec, and it was the pistol round. And every other round, they just walked around the map.
Looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels.
Why does GenG always run pistols?
Long time ago.
I don't know.
Talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029 days since Sentinels sent New Turn to the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sheriff team. They're not like, let's put a little bit in.
Yeah, we saw that right last map. It was the full force and a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to claim that space on this map. And you can understand why.
So they're just chilling. The Yoru TP is gone.
That are really hard to break through if you actually play diving on towards one site. This time, GenG have a lot of reactive utility. Meteor can always get towards that site. Karen's got global util to support them with those stars. For now,
obviously this is still just
claimed the space. They have
a classics round from Sen, so you wouldn't expect too much to come from this one.
Push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So
I'm even a bit surprised to use the drone.
Most of which are grouped up on the back of the site. Good shots to start this off. And it doesn't look like there's too much being found, but
some of them are a bit low.
Bars. Meteor's down a little bit low and emerging from the smoke. Yeah, Celsius ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on Zekken. Low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive.
You got a kill.
Okay, 2 kills. That's not terrible.
Yeah, they do a little bit of damage. They get a plant. They earn some extra credits. Weaponry is going to be picked up for GenG, so again, it's not really the end of the world, but I don't think either side is going to be particularly unhappy, especially with how GenG set up. That was basically working off the retake.
You said NRG will get better, but do you think they'll be in China? Yes, I would expect the NRG to make it to Shanghai and champs. I'd be surprised if they don't. It's not impossible that they don't. But I'd be more surprised if they didn't make champs. But I think by the time Shanghai rolls around, they should be pretty good. I think that they're a team that looked like they didn't have much time to practice, which we know is true. Like, they looked like they had good players and not great coordination.
You know, we're going to have a conversation about that.
Again, if I'm Sen, I don't love the way the Sen have started this with just like, I mean, they'll probably win this round, you know, because it's against a bonus, but.
Those pistols, weaker weapon spams could be able to take him down already.
The dart reveals. Okay, I lied. They're not going to win. They just decided to run into sight. And again, this is what GenG want you to do.
I mean, this is not a round that I expected GenG to win, but to dominate. There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No, and they're already looking.
I mean, he should save. He should save this.
Flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions behind, that he will be somewhere towards their spawn. Already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario.
I mean, and the thing is, we've come down here as the Yoru, so we know he's not like anywhere here. They must probably know at this point.
He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some.
I'll send in trouble. If they keep doing this, if their breeze is so bad that only plays the site exec, then why the fuck did they not ban this map?
It's just going to be Sassy holding on to the gun.
Let me put it that way. But yes, I'm already a bit worried for them if they thought that this is the correct game plan. Especially after watching Loud decimate GenG by doing the exact opposite.
If you're talking about a
yes.
this map, it really doesn't get better than this.
This is a very odd call to start.
To their economy, if ever I've seen one. 3 upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons.
How does this SEN compare with last year's Fnatic?
Viper Wall can be so
they're not near the level that last year's Fnatic were versus the competition.
Not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low. Now they found
like SEN lose maps.
After all that time.
Fnatic for most of last year didn't like winning a map against Fnatic was an achievement.
That's disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the usage coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position. And there you go. You got the GenG watch party over in Seoul as well.
Yeah, BBL won a SEN against Fnatic, and what? But when I think a game on Bind against Fnatic, did they lose any other map in regular season EMEA?
We won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone.
Liquid won the.
There's no evidence left behind. That's
Liquid won the final.
For GenG, got to be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean.
So they take a timeout straight away because I don't know if they hadn't talked about this map before or whatever, but like I mean their calls have been ridiculous.
We've never seen a Korean team.
Oh, the FUT map was in playoffs?
And we've heard about them.
Will Fnatic have a comeback this year? Yes. I mean, it depends what you mean by comeback.
I'll even throw 2023
but like they'll make it to the international tournaments. There's no way they don't. They're just too good.
They were right.
I think the thing that's been most impressive as well.
Do you think this year's GenG could beat Navi's last year? Yeah.
Ultimately didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Ranked.
Don't tell me they're just gonna fucking run A again. Okay, thank God.
Meteor as well. Expectations were high.
Don't just go and put a trip down and run back.
Yeah. This team just works together. Nice start though
wow.
from Zekken. That's
shot through a wall? Did that?
Kill. Looking to try and
he hit both of them?
What is some weaker weaponry here?
Oh.
Look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture.
Timing though is so good for him.
No escape. They're not going to expect him to be here though. Not expecting him to stick around because now he has delivered.
But now
the
they just gave them 2 guns.
It's being guarded though. Lakia's not giving it up. They've lined up for the double and triple for Lakia. John QT.
Again, there's your free kill.
That's a rifle to be retrieved, but in comes Munchkin to close.
Risky though, but see how he gets a free kill there? Imagine they do that on a rifle round. That's what they need to do.
Thing is, because of those
pop knives? Oh, I didn't even realize he had knives. Yeah, probably.
They're not really going to struggle for that ultimate.
Yeah, probably should have.
Definitely got dangerous, but is this man again coming alive exactly when they need it?
I guess he was a bit low.
7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Lakia may have been seriously understated when he made it back into a tier 1 team. There are many of us who have been waiting for this for such a ridiculously long time.
And again, they just go for the exact same call.
Over a Vision Strikers.
Probably thinking we win that round if we have right. Which isn't necessarily wrong.
Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all. Maybe he should have done. Zekken's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after. But nothing to be found.
And again, this is a free kill.
Swing out from Zekken confirms
I mean, to be honest, GenG have already got 4. They're probably already feeling pretty good.
Finally, it looks like GenG have been left in the dust here on the defense, and when Munchkin falls,
this is what I was expecting more of, to be honest.
The first is his. Pulled back a star, but well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online. We're going to bait out the op, but he won't hit the shot. Snakebite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down. But playing ahead of it, John QT.
See, this I actually don't like revealing that you're going to be doing lineups for this, because now GenG, like, they got a bit of information from that. But this is how, I mean, obviously, I mean, that round they kind of won from Zekken. Texture struggling a bit.
Happy to put that pressure straight onto Texture.
That's why he didn't use knives. Duh.
Just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value that Sentinels have in this young.
Giving Zekken an op, I think, will help Sentinels because it'll make them play slower. Oh no, they got rid of it.
This tournament.
Okay, I don't really agree with that. I was hoping they would play slower.
And you better believe that contract is.
I mean,
Probably as solid as it gets.
Every round go away.
They're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back.
Again, why are we doing this?
Differently this time around, though. They're being destroyed.
What are they doing? What are we doing, Sam?
First A site pushes we saw come out of Sentinels.
What the fuck are they doing?
Used by Meteor, human drone, aggressive off pick.
Why? Why are you 5-stack going A? They have not scrimmed this map. There's no fucking way they're just 5-stack going A every round.
Easy to play in rounds like that.
The map pool allegation at this point
Uses his decoy as he comes
is
out
looking
of the
insane.
ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the GenG side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through. Halfway.
The thing that you know what's funny about this as well? The best way of playing against GenG is literally just playing it like fucking ranked with no comms, where you're all just walking around the map on your own. So you don't even need to practice that. Just walk around the fucking map on your own.
They were confident. They were happy to take it here. Again, Sentinels, we haven't seen it successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up,
they're definitely going away from that, and GenG know it too.
Happening on the other side. GenG are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have.
Oh my god, Sen, we're not just 5-stack doing an exec again. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site. Decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zek and he slowed down and peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping.
Nice
They get
flash.
a nice angle and he's
Nice
found
trade.
another. And they still haven't found Meteor. He's spraying away, catching
That's
the
a
jump
spike.
up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit.
Oh my god.
They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. John QT's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he
it's
goes
a bit
back
down.
in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up. He is stuck in a corner. John QT.
Why are they just 5-stack going sides? What the fuck did you say in that timeout, Kaplan, that wasn't just don't 5-stack go sites?
That's the thing you love about this guy. Like,
How is that not your first words? What are they doing? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
In the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch out, but then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture,
It doesn't make any sense.
This guy is so damn
Sentinels
good.
have lurked once so far on this map, and it got them a free kill. It was on an eco. John walked up mid once and literally found a free kill of a guy randomly walking out, and then they have not done it once since.
Or either close or online.
Okay, this round they might. Just looking at, I mean, maybe.
He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. They baited him in. They thought they baited him in. He bites, but he takes it with him. Zekin down, and he's sticking around. Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually, he has to fall back. The flash is good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed, it was a spam from someone else. Lakia, who's now down on the floor.
Free kill here.
Used by Meteor. One spotted, two
They lost it.
And two taken down just like that. They saw the final player. They know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past
Okay, they did try to lurk this time, but they're
The
getting
7th
destroyed
round,
again.
Locked in.
It looked like he was gonna get this free kill on the map. I'd love to see this kill.
They got one round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
The timeout. Take your second
They
timeout.
go for these direct, aggressive takes on towards the A site.
I mean, it
Or
looks
they
like he's
lose
gonna
that
win
map
that fight. He probably should win that
immediately
fight, to be honest.
Because it gets pushed by Texture. Like, they have to challenge for it.
He triple
The problem
body
is they're
shot.
not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid-control.
You say I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid-control has not been something
Yeah, this
that
is GenG's bad
too
side.
much for from SEN. I almost want to see the pressure put in because these A takes are just being
We're not
sorted.
we're not 5 on the map together again. Okay, it looks like there may be multiple push-up holes this
They don't
time.
go for that again.
That's a good info for Lakia, though.
Lakia has given up the space. He was going to drone it. Instead, close the door, shock dart close, and the follow-up. That is gorgeous.
Okay, that's a nice
But
ult by
Sassy
Sassy
does
at least.
manage to trade with the ultimate, and look who's got
Oh my god.
Karen uses their own util as a smoke, walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more rotations are coming through. Munchkin.
And they get him ahead of the wall as well.
He's not trying to hold anything other than halls. They know that they can't go back because of texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect, and it's instant. Both players executed. GenG, after losing their own map choice haphazardly, have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a second pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
Oh my god.
In through a Hunter's Fury, through a snake bite, through a smoke.
So imagine you're GenG, and you could have picked this map, or you could pick Lotus. And they pick fucking Lotus.
Got Sentinels in their pocket. And so
Imagine.
I don't know what they can say. Kaplan's got his task cut out for him and Drew. Better be combining in a fusion dance.
They could have picked Ascent. Ascent might have been like this as well.
It's looking grim. And the best part about it for GenG, you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops.
Oh no, yeah, you can remark the troll map ban. Did we unmark it? Oh no, yeah, put it back in.
And they're about to have the Hunter's Fury.
Put it back in
online.
100%.
There's
Because
no
fuck
way
me.
in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a
Is
brick
8-4
wall
duel?
again and again. They've got to be sensational
attack
to
side
even
is
have
good.
a foundation laid coming out of this
It's
half.
already
I think
8-1.
we won better. Go for it.
In the last 4
Sen
matches,
know
they
in the
won
back of their
only
minds
one
they're
of
shit
them.
at this map.
And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So
It's tough.
if
I mean, it
anything,
doesn't
they should
help.
be feeling
The
especially when you look at the
right,
composition they're
they
running.
finally figured out. Let's not start with 4 people stacked towards a site. It took them 2 timeouts and 10 rounds, but we finally got there. We finally got there for what should have been the obvious game plan. Like, if you watch GenG play this map, if you watch the Loud game at all, you will have seen this. And remember, Sen picked the tech side.
See this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight. Maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape. And because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
But hey, at least they have a chance in this round. 4v4 is good for Sen. Although it's not Zakin, so grouping up towards B. This isn't the play, right? You don't come to the one part of the map where you need...
With an operator. Also has that blade. That's the spike! The overheat moment! The positioning! Just back online, and there it is. What a whiff! It's not caught them, though. Texture's still happy. Dash online in back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound. Moving in for mid control. Moving back through mid, in fact. Hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia, so he'll be inside of main for this retake. Not able to get past the trap wire. And on the site, there's only one man. All alone is Karen. Off the smoke to give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius
They won't
has
expect
got him on
Lackey,
the
though.
running spray.
I don't...
Well,
Well,
anybody to be in A main, though.
they are looking at it.
It might be the snake in the grass. It does
You
seem
want to
like
wait
they're
till someone else
watching
makes
that
noise,
position.
and then they'll
Enough
turn.
time has gone through. Has to be an
Had to
instant
wait
win on
for
this
someone
battle.
else.
Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, GenG can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so, how many players do they come out with?
Okay.
The answer is 3.
Sen win a round. And how did they win a round?
From the board.
I mean, thank God they didn't do this. They would have lost if they did this. Grabbing the op and giving it to Zekken, this is a good idea. Right? Because again, they're going to be looking for info all the way through.
Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that.
Thank God, whoever. One of them probably said. I bet it might have been second. Like, guys, you're about to do a B exec without a jet. What the fuck are you doing?
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, I'm watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see.
The TP across to A off the back of that.
And rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid. Drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lackia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got 0 HP now. Never mind, not 40. But there's also
they get 2 kills, but there's the up kill.
Change some of these fights. He is in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's going to be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Tag is received. Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy.
Oh my god, how has he done that? How the fuck has he got all 3? And he didn't even take any damage. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lackia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together. Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator, and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last. The guy has no fear whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a
So
story
they'll
of
use
redemption.
knives.
Elise versus Sentinels, and more so
Zakin trying to promote the classic skin last round.
of that Reykjavik
Viper
that
pit on A.
in turn finished third.
Party will be for nothing if they see
Coaching
us.
was something that
Trying to do the
he
beef flip.
was excited for.
We're smoking on that Sen Packer Bozo.
Direct approach,
I mean,
straight
they
in
probably
towards
will
his
get
B-side
3
for
looking
Sen,
at this.
Desperately looking for a third round.
Nice shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to
They've
be
seen
dealt
them all
with.
though. That's
3
massive for
players
everyone
spotted.
because they know
The
they can
info
fully
there,
rotate.
Blade Storm in the back pocket. Sprays are in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Blade Storm only doing marginal damage.
Oh, but Sassy gets one
Tense
back.
Falls unable to be rezzed back anymore.
Oh,
But Sassy
not
and John
clean.
QT keep it competitive, keep it in Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the
Okay,
other way.
Sen do get 3.
And Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds.
Is 3
on the
enough?
board at the
I mean,
half.
obviously they have
It's
to
not
win
ideal,
pistol.
but it's workable.
And GenG probably should have won that, to be honest. When they saw that everyone was on site, that's a round you probably should win.
A slight resurgence from Sentinels.
They
at
just
the
needed
end.
more patience.
Of course,
GenG
as
just got a bit
mentioned, though,
overheated,
you
I
look at
think.
the composition that's there for the side of GenG, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific. And they are very
Sen probably
close
thought
to making
GenG
that
would give them
final.
bind in the map pool, in the map bands. Well, it's you know what's a good idea? Not trolling map vetoes. Be more positive towards Sen when they win, please. Even the most diehard of Sen fans is not watching that and thinking that they did well.
좋게 되고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데 이제 저희 팀원들도 그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들 간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까 이제 새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고 그리고 팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어 나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티넬 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데 사실 센티넬에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가
We didn't even watch them.
팀이라는 게 굉장히 잘
We don't even know who they are. Who?
한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해
Next video will
주시는
be
분들이
split.
계신데 그
Oh,
응원에
if GenG just
보답해드리도록
closed this out, I'm
하고
definitely
싶고
going to talk
그리고
about Sen on
저희와
this map
함께
and their
항상
attack side
달려주셔서
and what the
감사합니다.
fuck were they doing and just contrast it to what Loud did.
Well,
Right, I'm just going to show you some Loud VOD, some Sen VOD.
Plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already with Sentinel's challenge heavily and Meteor.
Oh my god, there's no way he's just won that.
Swinging with Zekin down.
And Zekin only saw 1 as well, so it's not even like they know they're going A.
3 in the lead. winning this pistol
Oh my
could
God.
spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about
This is where SEN can run into some problems on a map like Breeze, right? Because on Breeze, it's more difficult to be like, oh, let's just all fight mid, right? That's not a thing you're really gonna do on this map a lot, right? You will do it sometimes, but you can't just make that like your strategy because it's so big, right? And so like these kind of things you can do sometimes, but the timing might be against you.
Building up into an A take. The reaggression could be caught. Karen waiting, watching,
Like
not
that.
gonna be checked. Looks for the
You
second
see another one?
Sassy
That should
will
tell
take
you
him
that the
down.
site is free. You've seen a shot dart come from here.
It's broad enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A site.
They're
Sassy
a little slow.
hoping maybe he could hit something with a miracle shot or a shock dart, but instead they're aggressive to try and take him down. Left on just 40 HP.
He has done damage.
This look
to
is
the
very
other
good.
Side, though. 68 and 40. Obviously, Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger.
He
With a
gets
few
out
full
like
HP
that.
players, goes back, opens the door, and is going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down, but he's
Also
out.
show it if you can.
Close that door right in his opponent's face. Buys a little bit of extra time as he turns around to the bridge, ready for the fight. Munchkin wins his. And Meteor,
And now also
that's
forcing
a
on this map.
triple.
Not so good.
Sensational pistol round with GenG losing only one player. They're now 10 and 3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good
That's
for
crazy.
the #1 America's team.
That's a crazy loss.
He could have been dead within the first few
And look,
seconds.
look at how baited they are by the door.
He ends up
J Sandy02 with the prime as well. Thank you.
the stories with this team.
Yeah, they can't even
Munchkin,
force.
the leader, had so many bites
Ooh.
at the cherry at
Tagged him.
internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this. To say that this GenG side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels manage to run this back.
I mean, if you're SEN though and you get to the grand final,
Is already being made.
you're gonna
Inside
have
of
to
SEN.
play a SEN Breeze
pretty picture.
Icebox.
I say they normally buy nothing.
You're gonna have to win
They
one
have
of those
a
3
single
maps against
marshal in the
GenG.
hands of Zekken. He's had
Because
an
there's no way
amazing
they don't.
tournament, but
There's no way they aren't
he's
playing
gotta
those
hit
3
some
maps.
crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the one hit off rip textures down to 76.
Like Icebox, maybe they have a
Impact
chance.
That can realistically have once these players round the
But-
corner. It's classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge.
They
Spotted
are
by
running
Sassy.
into a
He's
stack.
ready for this, and there's the finish on the earlier
Oh.
shot out of the Marshall. Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds. He's already diving in. Oh, close,
Okay,
but
we're
that's
trolling.
A mistake that Zelsis punishes and leaves
I mean, it's
John
still just a
QT
classic.
in a spot where he could get this done. But the first player lands the first bullet. 11 to 3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels. But GenG 2 away from sending
Yeah,
them to
Tenza's
the
had a
lower
pretty
bracket
rough
with
game
players like
all
Sassy
day.
showing up. We had a great
To
first
be honest.
map out of 10s as well. Both of them fighting for their 3rd appearance at a Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now,
So they will just take a bonus.
it is the Korean squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024. The time of
To be honest, I was so focused on these first 2 maps with the map veto, I didn't even realize that Breeze was map 3 until we actually
maybe
came
the
to
time of the
Breeze.
comeback with some of these players. The thing is though, Sentinels
And this
are
is
not
what I
out to
mean,
just-
right? About it being
they're
just
trying
harder to
find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got
harder
the
to
buy
just
here, but
do
already
this.
Not the greatest of starts.
Right,
Sassy
like they
does
try and
trade, but he
re-aggress
takes
mid,
damage.
but then this guy
That
pushes up
aggressive
A main, and
position
now we're in a bad
should
spot
be
for it.
revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover
So
as
now they
well,
know
just
you're
in case
behind the
the
Viper wall.
swings
Texture
came
just
through.
dips
That was
him.
through the wall. That was blind
Where is he
fire.
going?
Oh my god, and now he's just styling on them.
Up top, aggressive, still with a dash to play with. And Zelsis and John QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying 2
You have to
weapons
go for
forward
it.
wouldn't be that useful, and
It's
it won't
over.
be possible.
Gonna get an
Not
ace.
with Texture on his 4th kill, a potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT, all that's left of Sentinels, all that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture and what a time it would be to find it. But for now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed.
I don't know why Karen came this way, but I mean, it doesn't matter. This game's over, obviously. Yeah, and SEN. I don't know. They haven't had to play as SEN. They've lost on Icebox. They played one game on Icebox. They lost. They played one game on Breeze now. They've got destroyed. Haven't had to play as SEN yet, but they haven't looked amazing on that map either. If GenG will be in the final, and GenG will want to play all 3 of those maps because they're good at those maps. So
this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this stage. The Sentinels,
it's going to be tough for them,
it
basically.
wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them.
They played Breeze twice. I mean, yeah. Well, yes, they have played Breeze twice in kickoff. They haven't won on Breeze yet.
The chance. Going to try and get aggressive, but this time
they're just going for, and they haven't even had to do this BX yet, which was really good in their other game. I mean, Sassy's got one.
The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic. Only
got one. But 10's is low.
But with 10's on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only 2 on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike, force these players out into an open fight, and it's Sassy to look to punish. John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korean Valor.
Wow.
As GenG
and GenG just destroy them, slap them around a bit.
Demolition of America's #1.
I think SEN will ban Breeze against whoever wins the other game. Because watching that, that's rough.
Of these new names, players like Meteor, Texture, Karen, unbelievable performances from every
So double map ban for GenG. Honestly, whoever GenG get,
how is that even possible?
You're in trouble.
They're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned.
They're in trouble because, I mean, GenG... I mean, if it's PRX, you know they can beat PRX. You know, if PRX somehow come through, you know GenG can beat them already in a best of 5. With a double map veto, they got no fucking chance. Against Loud, Loud's Lotus must be shit. Their split isn't very good, and we know GenG will fuck them on split. So that's 2 maps already. I mean, what? They'll ban Breeze, I guess, against Loud. And Sunset, I guess. So Loud's probably 2 best maps will get banned against them. They have no fucking chance.
They have outdone PRX and U-Turn.
They've beaten everyone who's left in the tournament.
Maybe the first Pacific team to ever win an international event. They just need to
and they have a double map ban.
They've already taken down tournament favorites.
And the map pools for the rest of the teams are shit.
Like the earlier on, but certainly
don't blame them though.
No,
Sentinels looked insane.
This is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the stakes.
Yeah, bullying did work for General GenG.
But it will be close.
Loud can win the other maps. So, against Loud, they would ban Breeze, I think, or Icebox, Breeze/Icebox,
the Sentinels are the best team in the world,
and Sunset. Let's look through the other maps. Ascent, GenG easy win. They already beat them 13-5. Split, GenG easy win. One of Breeze or Icebox, probably GenG favored. They already beat them on Icebox. So yeah, let's say they banned Breeze. Icebox, GenG favored.
It didn't work last time. We don't care.
Bind.
We're gonna go back to it again. And they've done that a couple of times
50-50?
where they've made slight changes, slight adaptations on Split. They changed from
maybe slightly Loud favored.
And that took them from a pretty bad
and
team
Lotus,
to an unbelievable team
GenG easy.
It truly is impressive how much this team has managed to adapt
so,
in a short amount of time. Solo, you're doing God's work. Munchkin,
Loud don't have a chance.
he's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL because he's
Unless their Lotus was secretly goated the whole time. And in which case, why aren't they playing fucking Lotus against Sentinels?
We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, you know,
Sen's map pool isn't bad, think is in shambles.
In this game from day one, May 4th, 2020.
I mean, I did come back in that video to the SEN fans. The one thing I said was, you know, that they countered me with, oh, but no one else has a good map pool. But I did say, well, GenG's map pool is pretty good. You know, from what they showed at kickoff. They had like multiple maps where they were pretty good. And their worst map was Split coming into this tournament. That was the map that you looked at for GenG and thought, oh, they're not very good at Split. And they just fucked Sentinels on it.
Muchas gracias, Uli, que te estaba escuchando. Congratulations, let's give it up for GenG.
Title for the video tomorrow. I thought Sen had a bad map pool. I was right.
I mean, that's a fair point, Amy, too.
You, of course, have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in
I like the little
grand
GenG thing.
final. I want you to tell me what makes this.
The only thing that I can think would go wrong for GenG is the pressure gets to them of a grand final. And they're playing against teams that have been there. And they have. That's the only thing that I think would stop them.
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각하고요. 네, 그리고 저희끼리의 믿음으로 좋은 경기를 준비할 수 있도록 해야 할 것 같아요.
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and if we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene, que sí que ha llegado a playoffs alguna vez, pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo del Pacífico sea tan bueno y que consiga tan buenos resultados? Dice que lo único que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos. Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for the grand final?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
일단 앞서 말했다시피 저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 어떻게 보면 많은 영상들이 나온 만큼 저희끼리의 이제 피드백을 통해서 더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독, 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Well, the first thing would be the fact that there's a lot of VODs on us, but which is good for us as well because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary, add to our game, build on top of that, and
what does it say about
not
PRX's
making
legacy?
mistakes and making sure that we don't drop the ball.
I think PRX would have been the second best tournament
we'll
team at this tournament.
Head back to the hotel and have a little talk with the coaching staff and our teammates.
Okay, lovely. Le he preguntado
And you
que
can't
sus
argue
series
with
siempre
me.
se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar, no, para esa final, para que tengan esa ventaja y puedan ganar? Dice que una de las cosas que pasan es que hay muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones. Pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere because PRX versus Loud is on the other side.
Bye.
A grand final spot is on the line as well.
I mean, this was
history for Sentinels. It's about going back to championship form.
I mean, I can't believe they won on Split. I mean, destroying them on Split really is the story. I mean, it's not a surprise that Sentinels got destroyed on Breeze. Now, Breeze isn't good, as we saw. But destroying them on Split.
Yo, what are you doing, guys? Wake up! Just leaving Meteor alone. The snake
This was crazy.
Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven. And the classic flanks awkward. And an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture.
I mean, it helps when they won all the pistols, but the thing is, you can say they won all pistols, but let's be real. On Split and Breeze, it didn't matter, right? It didn't matter. They could have lost a pistol or two. On Breeze, they could have lost both pistols, both bonus, and they still won.
There you go.
Like, it wasn't like, oh, they won all the pistols and it was 13-11. 13-5 and 13-3. I mean... And yeah, and on split, they one pistol and lost eco anyway, so...
He's not giving it up. They've lined up for the triple. And two taken down just like that. They saw the final player. I know you. I know you. Seed under furious pop push.
What time is it in Korea?
Headshot angle won by
Like 1 a.m.
with 2 kills and a third. Whoa, nice. The time is running out and now it's gone. History.
2 a.m.
Korean Valorant as GenG 13-3 Sentinels, an absolute demolition of America's #1.
So, will we get SEN PRX or SEN Loud Pop? What is it at this point? They played what? Once? Twice? 3? This is part 4? Part 4? See, now if SEN got Loud in the lower final, each team gets 1 map ban. SEN have to ban Breeze. There's literally no fucking way they don't. Like, 0% chance. And Loud, I think this time, surely ban Split. Surely they're not that stupid. Surely, right? Do they stick with their Lotus ban? Would they do it again? How many times do we want to teach you this lesson, old man? They did just... yeah, that's the thing. SEN did just lose on Split. But there's no way Loud do it, right? There's no way. So then it would be like Split. I mean, probably Icebox, I guess, because Loud did win on Icebox. What would SEN then pick? Honestly, I think they would pick Sunset. We might just get the first 3 maps straight up again. And then probably Bind, and then Ascent map 5, I think, is what it would probably be. If I had to guess, that's probably what I will pick tomorrow. Or if Loud win. But I just think that the only thing stopping GenG now from winning is themselves. Because there's no way any of these teams can beat them now. On the map pool that they're going to get against whoever they play. They have a whole extra day of prep. They can watch the lower final tomorrow, right? And watch and see what the teams are doing. And, you know, come up with a plan for what those teams are doing. Who wins, current Fnatic or current GenG? It's so funny, like, how much stock do I put into current Fnatic? Current Fnatic could definitely beat current GenG. Like, they definitely could. See, because the thing is, GenG do out-aim teams. But would they out-aim Fnatic? I don't know. You know, like, Sentinels, if we're being... I mean, you know, John's an IGL, and although he's been putting up good numbers, there's still only so much you're going to do from an IGL position aim-wise, probably, because, you know, you're thinking about so much. You know, Zelsis and Sassy aren't the biggest, like, aim freaks in the world. Tens can have quiet games like he did today. So I do think GenG had an advantage in that. How's the bingo going? So we need a very close diffuse timer. A mod guesses the score. We have mods been guessing the score? Mike's just adding whatever he wants. I didn't answer the question. What fucking question? Real Antics, thanks for the prime. Yes, but all wrong so far. Omen ult to pick up Spike. Could happen. This one's pretty possible. This one, I would say, it's definitely possible. Especially with PRX and Loud, to be honest. I mean, with Loud, it definitely should happen, because all these rounds come down to this last. Another player in crowd. I think we might have already seen them, to be honest, had it happened. We won't get a Bedge map with PRX. This one's not happening. A mod won't guess the score correctly, because they're stupid. A Harbor pick. Could happen with PRX. And Loud. Killjoy ult fake. Killjoy ult detains 2+ players. Yeah, Loud on Icebox. Yeah, the Harbor pick has a decent chance of happening. But the problem with the Harbor pick one is we're probably not getting all of this. We're not getting Bedge map with these teams. There's no way we're getting Bedge map with these teams. The Harbor pick, but they would need a mod to guess the score. So this one doesn't really matter, because a mod won't guess the score correct.
Manages to take down the defending.
What's a Bedge map? A Bedge map is like an Icebox, Breeze, or a SEN to mirror match. Is what I would say is probably a Bedge map.
Welcome back to day 7 of Masters Madrid and our lower bracket semi-final between PRX and Loud. And this is going to be their second meeting here on the global stage. But I'm expecting
Matt Fred, I'll do it in a second. I'll just go and refill my water and I'll be back in a second.
Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Mimi. You got Kakuka. This is going to be a good one.
Oh, Mimi's in shambles.
Yeah,
NA in
I mean,
shambles.
after the introduction that you gave, I'm kind of scared to say anything. But also, the stakes were different in that time that they made. Because as you were saying, it was the upper final, right? It was the upper semifinal. So nobody was going home from there. We're talking about upsets. We will be talking about form in just a minute. But of course, seeing either one of these teams, especially Loud after the standard that we hold them to, would be kind of a surprise to send them home today.
I agree wholeheartedly with that one. I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that, you know, PRX, a team that we have really valued for them being a creative, innovative team. But this event, Mimi, it is really just felt like PRX has struggled to not just find an identity, but to find a rhythm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for PRX has been like balancing the confidence, right? In these early interviews at the start of games, it really seems like it's not there. They're not playing like themselves, but continually in big matches, in second halves where it matters, they continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here, but what we're looking for today is really consistency from this team. But this is the match for PRX to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Mimi. But earlier, Mika Fabs actually got a chance to speak with PRX's Divide. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey Divide, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
I'm good.
All right, I like the smile, So Forsaken previously at, I believe, the top of Masters Madrid, rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like 10 out, about 10, you know, 10 on 10. So yeah, I mean, pretty excited to play Loud, and yeah, you know what L stands for?
What does it stand for?
It means less, so it means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out of that one.
I'm offended.
You should feel honored.
I am.
Feel honored that I
I'm
would
actually
compare
quite proud of him. I'm quite proud of Divide for that one.
But by the way, least confident, like 10 out of 10 I've ever heard. But it's good that he's at least saying that, right? We need to see the PRX fired up for this match.
I mean, especially after what happened yesterday, right? And the way, not the PRX looked, but the way the GenG made them look.
Oh,
you know, we know that PRX is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and GenG had a response for everything, but it is an opponent that they know very well.
I feel like, though, we learned a little bit more about what GenG's capable of today than what we saw. So now that makes me wonder what happens here with PRX. Was that a matter of GenG just flattening people, or is this a PRX team that maybe has a little bit more to
Okay, PRX Loud.
I think in previous, yeses and both are true. GenG look incredible, but PRX,
I mean, I can already
in previous matches, we've seen them
again, I don't know who Team A or B will be.
They were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off.
So PRX will ban Breeze.
Risks, but against a team like GenG with their
Loud will ban
structure
Lotus.
and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no.
What would PRX pick against Loud? I mean, maybe did they go back to split after getting destroyed yesterday?
Team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you know, you're going to need some players to step up here, right? On the PRX side, you're really looking at Munyet. This guy has truly been impressive. But
you think Sunset?
I'm excited to see him go up against QCK.
That's a good map for Loud
like,
too.
Look at that QCK throughout this tournament has grown as a player, and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly
I can see
card
Vine.
to show with you because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK, especially like the other day when he was sick, when he had to go to the
pick a
hospital.
SEN. I mean, they could pick a SEN, genuinely.
To then come in here, play the way that he did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what we saw. I think that we have to be very careful how we talk about that Sentinels versus Loud that we saw yesterday, because in the end it was two very, very close overtimes. And
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do just go Sunset though. What would Loud pick? Loud pick Icebox, I think 100%. And then PRX ban, what we got left? A SEN.
Are kind of endless, right? They both had to fill massive shoes.
SEN,
GenG, the best race player in the world, and Aquas, the
Split.
best jet player in the world, on the other side. I mean, this year maybe. But comparing these two, both these guys have come in,
out of those?
and they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have stepped up and found
then you
their
ban
own
a- you
place
ban a
in this
SEN.
team. Both got
Oh, you
criticized
play
a
Vine.
ton in their respective kickoffs, in the early stages of Madrid, but in the playoffs, in the late group stages, where it really matters,
Let's
both
go
of
with
these
that.
guys have stepped up for their squads.
Exactly, like probably the biggest question.
Yeah, Sunset kind of
coming in
is
for
both their
Loud
best map,
into
which
this
makes me
event
think that
is
this.
QCK going to be a
I could
detriment
see
to
this
them,
being
and I feel
swapped.
like
I
feel
could
happy
see
that
that.
all the people can be quiet for a second.
Oh,
Like
for
if
sure.
neither team
Honestly,
picks Sunset,
if Sadok's
then
telling
definitely
me
Sunset
that
map
this
3.
is what they wanted, I believe.
I could
Sadok.
believe a
Speaking
5
of,
out of 7.
actually, I'm actually quite excited to send it back over to Mika because we're going to hear from the Capitan himself, Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
He's good.
Hey Sadok, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX, PRX came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy. So yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
These are definitely two
Check.
teams that are going to
Any
be
mods?
fighting here with very, well, unique forms, I would say, coming into this one, maybe.
Yeah, I think the last two matches for these squads was very different. For Loud, this was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second away from getting defuses. It was one clutch making the difference for Loud ending up losing that, versus a PRX that's coming into this one after getting stomped by GenG.
Yeah, so many of these rounds come to close to nothing when we're talking about Loud. As you mentioned, in those retakes, they do not go their well for literally less than a second.
Yeah,
And time after time, it's not the kind of thing that just happens once. But for PRX, I feel like yesterday, GenG just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about vaults and talking about what Laka was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to exploit those mistakes in PRX that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think the PRX are definitely going to have to dial down some of these individual risks they're taking, especially if they're shooting like they were against GenG.
Love the builder HD, thanks for the 4 months.
Opportunities is the reason that
Need this
PRX ended
pop-up
up
to
getting
go
rolled
away,
in the way that they
FR.
did. Loud is another team with fantastic
That's a good
fundamentals.
reason to
They will
sub.
punish those mistakes.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like I feel like PRX just really wants to try and like be, you know, ridiculous, and they kind of have to.
Okay, now that I've done my trip to Bulgaria as well, I'll make sure to book. I'll make sure to go to a Wolves game.
That is also a very important
I'll,
part of what
maybe I'll
is
go with
happening.
Nick.
Even though they
We'll
are
organize
the
it.
two best pistol round teams in the entire event, for
And I'll sing,
Loud, definitely.
I'll get a
yesterday,
live
it was
Hi-Ho
not there
Wolverhampton
on the
for you.
first
In fact,
two
I could
maps. It was
use that
very
as part of
complicated
the
for them
stream.
to push through all of that. Of course, but for PRX, it was the other way around. They got pistols and not much else.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare
Is
against
bro
one
rich?
another. But for now, though, let's send
What,
it
to
down
catch
to the
a
stage
short
and
train ride
bring
to
out
Wolves
our
in one
teams for
Prem
this
game?
epic battle.
I mean, I know. How much does a Wolves game doesn't cost that much, surely? Like just a random Wolves game? Like not versus like Man City or United, like, you know, just a normal, you know, Wolves v whoever the fuck, Fulham or whatever. I wonder what song it'll be. Oh, you thought I was going to see the China team? Oh yeah. No. No, I'll be taking a short, probably what? Less than an hour long train ride to Wolves. Mind Freak not interested.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PRX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind here is, does that man right there, Sadak in the middle, have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes
Easy 5 out of 7. Well, here we go.
Yeah,
It was
Sadak
Loud
has done
first.
this before. He
And they-
always leads teams to these top-level
What?
events, but last time, PRX eliminated them.
What?
We're into the map select, and we are starting with
Okay,
Ascent,
well,
which
the
is
5
wild.
the believers in
Both these
absolute
teams play ridiculous
shambles.
comms. Loud was locking the Yoru. We see a Gecko from PRX there. I think that this is
We
a
got
match
bind,
of
right?
two teams
We got
with
2.
incredibly unique reads on the game.
What the fuck?
Comes even before
So
that.
PRX ban Icebox.
Throughout the entire year,
Loud
they
now
have
ban
Reason
Split.
coming into
Oh
here.
yeah,
Right now,
fucking.
the Lotus definitely feels that they want to adapt
Oh,
more
oh,
onto the
if
opponent.
we're so good at Split, then we'll pick Split. Why would we ban Split when we think we're good at Split? Well, look at this now.
Which means we get to land on bind here, which I think is also going to be.
Look at this
a
fucking
really
Loud must have listened to me.
Some great calling from Sadak on that one, but that's been honestly my favorite map from PRX's tournament.
But that
I
means
love
that
the
they've
way they play
prepped
that
a
armor comp. They
Lotus,
haven't
which means
won
that
all
they
the maps they've
will
played
ban
yet,
Split
but I think
against
they have
Sen
some
if they
great
win.
ideas that are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3?
Yeah, they're
I
just
think
one
that's
day
the
too
thing
late.
That I'm wondering is, can we get to 3, or
They're just
are
one
we
day
gonna see
too late.
Loud kind of do what GenG did to PRX? Yeah.
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on Sentinels tomorrow, right? We need
Louder
a
volume? What,
convincing
on
win
the
from either of
stream?
them.
I think that this map #1 is really going to decide this series.
Totally.
I think Loud is pretty favored.
I mean,
when
we don't know
get
what
to
the
Sunset,
casters
but this
sound like
first
yet.
map, I could see it going either way. Both these teams have,
Put it
have
on
looked
40.
really good.
40
At times
tends
it
to have
looked
been pretty
really shaky
good.
at times on Ascent. I think PRX need to win this map. If they get to 3, I honestly
Oh
favor
yeah,
them.
we get
and
Monye.
of course, I
We
think
get
that
Mon.
fundamentally
Will we get
Loud should
Monyoy?
have the upper
Monye?
hand coming into this
Monyet?
event, knowing that is,
Or
you know, the more
Monyeet?
basic map in those terms.
We don't know.
Now, if PRX, like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put, are able to disrupt that confidence onto Loud, I can see them taking this 2-0.
Yeah, and if they, I mean, look, I feel like no matter how you go here, one thing is for certain, it's that there's going to be just moments of absurdity on each side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PRX team. And
We
if
might need to
PRX,
make
well,
4
if they
different
manage to
emotes
find ways to kind of like wiggle
of
around
just.
the brain
If
of
we can
Sadak.
find different
gotta look at the
pictures of
newcomers.
Monyet's
You're
face,
talking about QCK. I'm looking
like,
at
you know,
Monyet.
a normal
What can
one
he do
for
in that one?
Monyet,
We're into the agent select, and
like a
PRX is
happy one
running
for
back
Monye,
this
a
double
sad one
initiator
for
raise comp, and Loud
for
have returned
Monyoy,
from the
and then
Yoru
like
back
a
to the Phoenix.
just like a
Who would've
crazy
said,
one
you know,
for
that in
Monye.
2024, no Sova, no Jet.
Well, this
a
is
new
one of the
way
more
that Ascent
interesting
is
Ascents you'll
going
ever
to be
see.
played. I personally really like the Gecko and the Phoenix.
no
combo.
Sentinel
I think that
Ascent.
the information and the hurdling that you can do, all the flooding that you can do with the utility and how recurrent it can be, gives you an amazing edge. And I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here.
No, this is definitely
something that
not
can
a
be
badge.
countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for
This is
Loud.
a
If they
what the
can
fuck
beat
is gonna
PRX
happen?
Here, send them home, have a chance to go for a run in a finals, and maybe get Sidok that second trophy. It would be incredible. But PRX, they always show up at the right time.
Well, let's go ahead and get this elimination match underway and send it over to your casters, and they live for the drama.
Ascent always boring? No, I don't think it's. If Ascent had a meta that was like this, that was all over the place, it wouldn't be a boring map.
Loud versus
The only
PRX.
problem with Ascent
Out of
is
that
that
one
the
of these
meta
teams
is
gonna be
so
going home
stale.
exiting earlier than they potentially hoped for here.
Is
in
Gecko worth on
Madrid.
Ascent?
And it's a weird
Gecko's
one in
okay
terms
on
of the
Ascent.
expectations, to be honest, Josh. I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus, but for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PRX.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. The Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing.
Wait, does this mean that
Both teams
Bren and
love to
Sideshow are
fight.
getting
QCK
the
immediately
grand final?
has just spotted 3 people over towards tiles.
Got lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there getting into the game because.
Does this mean Pansy and Highbuck tomorrow, and then
Pause as well, just
Bren
for
show
the reaction of
grand
PRX.
final?
There is that reaction. Loud Wandering and waiting into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets
this is going to be a crazy aggro game.
That does not matter for Kawazine. There needs to be the response, and
that's
it's
a nice...
there.
Oh!
PRX
They realize, though. They do now.
Found here, straight to the cranium. The shots
Had to reload.
a little bit messy still.
They don't know where QCK is, though. They're running right into him.
Last one standing, players are weak, walking right into him, but he insta-trade.
Taken with the 4K.
So pissed around for PRX, a highlight being focused on by the desk, talking about how much he's pissed around.
Trying to fight mid with classics. I mean,
in terms of that metric here in Madrid.
Yeah.
PRX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough
Killer
situation.
some paper thin deserve grand finals. I mean, a Killer some paper thin, I assume, will be at the other events.
The guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best
maybe
player
that.
for PRX
Honestly, I wouldn't
at
even
this
mind it if they had, you know, like the top broadcast team. Obviously, this one's only 8 teams, but if you had the top broadcast teams, like Brendan Sideshow and Pansy and Hypoc will be at all of them, of course. But then maybe if you did like second teams, depending on where it is.
Loud immediately taking a gamble in
I
round
did
2.
Dug and Bala split up because Bala wanted to. Bala for some reason wanted to be a father. And you know, spend time with his family. Imagine. Imagine being a good father.
There it is, the follow-up and double face. Might be cleaned up though here by Devi. Should be at least. Nice reactions, yeah. Beautiful business. This point though, no real chances for Loud. It looks like to really win this round, but a good chance to highlight.
I was gonna say it's
Really
only
how
a sheriff,
important
so it doesn't make that much of a difference, and then they got 3 kills.
I mean, PRX and Loud with these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online. Their attack sides.
Phoenix flash dodge. I mean, you can turn a Phoenix flash. I think the thing is with a Phoenix flash is you can turn it if you're kind of ready for it, right? If you're already expecting it, it's. You can, they turn it, but if they aren't, but if they're just reacting,
they know that PRX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation.
Okay, we've got a Phantom Force here, so we just got the Devi Force. I kind of dig it, having one rifle, to be honest, at all times. The only thing I change is just give it to your boy Monyeet.
That's very true.
Or whoever's going to be first in. Or something.
Standard on any of the 3 maps we have today.
Who knows which direction it's going to go into.
So, Loud are going to play their comp 3 times in a row. They're going to be playing the Phoenix stuff all day today.
Head taken clean off, less. 3 peaks. Plays looking away, but
there's your
nice
one
double face
rifle.
at PRX.
That's a
Making
second
sure they
rifle.
clean up those mistakes, and now the smoke's dropped down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek, but will they clear this corner? The peak angle, Sadak might just be able to react in time. He's not going to push it. He's just holding for it. 2 years. Anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Lucky to be alive there with a util out into his hands, but finally with the Paranoia sent flying.
Wow, nice. I mean, they know where they both are now.
All the appropriate angles and
It's
avenues.
still tough for them.
Down 2 versus 2.
PRX are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Loud are successful.
In the smoke, flash
It's planted here for lane, really.
Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky.
That might not even help them, to be honest.
Pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? It's a gamble.
Wow.
Oh, has he got it? Time.
He got it.
Just about.
We get the defuse timer. It only took 3 rounds. I knew it would with this game. So we got one.
Going to obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus round for PRX. But still,
Now Nick gets 13-11.
the 1v2 there, defending the wall against Devi. Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said, it's been a Pyrrhic
2
victory.
HP.
Loud cannot buy into the next. So despite the fact they get on the board, PRX achieve their goals essentially. And already we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
Been watching some old Kang footage.
Yeah.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against Dizzy. He tosses him away and doesn't ever pick him back up.
Contacting in could be.
I mean, you'd think against a
and doom here
fade Gecko comp, this wouldn't work.
Real specialist with that regard. Here we go. Thrash forwards. Wants to take the fight. Stray shots flying through. Pellets for no kill. Only the damage being done. Munyet now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel
Wait,
that
did they
off
save
with
after
info
winning?
divide. And they have
Fuck
taken
me.
tree
They saved
control.
after
Look at
winning
this
again.
Slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for this. No swings yet, just holding for the right time. He's might freak with that one, with the pause being called. I mean, PRX, this is a bit of nuance being added into their own gameplay here. Two left standing, double face into heaven.
I mean, they know where he is.
That's the real
They
threat,
get what's
which was
going for him.
QCK with that rifle. With him dealt with, it looks like a sealed up, done deal, detained. You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again, but listen, you know the deal.
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the knives to be coming out for
They're
PRX.
just racing each other for the kill.
Yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks massively, I think, to their mentality coming into this. I mean, Alex did a fantastic interview, really going in deep in terms of the mentality of PRX.
What was this PRX against Gen G? You know the problem with that?
They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing
Gen
with
G
house
are
money.
good.
You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
Yeah. And a team that's readjusted their expectations. Oh, this is a great idea from PRX. They're making it feel like it's full A main exec, and they've got Munyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid here with a nightfall as well. Sound cue's cut
Wow.
away. It's going to be breaking the glass and already in their faces. More. They know that they've got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects.
He's gonna
but
die
there
to
is.
it.
Nade just wrapping around and collecting onto 2 years. Too much to deal with.
Did get a kill,
in your
but
face.
now they're in a lot of trouble.
But yet, eager to really prove
How have
his
they not
worth.
come? I guess they
High
lost
and
the space.
mighty now, one player
So now they're going to be
standing.
back down on a save. Good thing they saved after they won a round, right, guys?
Chanting. QCK.
I don't think he's got any
in the
intention
meanwhile,
of allowing the ace to occur.
PRX just building up their eco
QCK 's
massive.
miles away
And
from
then we're
it.
at the start of the game as
What
well,
a
so it does
beautiful
matter
setup
quite a
for
lot.
PRX. I don't think PRX get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff because they move so quickly and so fluidly. People just assume it's very intuitive and there isn't too much thought really
And
going
Monnier
on.
comes
That
out.
round, they're making it feel like a big A exec. All of the utility is coming through A, and Monyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on Ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that PRX have 2 going through as an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting mid, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make are lovely. But I feel like we've seen this team evolve over the course of this tournament.
They have, yeah.
I'm completely sure that Alex is telling the truth when he says that when they came into this, they were only looking for 1 win. And I was watching them in kickoff, and frankly, I wasn't that impressed with what I was seeing from Paper.
No, it was very slapdash, you know,
Yeah.
they were throwing ideas.
Early
into the
time
mix
out for
and they were
Loud.
really
I mean, they're
just
back on an eco.
improvising.
And just to pull another quote
They're going to
from
play
that
for a
exact
mid-fight this
same
round with the
interview
Phoenix
that you
ult
referenced.
for a retake.
Alex, the coach, said,
Well,
we have
PRX
problems
are
that we
just
need to fix.
blitzing
There's
in.
too little
What's the
time,
hardest
too
side
much
to
to
retake
do.
for them?
We've been carried by our individual performances, in my
Probably
opinion,
B.
rather than good gameplay and good Valorant. But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is
That's
working
not a
for
headphones
them.
off to
And they
scratch
get
my
into
ear.
a match like this, and I don't think they are
I've already taken them off
underdogs.
anyway.
I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here. And it's so difficult to predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing?
Never.
Nobody plays like Loud and nobody plays like PRX.
Yeah.
So back down on eco
Blistering
again.
pace to begin here from PRX, but throwing
We've
enough
played
nuance
what?
into their own game plans that
So on round
doesn't
6,
quite feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud.
half of the map they've been playing on an eco.
That time now to reinvent themselves ever so slightly. Now, Loud,
Well,
with that
halfway
timeout,
through the
we're
first
heading into the
half,
half
and
bye,
you've
they're gonna
spent
have time
half
to
the time
think about some of
playing
the
for an
mistakes, the
eco.
adjustments. Probably not going to be seeing them active here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight.
Again, this comp
forwards.
is good against this.
You see the angle that Kawanzin is currently playing at. Think about Sadek with the judge, Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PRX and not just
They're
give them
gonna
space.
refight this?
But finding those timings and being able to match the tempo of a team like PRX is
With the stun?
quite difficult.
Oh.
Okay.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. Two
Just
players
chill,
left stacked
straight.
now. Cat is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Definitely time to play with, definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger here. I mean,
Sadak can't really escape, though.
no, but Mindfreak is way ahead of the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded, and he isn't. So Sadak's still stuck here. Might have to use util. Nade drop down as well. This guy is now a nuisance. A thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the mosh pit has to be committed. Forces him out wide into the open. Still alive, by the way.
Monyet, he walked in through A main.
Okay, well, he's found that timing from the classic. Okay,
How's
ahead
he
of
still
position.
alive?
2 years. He's got his, and now
I mean, they're giving
it
them
is a bit-
guns.
A little bit messy and scrappy.
But they
are used.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Devi is lurking in through B main. So because Loud are playing this composition, oh my God, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels, that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info, PRX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
I mean, you have breach ult. Do you use it? Probably not.
Themselves, did they? Didn't get flustered when Sadak got that initial kill. They managed to get themselves into an advantage position, arguably here, lit up a beacon pointing directly towards it.
Superman kept
no
going.
hesitation in the player PRX there.
No, I don't think that they were anticipating the horn coming out, though. Forsaken being deep on the B site, they just weren't ready for that.
So they give QCK an op.
Bear in mind that this was a light buy round, so it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that Loud took, that's for the rifle round coming up here. And we can see that QCK is going for an operator. So you've got the Phoenix op online. Get your bingo cards out. Did you have that one down? Phoenix op versus Gecko.
We should have.
There's no chance. Just no chance at all.
Knife is going to be big, though.
Fast, though. A lot of util now being dumped straight into main.
They have to hard reset now.
Paranoia fragment.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud because every other team would cancel after they get full 5-person hit by the KO knife. But not
PRX just keep doing this. I mean, they have done a wall across as well, but interesting they've gone for this B main wall as well. Because see, your Viper wall against a no sentinel comp
Did the TP. Must have.
Certainly thinking about it, wasn't he?
can of course be very important. I'll get ready for their mid fight, but they've got a Phoenix op to do with.
Possibly some util to set this one
Okay,
up.
now you know though.
PRX going to be aware. Nade going wide here.
Well, you should know. For some reason they don't know.
Disgusting work, and QCK would have followed through.
Here are the lurkers. 1-3-1 default for PRX. It's on Mindfreak or something to try to find timings. The spike dropped. Makes everything way more difficult.
Whoa, what a
That's
shot.
a good timing.
He does find that opening.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched, tucked into the corner. That's Sadak. He's essentially alone in this spot. They've doubled up through main. Now he's grousing.
Hey, what the fuck is Mindfreak looking at?
Looks just less and less likely. Yeah, it is.
What the fuck is Mindfreak aiming at?
Saves
Something
the
to
day there
see
for Loud.
here.
Finally getting that second one on the board.
And Loud choosing to try to fight over mid. I think they're getting the read now. After the timeout, the PRX are playing pretty heavy from mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage over fighting that cat kind of area. Yeah. You see where the Viper wall goes? Well, assuming that Les throws the same one in this round.
I mean, they got 4 ults this round now, so
And you see that
they
Loud
can pretty much do whatever they
double
want.
up with Tui's Sadak and trying to fight over that area. Now, you know,
Surviving a breach ult, KO ult, Phoenix ult retake, that doesn't sound
Sadak,
fun.
as is
Tradition.
classic.
As is tradition. Loves to pull it out. Big ults now being earned and built up here for Loud as well. Plenty in the war chest. A main control, B main control. Heavy priority here for Loud because they know how close PRX are to a few of these big ultimates. That's a nice one, QCK.
In the comp that we've
Crushes that
got,
one.
we should
Mindfreak
never be
usually gonna
doing
the
that.
lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the
They use
outside.
KO ult now?
He's used the ult there. I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was
What?
off, but
Why?
he certainly thought something was happening.
Did indeed Forsaken. Oh my, looked all the way up. How was he even expect this? No, he's backing away. Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken knows that he's backed away from the angle. He's waiting for time, honestly, making
Showing
a lot of
pressure
noise on
both sides.
of the map. There's a thrash, and Monyet just making it feel like it could be presence over towards any direction. QCK.
Why did Monyet make
lays
noise?
down with the volley, but a TP forwards to just get right past it. Devi slunk his way into the site, but can he follow up with this?
Forsaken
kill?
loses this
So much
fight
going
deep.
on all over the place.
What the fuck are they?
Forsaken
They're
lurking
trying to
through
play
mid,
like
caught
Loud
though.
did against
Now
GenG.
Monyet becomes the other lurker.
25 seconds left. He loses his duel at 2 years. Critical one at that.
And Sadak's just going to get a kill with a judge.
Gaps here into the play. Judge right in his face. And operator as well. The barrel practically in his mouth.
That is a bizarre round for PRX. But you can see that they're very clearly trying to work their workers into position. It's just that none of them actually found any success.
Take a timeout. It's not like
Alex is calling a timeout here and
the idea is bad. Monyoy making some noise on A whilst we're faking B didn't make any sense because it made Forsaken then have to swing that.
Knows that he's around, and if Monyet is able to win the duel against 2Es, these lurkers are finding opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks stupid. It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with PRX's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and PRX are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit those fairly well. So certainly a weird round, not a successful one for PRX on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series, right?
Yeah.
It's a team that are eager to try and take that battle again against Sentinels, who have just been knocked down into the lowers.
Yeah.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch. And
for the fourth time this year.
Exactly. You know Loud are eager for it. They've been shut down, put down the most recent 2 attempts. It was a very close series the last time those two teams played. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
And both of these
They
squads
have
have
left the
in the offseason after losing a
on A.
superstar player. You lost Aspas for Loud.
20 gifted of 100 Thieves win pistol. Does that carry on to 100 Thieves next game?
Loud were
You didn't put a time
close to
limit
the
on it.
grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Hello. Brawl to be
They
taken
try and go
here.
back for
This
that, and
is
Loud just push
an
out.
onslaught approaching from
Wow.
every single direction, and nobody can hang on. PRX didn't stand a chance. They're the ones that's supposed to be going for the W gaming.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud. You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set play to steal the tempo. And they've wiped the floor with PRX. An
Wow.
absolutely
What a nice play.
flawless round. You'll see that so often. It's a great idea. Your opponent takes a timeout. They clearly want to adjust something about their attack style. And you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing a very wide jumping by Monyet.
I don't think he's trying to jump it. He's trying to go back. They're trying to do the safe play again.
Players left reeling.
Devi going for the glass cannon Vandal in this round.
You want me to put on the light for the PRX?
Weird spot. That is an unusual thing to opt for.
Hold on. Let me get to
I'm
halftime.
watching the Howdong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy. He's
Oh
up
my
onto the
God.
angle. Doesn't care that he stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing in with the sack.
Oh, you saw the reach stump.
He's upset the aim entirely. Kawazine didn't know which way to look, didn't know which way to aim. Opens up the sight now for the plant. His post-plant positions of PRX pretty sublime. Devi falling.
Have they not used the Phoenix ult?
Chances here.
QCK is going to be ulting back in potentially with only an op to work with.
Dropping wall down in his face, Molly. Oh, goodness me. How does that one catch? Everybody's giving us up, it looks like.
What is going on
that?
in this round?
Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
And considering the PRX's economy was not amazing to come into this round, these are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so close to the end of the half.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have to
Maybe
eco the
290
last round
players
though,
and
if they
see how
lose this
close
one.
they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it. Let's try and build up ours.
What a way of entering, right? Monyet skipping, jumping into the site, and the spacing perfect for the trade. That, coordination not quite as good there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Did him dirty.
Have they? They've had these two ults forever.
Operators
Feels
are
like, no?
watching for every one of those
Hunting
situations.
for it. Yeah.
Kawazine set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
Face your fear!
Early Nightfall. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only one tag.
Oh, did they use the
It's going to be
recon?
onto Forsaken, so the goal of that really to try and make a fake play over towards A. Cut away to sound cues. Odin spam spraying through. They are getting absolutely destroyed here. Yes, something managed to
They
win
got the
his one,
Raze
at
ult,
least through the
but
main
now they have no
angle.
smokes.
Alter now with that showstopper. Wants to send it and let it rip. Roll in thunder. Cannot save you away from that one. It's explosive, high-octane action, but an adjustment there. Beautiful by 2 years. Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here, walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience, though, not trying to force the fight in this situation, because they have a player advantage to go for the retake. This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
Feels confident enough to
He
use
goes
the
up
thrash
to
here.
heaven? There's no way.
Onto the boxes. Forsaken going.
What the
walk
fuck
past
is he
towards Troy,
doing?
Leaves it. Now 1v3. QCK's on the flank. Should be unwinnable. Blind as anything. Hasn't given it away though. Still was holding the shift key this entire time, but if he opens himself too wide, QCK's already there. Justin, did he see anything? Not too sure. Call being made, jumping down, and there it is. The kill found.
And now all those kills matter, because now they'll be on a really bad eco for the last round, so we're probably going to get 6-6. This has just been chaos. It's just been pure, unadulterated chaos with some nice rounds sprinkled in. I mean, we just got, like, Monyet's just on site on his own.
But the exec, it wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the end.
Tui's ult? Didn't he ult? Didn't Tui's just ult from Boathouse and get a kill? Yeah, he did.
Final round of the half, chances to tie this up, but PRX's economy in the dirt.
Oh yeah.
Compared with double op setups I saw for a moment there on Loud. They'd probably toss them on the floor, looking to play them in the early game.
A heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested. He was assisted with an early fault line of Kawazine. QCK, he's not worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Wow, what a shot.
2 years. Expecting it from the high ground angle, QCK.
And Forsaken dies to
Ball
it.
thrown at them. Still,
AO
it's back
nade?
to a multitude of players now, and he's got to try and at least put up that wall to try and prevent them from getting past it. 2 years repositioned, still with the operator, and it's PRX who are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's being spammed with the rifle at work. Hopes and dreams placed onto the end of the barrels, and everything stolen away from them. So evened up. Loud doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6-6.
I think this map is probably
Who do I want to win this? I have no idea.
It bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of
Do I want SEN Loud part 15?
But I think the adjustments
Or do I want to watch a sad PRX get destroyed?
ended up playing really well.
Tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebraram
I have to play Kid in rock, paper, scissors, no?
E aí o jogo ficou um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso.
If I win, I gift a random sub. Oh no, if you win, if Kid wins, I gift a random one. And if I win, Kid has to gift one.
Muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa. Perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, a derrota do mesmo jeito.
Sure? You're happy with that, Kid?
Okay. And it's looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
Eu não vim pra substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível.
Ardell, thanks for 50 bits. The random 50 bits. Did I say Bob the Builder HD? For some reason Bob the... Oh yeah, I did. You're the one with the pop-up. Bob the Builder HD is a very funny name.
Ideas, you know, he's coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no.
What was the elevator?
About how they've reinvented the team, kind of around him, this new style that they've come forward with. And there's parity there between them and PRX. PRX have had to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet. And that's probably one of the things that's had the confidence knocked for PRX, is that they haven't really figured out what the new team identity is. The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. 6-6.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so far. But Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So I'd expect PRX to be doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before you allow your opponents to ever get into an exec.
Deep delayed knife. Monyet was tagged, but he did not care.
Okay, so Loud sticking with this
Still
wall.
holds his ground.
PRX with an interesting kind of wall as well.
Interesting that PRX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to, you know, contest mid as well. So they're not worried about Loud's wall.
Giving up that presence. Loud now opting to just contact.
And both these teams against no Sentinel, it's going to be very slow
Seems to be
contacty.
a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the
Here come
approach.
Loud.
Maybe just hearing those sound cues out towards tree, but they've closed the door in their faces. A bit of stray damage. Sadak is going to be safe though. Safe and
So they actually
sound.
just
Able to get
exit.
that plan
The
down.
Breach and Viper still chilling over here.
PRX are apt to flood defend. Currency nonetheless is still really far away.
Pause and a play, a bit of a break in the
Slow
timing.
from
He's
PRX
taken
though,
one yet
so.
still with that nade. Now, does he choose to use it? Fragment. First wave of it being used out. Here it sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy. And it's swarming into the side. Yeah, 3 players into hell. Anything to clear this one. Might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. 2Years is using it to just divide up this site as well, and it's making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Have on a defuse. Might make a difference. PRX Mind Free going forward.
What?
Away. An absolute bundle differential. Something running. A mockery.
Oh my
through
god,
lane.
what? Mind Freak?
Plenty of time.
He
available
did
to them.
what?
Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
I don't know how he's managed to pull that one out. 3 players in hell with the smoke set up. The spike is planted for them. Very clear game plan.
Yeah, of course it's PRX.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up. Get the chart out, Leo. Get the chart out.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know. Don't care.
It
Go
looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mind Freak. Nothing more to it, really, is there? Loud had a game plan. It got dismantled by some right clicks from the Classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You
really
get
do.
shot, you die.
So again, PRX being able to win the pistol
Bren will
round.
never outlive that.
First.
That'll live in Valorant infamy.
One of the things that Des was talking about, Kukuka was saying, that they didn't really get much else in their prior game.
Taste of their own medicine. It's not Sadak who's going to be receiving it though, but Kalzine and 2Years grouped up side by side.
I don't
They
love
can pivot
this.
this quickly into a B split though.
Contacting, punish for that. Could try and pivot, but not now.
They couldn't get away. They simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to take the long range fight. You know the players are tucked into the corner. There it is, cleared out. Last one to stand here. So
Have I
what
against
beginning
some
really for
egos?
PRX. I mean, again, we talk about these comps. We expect them to be attack-sided. Big execute, generating these ults.
It's a big W
Clear
that I
game
was on
plan for
that
both
plat
these
chat.
teams. PRX winning this
What?
pistol,
It was
full
about
of
100
go.
thieves.
You know, relatively cleanly. I mean, the economy.
We
is
were talking
flourishing
about
after
100
this. They
thieves.
come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
Just
And
to
then
talk
some of the
about how
paper
Loud
Rex got brought up,
anti-stratted
I
so
think.
heavily during kickoff by EG. Part of that was a cipher, which doesn't
Were they
exist
playing
for
100
PRX.
Thieves?
Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. And the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense.
That's a lot of util, isn't it?
It's a lot of util, but it's all a fake. It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A.
And again, they go for this double judge. I like it because they think Loud are going to contact warp places, and so obviously a judge is just a great way of, like,
Loud
judge and
just
off are
decided
just a
to
great way of
slowly
stopping it.
contact re-clear this area, which is a serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of PRX perfectly. What a read.
Not sure who that is on the team. Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devi almost getting spammed down, losing his life. But here we are.
So again, 5v5 set retake. Obviously,
no
2 judges for this set retake.
Don't put 3 in hell again, though.
No, probably
Not
not.
so
Playing
great.
up close though. QCK in front of the smoke.
Careful now.
Only laid down. Backing away. Now, PRX did use a lot of that util just in the beginning of that round, so I don't know how much they've got now for this retake attempt. Weaponry's not too ideal either, but Dizzy does the work. 3 revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the
Smoke again,
judges.
just pushing them back as well, and it's just random spam and spraying through. PRX, man! Running them through! And still now to sticking.
Oh, big
broken.
kill.
Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to
We
try
know
and
that
pick up
that
the
won't kill it.
pieces of this fight, but Carry set the aim in time. Something
Ooh, maybe if he just lived.
dropped. Little bit of danger.
So we found out why Wingman doesn't die to a Viper Molly. People thought that he didn't get vulnerable, but that's not true. He does take vulnerable from it. People thought it was a bug, but it's not a bug. It turns out, quite a few patches ago, they made Viper Molly deal half damage to utility.
Setup's going to look like a little more often.
That's why he doesn't kill him.
Now, Les is usually going to be trying to take B main control, and the Odin's powerful there. But actually, we're seeing a fight on the exact
And like patch 5 point
He's
something.
so aggressive with the op.
Oh my god.
Just takes it to him. And that's because Loud, you know, they're waiting for these right timings. And they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But something just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. 8 rebounds close to the corner. That's Munyet hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
What I love about
Devai
something
actually
is
gets
he's so good
aggressive
with
into
Gecko's
line.
mobility utility, the legs.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard. Pulls out the knife just to run away. Oh, he does it better than anybody.
Devai does not have a paranoia to play off here.
See,
He's
the
got
thing
to rely
is-
on the Thrash.
Yeah, he's using the Thrash to trying to set this up here. Good return on the fire there from Sadak. Gets the trade-off at least. Attainment into the corner, so it's slowed them down once more. But
See, it's a nice
seconds
idea
left into the
to
round.
actually
No prior map
use some
control
util here
in for
because they've
Loud.
seen the Raze and
They've
the
stacked everything in
Gecko,
fight up
so
towards A main. They're losing it, and now PRX have 3
does Wingman
players
take the
ready
K?
to deflect.
I think so. Does utility take decay? It's a good question. I don't know. I think so, but I don't know.
The spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munyet inside the smoke, Loud, paving the way forwards here. It's brute force. It seems to be the name of the game, but only one player will stand. Sadak, the IGL, does not stand a chance there. Collected onto the position.
Okay, PRX. Loud maybe needs to take a timeout.
They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes, so they try to dominate A main at the start of these rounds with 4 or 5 players. And even if you know that they're going A, their comp is very, very difficult to stop once they send a big exec into you. But before they can even start to take A main control, something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round.
Util don't take decay, says Potato 111. Okay, if you say so.
Clear win con. And, you know, funnily enough, it reminds me of when PRX played against GenG in the regional finals. And GenG absolutely counter-stratted the ever-loving sugar out of them. And they were going for the heavy extremity control because the comps operate in very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah. And I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind of things.
What do you hope Clove will do for the agent meta? I'm hoping it brings Omen's pick rate down, at least somewhat. Other than that, I don't think it'll do... Like, obviously, if Clove is bad, then it won't do anything. If Clove is good, then it'll probably take some away from Omen. But other than that, I don't... I mean, it depends on what exactly the abilities are. If Clove has a flash, like a pop
It's also
flash,
great to see something. Hidden shots, feeling aggressive, going for
then that would probably be bad for Yoru and
I feel
Phoenix.
like outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the PRX vlogs as well, you see it. You know, he can, wears his heart in his sleeve,
this
actually.
one?
He has to be picked up on
Peebo
a frequent
bars.
basis. You know, confidence around him, being a sports
Okay,
star,
safe allowed.
his
Again, they
teammates.
got this off.
But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal.
That's the thing. I mean, Loud setup
They know where
is
he's positioned at the
anti-op
moment,
heavy.
and that's where you should expect the op to play. Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through. Jumping spot. You do not survive that, apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clearance,
my
but
God.
still, as they're trying to swarm the positions, they're getting absolutely pounded with artillery. Still 1 HP, man. 1 HP.
What are you doing?
Maybe more than a dream. He's managed to bring this to a 2v2. Doesn't have the spike, though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. He's seen him!
Just altered up there, and he just sees him crouched.
That's unreal!
Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here.
Munyet just
on the
fucking
other side of the
chilling.
map.
And he's thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
Just no shot. I mean, less. Of course, being a difference maker. Now, they don't know where Munyet is.
They have no idea. And PRX are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense, so they assume that he's close.
30 seconds
Now
left.
Munyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the plant down.
incredibly winnable with how low these two players are from Unyet.
He could kill them both with one nade.
Exactly. The nade, and not just that, went away from the showstopper, but he really wanted to try and seal the deal. Here it is. He's got a lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, Classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards, that's gonna have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, and now he's just firing. Here's the rocket, talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he guesses incorrectly, and now he's left wondering, which way is 2 years? How did he reposition? Time, ticking, shortly getting away from him. He thinks he's behind the boxes. A miscom perhaps away from it. 2 years wins it out, and a MasterCard Thrifty.
You saw where he was.
What a wild way to end that round.
You saw where he was.
I'm really unsure how it even got to that point, frankly, but you could just see the mind games between both of those players. The less information there was available, the more it favored Les and Tui's.
Watch them run.
Just a walk in through B main. And this one.
One enemy remains.
Who ults into that spot?
Unheard of. Truly unheard of.
God,
What a fucking mess. Now they're on an eco.
Resignation almost.
It's a scary face, isn't it?
What a mess.
It's normally a little more animated than that.
We're practicing stoicism or mewing, not too sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males. Yeah. Very similar, actually, very similar. So Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of a SEN. At least
The classic Sadak call, take A main, fucking run to B and go B. And it always works.
They've got a good
They should do it more.
back to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're one round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, it's how pivotal that last round was for PRX to end up winning it out. The weak goodbye for Forsaken. How much is he really going to be able to do here with a runner back facing him? QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available corners. Has a bit of utility to set him up. Knife out, one to the cranium, does drop that one. Here we go, second go of things. Forsaken doing quite well in that position there, but going even here.
And that was that KO ult now. They're all on site.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post plants. You know, even
The thing
if
is,
Loud
they
are able
don't
to
have
get this,
any.
PRX can make it
No,
extremely
they have no
expensive
util.
just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
Being cleared out now. Smoke propped up. Pre-firing up to the sky. Expecting Dizzy. Ozine though, now defaulting over towards the foul line, using that util to try and delay, but you are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. You're in there with the protocols, and now just Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the guns, should be favored. Almost nice with the movement
Okay,
there.
9-9.
Down there. 2 players surviving.
9-9.
Loud, 9-9, even scoreline.
Nick went 13-11. I mean, maybe he's right.
Still have that cushion
Could be.
to work with. Tui's can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare.
They got what? KO ult, breach ult.
It's Loud's ults that
I think
now
this is
become an
Loud's
issue
map to
for
lose now. I
the
think.
more you let them get set up,
Yeah,
to go
this game's
for,
been a bit of a
example,
mess.
Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm
PRX
looking
have won
at the
both
minimap,
pistols. It's
PRX look
9-9.
poised to go for some serious A main aggression.
That puts the pressure on Mindfreak, doesn't it?
Yeah, because as soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Drop down, knife,
They
spam
hit
into
him.
the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never
Oh
mind,
my
he's dead.
God.
He's finished. Dealt with.
Now just KO ult, go site, but Sadek's miles away is the problem. When it's already pushed deep A.
To a B site hit. Right? They know that PRX are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato early. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PRX to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
No command. Smoke off the timing for it. Just trying to block off B main here. Molly sent flying into the smokes available here. Ready with the spam. Damage being done. Sadak barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a
tucked
spot.
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear potentially, but faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now. Reload. the Odin. 2 players left alive here. Munyet, though, has got us back to the available players.
Yeah, I think this is
really quite excellent peeking through.
probably GG.
So now Loud
Loud's
taking that
eco,
lead, 10-9.
very good off that. They still have the breach ult to
Talked about
use.
that danger zone for them, but this is how the comp operates.
And I think on attack side, they can just, like, they'll use breach ult this round, they'll probably have Phoenix ult the round after. They can just kind of chain
control at the start of the
ults.
round instead of B-main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato.
Yeah.
And who knows who would have come out on top. But PRX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read.
Loud map pick, all good. The problem is Sunset's the next map, and that's one of Loud's best maps.
And just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak could hold stuff down on the B side of the map. Les has got the read just inside his head. I think both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side. But what we saw from
PRX take their time
Loud
out,
on
but
defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch PRX doing something.
what's this elevated tweet? What did he say?
We're not really seeing that when the sides are flipped. PRX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid round aggression, and I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them. It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
I main Sova on Lotus.
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play. There are worse things to play.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen it firsthand.
Like League of Legends.
Okay. He said it, not me. I can hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PRX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game. And he snuck up to try to take fights. Grabs one.
I'll never question him again.
Forsaken scot-free, man.
He's the player that's been the difference maker this tournament, and he wants more.
Oh, punished for the jump spot.
So punished for that.
2 players waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team blind, but on side control for them, and now fighting towards Market. Something dropped dead.
So they tried to go for Viper Wall A stack this time, but I mean, they tried to have a hard read, but just didn't get it right.
They're just getting into these sites. Obviously, it's against the half by PRX, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it. They can save them now for when PRX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into an orderly and sensible fashion.
My feet can't break the door.
Again, the silver lining would be to apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely, though.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And PRX's game plan has broadly been... Hello, we'll see. No, there's no danger here. PRX's game plan has broadly been to try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly, Loud have just got into a post-plan situation.
Yeah.
And not just that, PRX are not playing the other side for full retake. They're playing it to still anchor with like one player. For example,
PRX makes me want to chew on my nails. No, this one's not theirs, I don't think.
Cheeky kill. They're on the eco. But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super
I don't know, their defense looks pretty rough here.
Retake on the other, and just rely on your double initiator comp. At least something's enjoying himself out there. This is the round where PRX.
Right, they do get an off. This is maybe their a win
chance of
condition.
winning this
Op in B main.
Angry positions here. I mean, the molly, maybe not 10 for that one, but just to slap it down onto the orb. Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and we'll clear out a few of these players. 2 years timely there with a TP.
Deuce just gets out. I mean, it's a full 5 stack for Loud, so.
Re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around the map. PRX are realizing that. The re-hits coming through.
And here it is, rolling thunder. That will be a large
Divide dodged
connection.
it.
I did dodge it, but there's a one-way smoke into his face. At least they deal with that. Run it back. Divide. Does he seek to try and
They don't get in with a breach ult. They don't get in. A Phoenix ult, breach ult, and we get stopped at the door.
And Les is now going to offload the pit to try and get them through. This is a call.
This is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into site, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
So that's only going to. That's a great fatal. Because now they know.
Even out, Prowler sent straight through tree, wondering if
You
that's
only
what's
get
coming through,
2.
but now with 40 seconds, Loud are happy to wait this one out. But
This is good by Loud, though. After the reaction that they've only got 2, to put a smoke here. Make them think that this
They've
is
smoked for a B split though, so
their kind of
Forsaken's
intention. But PRX don't believe you.
himself away, top of mid, eyes onto it, Munyet. Paranoia settling in. Divide
That's a
inside the
spike,
smoke.
so
Wants
now
to
they
rule that
definitely know.
position and take names away from them.
What?
Picked up. He's right behind them.
What?
What is that kind of play? Still, heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time working against them now. Over the top and running around. Oh my God.
That is the most important round, though, that PRX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards
What are
A.
they doing?
They're starting to figure out how Sadak's
Of course they won it.
side. Do you remember
I mean,
earlier
that was
on
a
in this
mess
game,
by
PRX
Loud. I
were
mean,
throwing
you used
huge
3
utility
ults
to
in
A
this
main
round as
and
well.
then rotating away, expecting Loud to pivot. Do not want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PRX had stacked so heavily on that area. Now, if that has got to be Alex's reaction to 2Es making the play, because he had that one moment of despair and didn't follow up on it. 2Es is actually ready to counter-op something in B main. But something, for whatever reason, has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He
So
knows
this is a good setup for PRX, right? We pushed this with the off, we've got control, we got these two pushed up here as well. This is quite nice, right? And then we leave this guy here, and then once we realize this is clear, maybe one of them pushes back as well.
We talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimates. Something. Wall up in his face, contact plays, and he's out of there.
Contact
Backing
into an
away,
ult.
covering fire from Forsaken. Making sure the evacuation goes off without
Bruh.
a hitch. Walking straight into the line
Yeah,
of
you
sight.
ain't beating him.
Something is sniping them away. and
Maybe I
precision
lied. Maybe this is
across the board
PRX's
for
map.
PRX.
13-11 from Nick could be right.
Awesome round.
I mean, this is how
really
PRX
turned the
should be
tables.
playing defense, right? Where we've got the double stack push
It's
up
only
here,
Cowan Zine left
we got an
alive. They
op
know
push
where
up
he
this
is.
way.
Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just stuck.
No chance. So
11-11.
And the adjustments coming in handy.
Yeah, looking lovely. PRX don't try to contest super early.
So Loud's eco is
Got
still
like a
good.
slightly
They'll be good no
delayed
matter
op
what
peek
happens.
into B main,
It might be a
which is a
bit.
nice
If
time
they
to
lose
go
this
for
one, it might
that.
be a little low.
And they just catch this timing. Something is always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here. If he was a second slower peak in market, he might have died to QCK. If he was a second slower peak in B main, probably dies to 2Es. It's all about those tiny, fine margins. No hesitation.
Loud scratching their heads
Okay,
a little bit
big
here,
round.
wondering how they can get that advantage.
No
Now
big
Lex
ults
takes
for
a
Loud
load
here.
of damage off the rip,
And again,
61 health
something in
drop
B
down.
main with his
It's
off.
actually
They're
one
trying to
of the
get
first
ahead of
times
this
we've
orb
seen
if
Les try to
possible.
solo take this area, and he's immediately dropped.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a counterplay, I think, as well. Less usually throwing the orb from that angle.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into market. And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Devi turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control of Tree.
And now
All
they
of
go
this
quiet
noise,
like this.
Something's getting on a more aggressive line, so if they try to go back into a
Re-clear.
B-split, it's going to be difficult.
Clear, just can't quite land the bullets. No way, this is overzealous potentially. Perhaps, maybe over-aggressive, but they're not expecting
Poor
it still.
different guy.
They've sucked up that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position into Tree, lays down the lead, but there's no
How is he
follow-up.
still alive?
Flash now to repeat.
Oh my God.
At least to try and cook up on the fly, but PRX.
And PRX, well, Nick's prediction was wrong.
It's so reminiscent of their game against Carmine Corp. The late resurgence in the final rounds. It's looking
You curses
excellent.
me.
Loud dragged 2 of the maps against
Wow.
Sentinels into overtime.
PRX, with their backs up against the wall and this map looking like it was just
Are they able
completely
to do the
over.
same here?
All of a sudden, I've found
The
some
economy is not good.
some magic.
Their game plans through mid have been countered. But they were
So
winning
what do
when
they do?
dominated one side of the map and went for the exec.
I mean, all of these wins, it felt like were just BXX, no?
Oh! Again. Les is trying to play it himself with the
And they get it again.
The same plays
5v3.
working out again for PRX.
So yeah, I mean, getting something the off has just won them this game.
Forsaken spamming, as far as I can tell, the exact same line, and this time, Les goes down, something's feasting.
Little to no
Did that
chance
hit
for
the
Loud
thing
now.
and
This
just drop
map
back
one.
down?
It's gonna be sealed up nice and pretty with a bow on top of it. For PRX, all the right adjustments at all the right time, but fuel to the fire just running out for Loud as well with his composition. They are struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online, but Wingman sends them out flying. quite connect. Kawazin seeking to try and pivot, but he can't break the door in time. Has to reload too on top of this.
He's got a judge.
Already something is there. Following the sound cues, jiggle it out, baits out the op shot, at least right into the judge. Now Forsaken, trapped in the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5, it would have to be the play of 2 years' his career to stand
GG.
even a chance in hell. And for PRX,
My feature's
leisurely
vulnerable.
walk is what it feels like. Happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset. Happy as anything. Map 1 entirely
GG.
wrapped up.
I mean, well, weird fucking game of SEN. Very fucking weird
Beautiful
game.
late resurgence from PRX there. Figuring out how to deal with
Do you want to
Loud's
play paper, rock,
attack side at
paper,
the
rock,
perfect
scissors?
moment.
Rock, paper, scissors now, kid?
And Loud, I think,
Let's do it now. We do only have one, right? So I don't think we're getting this. What's our next map? It's not Icebox. Oh, column 2? When did this happen? Sunset, so we're not getting a harbor pick on Sunset. And then what's map 3? Oh, on Bind we will, though. Breach Phoenix ult round? Can I trust you? Breach Phoenix into Viper ult, into Fade ult, into Thresh. Yeah, that did happen, as I remember. Wait, what? When did a mod guess the score? $13-11? But he said to Loud. You're not getting fucking any team. Don't give me that shit. No, 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 no. That doesn't... Even Nick says that doesn't count. It didn't say guess correctly. Oh, so if any mod just guessed any score at any time, then this counts. Okay, kid, let's do this. I'll get up rock, paper, scissors. And I guess I'm playing someone else as well. Wait, did yours have a picture, kid? Do you have a picture on your Twitch? That's you. There's no fucking way. What? How do you spell your name? Oh, it's the kid in the shadows. There you go. Kid in the shadows has a picture of a white dude on there, and I was like, is that you? I could have been. 5 gifted if 100 Thieves pistol win next 100 Thieves game. Okay, okay, Palmania, I'll remember it. Okay, here we go. Kid, you gotta go first. Right, Kid has watched every one of these, and Kid's gonna try and anti-strap me. And Kid's gonna go scissors, because he knows I think everyone goes rock. Okay, now he's panicking. Now he's panicking. So he'll do one of two things. He'll either stick with scissors, knowing that I commonly lose to people who just stick with whatever they pick, or he'll pick rock, knowing that people have won with rock. Well, let's see. Okay, he went with rock. Now Kid is, because Kid's trying to win this, he's desperate to win. So he's not gonna be a rock only player, I don't think. But there's no way he goes scissors here, so I just go paper in case he is a rock only player. Oh, he went scissors, he went back to scissors. What? Now I'm confused. Now I have no idea what he's doing. Oh, okay. And he goes paper. He thought I'd go rock to beat his scissors. Oh, and we're both just going paper. Now he's thinking. What's at stake here? 1 gift sub. Now he thought about that for a while. So if he's thinking, he doesn't stick on paper. So he's either gone scissors or rock. So rock is the correct. He's absolutely baited me there. He's absolutely fucking baited me. I have no idea. I have no idea. I've just been owned. He's in my head. He's in my head. Unlucky. Unlucky. He's just in my head. Kid, I think, was the first player who was good at the game. Hold on. When he switched to the scissors the first time, or was it scissors? Or whatever, paper maybe? When he switched to that, that was like, whoa. This guy is different. This guy's on another level. Can I gift a sub from the dashboard, please? I'm not sure I can I? And maybe I'll gift a sub to whoever... Say something funny. Whoever's funny, I'll gift you a sub. Okay, the first one that made me smile there was this guy, BMK Plays, who just said FPX, that's the joke. Which I did think was pretty fun. I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. So there you go. But then I need to do another one, right?
The overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
You read me like a book on the first round? Yeah. Yeah.
Party will be for nothing if they see us.
Didn't help with the rest of it, though. Then you started going crazy, though.
And with the 4th pick in the NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings select JJ McCarthy. Did that make you laugh?
No, that wouldn't make me laugh. So I have to do another one? Go on, let's do another one quick. Who am I playing? Should I play... Or does any other mod want to 1v1 me for them gifting a sub if they lose? Any other mods up for that bet? Mike said yes. Let's play Mike. Oh, why did I close it? I guess I can just type RPS online. Probably. Let's play Mike for a gift. And then again, if you say something funny, what's Mike's name? It's a Mike. We're gonna have to be quick, Mike. So. All right. Let's be fast. Okay. Mike's a rock player. Oh, he's a paper player. Okay. Oh no, not a lot of draws. He's just insta-picking. Okay, there we go. Oh, and he sticks with rock. Is he just picking just randomly? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, 2-2, all on this. What's he gonna pick?
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams' comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix Breach again. It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines and farming him orbs. PRX did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this Breach when Loud will be on defense on some
18 years, thanks for the 2 months.
That's something that we already saw on SEN. No Sentinel for this team. Of course, we see the stage, but it is not the same.
Now what
Sunset
should I
with
do?
No Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at
Who should I give it
and
to,
how
though?
he's going to be using those walls. Not only
Yeah, he did bait me into random pick. To be honest, the time
no matter who's on the team
baited
around
me into
him,
random pick as well. I thought the map was about to start.
Expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to PRX at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a 3rd map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and PRX. If PRX ended
because I'm a
here,
100
they will
Thieves
sunset
fan.
the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3.
No.
Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
I'm not the
for the call.
DFM.
Exactly right. It's Loud who are now on the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And PRX coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, you know, against all regular expectations, I will say.
Let's
And
give it to
now,
someone with a
set our
good
sights
name, shall we?
to Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be
Who's got a
relatively
good
even.
name?
Both of these teams, they like to play
They
this
wanna
map.
see a good
They're quite
name,
good
I'll
at
do
it
it.
in their own way and form.
I love the way the PRX approach this. We're going to see him immediately take some mid-control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're watching for it.
3 die.
Jeez. I think he got a collat there with the Ghost onto Divine and Monya.
A ridiculous beginning here.
Floppy Zoppy, that is a pretty good name. Go on, Floppy Zoppy.
Twice
You
about
win.
it now. Backs himself into market. What a beginning. I mean, the smoke deep down, not expecting that Tiles aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah. PRX is so happy to opt
Okay,
into
done.
the variance that is ever present in this
Bingo's
game.
a fucking scam.
I hope that it works out in their favor.
The overheat moment.
The smoke
The
there to try to
positioning.
block off certain
What a
sight lines
blunder.
coming from
What a
bottom
whiff.
mid. But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through tiles.
They want to take the fight straight to him, trying to earn a few more of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that, see if he can find the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but
Why does this VCT feel like there's only 3
the way
maps?
the cookie crumbled.
It's always
2 open
Sunset,
picks
Split,
up.
and Lotus?
It's actually
Yeah,
close.
that has happened a lot, although this one does have a scent and bind, but
Some
yeah,
kills
that's
under
true.
there.
Those maps have been picked a lot
See
in
how
this.
that opened up. I mean, yeah, they're just using that deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used. Loud just above the sign of market.
Yeah. It's a specific counter-strap pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, PRX stacking towards the A side.
Standing ahead.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping
So
that
they
somebody
hide
sees
deep.
it.
Allowed,
Just
their
call,
plan is just
like
to
it could
come
be that
up and
presence
then
into
just
mid.
full rotate.
Les completely alone here. He's going to get
Yes.
overwhelmed. And now PRX are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on over towards A. So Sadek's got to accelerate. They've got to get into the B site. But you've always got to be worried with PRX. Is there still one player hanging around this area? It's going to slow them down slightly.
That's why they're clearing it.
No
Due
Viper wall?
diligence. Showcase, drone through as well, making sure they're into the back of the site.
Flash.
Players though, deep flash. It's along with that, I mean, a Dizzy, a wingman, everybody collided
Oh,
and
that had a
collected into
chance
that
at
deep corner
QCK.
here, but it just don't have the weaponry to really nail them. The paranoia was fantastic, and maybe more so. One
It's so
player
low.
to stand. It's 2 years on 1 HP. Smoking onto the spike, it's turned just like that.
He's going to play for spam?
Wall up.
With the
Divine
wall, it's
blocking
over.
It has to be broken here, but a reload for 2 years now, and he's so low that it just feels like he can't get the spam bullets on, spraying through, just needs one to really hit and connect. It's not happening. It's a massacre, Thrifty.
And Divine even cleaning up 2 E's at the end.
Wow.
He can't recover the rifle.
So now a full save for Loud. What a... I mean, to be fair, PRX deserved to win this. Their Utah was really good on this retake. I mean, really good.
Is so good for flood defending into B. Flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have flash dizzy combos to get into backside, and then Sage Walls to block stuff off, and smokes additionally too.
They just have the one rifle on
I'm going to
left.
find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Nice, four spotted
Force
here.
suppress.
Wonderful indicator. What danger is there in this round? Maybe if two.
Well, they know where all five are now.
Flip the back ahead of Devi. Doesn't. He's in mid though.
2E's is fast to get into position to make the play. But two players doubled up, Devi and something looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even
He's
though that
trapped.
one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner. He's really stuck here. There's no repositioning.
Big
They've
time
overwhelmed
mistake
them.
from PRX.
What about a superior weaponry? To be that refight, the re-peek as well, a little bit strangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can't be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash, Dizzy up into the air, but Sadak, he's taking a fight straight to them, and now frustration really showing. Dodging at the timing, no! The dart
It's revealed as well, fucking hell. Oh my god, what a mess. I mean, these two just can't be fighting here. These three didn't. When 4 gets suppressed here, why did they not react? What are they fucking doing?
I'm confused though. In what way was Forsaken stuck in the corner? Monyet's above him. He can walk backwards whilst keeping his crosshair focused towards A-Link. They could have set
Why are
up
they
a
playing
double
such...
face. He's just kind of
like
shoved
one
himself
and done
in the corner
positions.
looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to
Against this kind of comp, it just makes no
Very
fucking
odd.
sense.
Opened up the
And then
door,
these
though,
guys,
for
like,
Loud.
might be sort of push up here.
Optimism.
When 4 gets suppressed and then you see this guy in mid,
And then the second round there and getting things
get
back
it,
on
B-main.
track. There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're
what the fuck is
joking.
going on?
You're joking.
And it gets Kawanzine down
Not again,
with
that's
the
a
spike.
spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground and another
What
kill. You
the
cannot be doing this to
fuck
me
are
now.
you doing?
I'm telling you,
Oh, let's not just
Master
fucking
Cover
re-clear
will be
anything
very
because we got the
happy,
spike, right?
It's not exactly the most picture-perfect Valorant that we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few Loud players are here. Spike still dropped down, but it's coordinated off,
And
they've
they
retained those
found
rifles,
2Es
and
as
they're
well.
using it to great success. Now, having to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the spike up, but listen, they're just spamming it through. One left to stand, Sadak. You can't overcome it. It's a back Thrifties.
This is ridiculous. This is so similar to Split with SEN GenG. The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol.
I mean,
round.
this one, I mean,
Loud.
less is death makes
Think
no
of things
fucking
from their
sense. This one is a
perspective,
bit
just for a
more
moment
excusable
here.
from Loud,
They're in
you
an
know.
elimination
They
game.
hit
The
Forsaken
pressure
hits
is
a nice
on.
shot.
They're playing against a difficult opponent. They've only matched up against once, and they lost that time. Expectations are mounting for
Now, do
them
Loud
to
force
try
this one?
to make a podium
They could
finish.
buy a bolt. No, they don't.
get the pistol
Of course
win.
they fucking don't
You
know
throw
that.
it away, you
This
win
side
it
I can
back,
buy a fucking gun.
and it disappears out of your hands again.
Hold on. You could just buy a gun. You can drop a bulldog.
Relation to disappointment back again here for Loud.
A true roller coaster of
I
emotions.
mean, you can just
Now,
buy.
Kawanzine's trying to get Tiles to use this fault line that goes sideways and covers both sides, and they use it to
We're
pick
gonna
off
get
something.
thrifty again.
So once again, Bren, the team with worse utilities winning it out.
Okay.
I say worse utility, I scrambled my words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Kawanzine trying to get that deep Tiles position, and this time no one from PRX punishes him for it. It's just a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where PRX want to fight.
CK will lead the charge here, making sure all the areas are cleared. We're into the side, Kawanzine dart into a deep position. An attempt of a timing by Mindfreak is immediately punished. 2 left to stand, 2 left to fight. PRX. What have they got in them? Yeah, really wide face there, and he's just going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but does he really still opt into it?
Got a flawless one in this. I question why Loud didn't buy. Because they got a better chance of winning the round if they don't, I guess.
Tombola machine.
Now, PRX will buy next round if you look at how much money they've got.
Shaken up and down.
Backside position though, quickly, Devi is going to be swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet, dropping down, and a nailed shot, man. I mean, less.
I think me too gifted a sub text here for
I'm
Nika.
not doing it. I mean, I'll do it. I'll activate the sponsors. I'll make them happy. MasterCard Thrifty.
Look, Loud are now in a position, though, where
So again, we've got
they're starting to get
the
huge
fucking
ultimates
M
on.
for Messi.
Their composition has ults that you need like
Why are we
7,
taking
8
solo
points to
swings
be able
against
to get
5
online.
people?
You're not supposed to
It
really
just
have
doesn't make
access to
any
these big
sense.
ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent. But PRX are one away from being broken here. Not that that means anything in this map.
And
now
they're buying
Lauda
off.
pretty close to some big ults. Now I'm looking at Cowanzin's positioning. And he sends an early fault line up towards A and is trying to take space off the back of this recon. But look, he is quite exposed in mid here. And he's trying to take this tiles position. The second fault line perhaps for a later reclear over towards A. If indeed you had somebody like Forsaken looking to fight there or something with his operator.
Take flight. Quite slow and steady though, cautious.
But they have multiple tools for these map control plays, and this time deciding to invest the drone. No tag, so no ult from Sadak.
Delayed wall.
Yeah, and if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind
They're
that.
pinging up onto the top of it. I mean, Divide loves to play on top of this here. Great flash. Taken, rattles off a few bullets, lets them know his presence. Knife's going to be sent into the opposite direction there with 2 tags as he seeks to try and make a go of this one here. Pop Flash plays a Hunter's Fury at his back to set it up, and there were an anti-flash position. Okay,
nice
so
molly,
Loud
though.
have the protocols to deal with that.
A flash to come through.
Themselves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates? A bit of random spray once more by Divide. Ultimate play at work. It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show for it. And here it is.
4 players blinded.
There, big one with the dizzy
Wow,
on top
what
of
an
it.
ult.
Rolling Thunder now has to be committed. Thrash slow
And
to
they
a
use
crawl.
Thrash.
Les is a monster in this spot. This particular position and any attempt here, they just
Okay,
want to
lad.
barrel over the smoke position.
Coffee cup.
Nothing.
Thanks
No
for the
chance here on
gift
retake
as
on
well
the
to
operator now, so he has to
Mastercard
just
Thrower.
run tail between his legs.
PRX's composition is fantastic on those A retakes. You saw the amount of utility that was flying towards Loud, and they still managed to come out the other side unscathed. Mostly, I think, due to the fact that Cowanzin had managed to save his ultimate. They were thinking about investing it.
Mastercard
You could
Thrower.
see Cowanzin position
we're back and forth?
in a spot
No.
where he was thinking of ulting sight towards A.
I mean, we're still getting the
He
same,
took
like,
the gamble, saved it for the
just
post
play
came
retake.
out to
Like,
the
you've
good.
got such a good retake comp.
Now Cowanzin
Taking already up.
Cowanzin dying to spike there. Don't ask me.
Luckily, they've got money to spare.
Yeah. But that's a great punish onto Forsaken. Unless choosing to try to take the aggressive option, not caught by any of that retake utility. It was perfect. Les and Cowanzin stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, and now.
So now they'll have to save, but PRX take a time out. They
How
just
do you
need
get a
to
grip in
chill.
terms of what is
Capital.
replicatable? Because the rounds that you're winning have been, you know, seemingly down to just hitting a few stray shots, going for the mid aggression.
You can clearly see that
The lit Matthew X.
with regards to money and smoke to try to
Vamos,
deny
Excellent
Forsaken.
Matthew X, I suppose, what it's
right?
probably trying to
So
be.
maybe
Thanks for the
try
8
to
months.
lean into that a little more and put pressure onto tiles. That was clearly their game plan coming in, and just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening.
Why not put something on Jack? Because Gecko's
The other
better.
part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began,
How did San Luis
allowed to start
split?
getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in
Basically,
my opinion, that was
the
biggest problem
defense
there.
side,
PRX have been able to run that same retake
GenG were
scenario
able
without
to
the
just
breach.
beat
I
that
really
post
think they're
plants.
favored.
Looked like it.
And then
It is
on the other
so
side,
important in moments like this to not overcorrect.
Sentinels
If
are
you
only
have
okay on
the
their
right
attack side,
ideas,
and they lost both pistols.
and they're just not working, you might still want to stick to them. Like I was talking about earlier.
Really, the
PRX
game
do
was
have a lot of
probably
variance in
over
the way
when
that they play.
GenG got 8 on attack. Because again, Sen's
You've got two
attack is
teams
like,
this that
okay.
are so down to just opt into fighting against each other.
And they just were able
It
to
is gonna-
survive, though.
It is going to vary.
Like, Sen normally have
Form
some
is
very
gonna
good
play an
retakes,
enormous
and they
factor.
just...
Feel like just a coin flip at times here. We could buy 4 PRX. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Okay, so we've got 1 rifle and 4 sheriffs.
Mindfreak is
So again, you want Mindfreak here
recipient
really
of
with
the
the 1
rifle. He's
rifle
gonna be
to
holding down
you
a
know,
B angle
try and
just
be
by
aggressive
himself
if you
here.
can be.
It's going to be given up. Acknowledgement there with the dizzy going down, so they know that there's players lurking around, a slow default play, which, you know, isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No, and you can see that Loud is starting these rounds really passively. They're making sure to not go for any deep plays over towards mid.
Or Mindfreak.
They're barely going into B main until just now. Spot the shoulder of Mindfreak, and he hops away.
Okay, that's pretty good info. We might start to get a Sage wall in here
really
from
get
Divide.
confirmation
He
there
should
that he
wall
has a
this
rifle.
now.
I'm not sure.
It's a very good time to do it.
Mindfreak position Always trying to tuck
Don't know
himself
what
up
he's
onto the
waiting
box
for.
here. Are they even going to be aware of it through Slow Warp at their feet? Kawazine, a few random bullets. He might think it's cleared. It's not. Patience.
And the wall?
Played to perfection here by Mindfreak. Might be looking for a few more still.
Just
Got
chill.
down to two
Just
of them.
chill.
Divide has a gun of his own now, ready for the spray through, ready for the spray down, revealed, tucks to the corner, sidearm out and wide, but less will put him down and put him to rest here, dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now. Positioning flipped around, weaponry handed over. Discipline honed and ready, showcased by PRX. Now listen, the spike is on Les's side, but he's gonna have no opportunity to really get a free plan off here. Molly down, running through it, Moniette, and there it is. Round one, they know it, tucked to the corner, something. Recognizing the win conditions, guess what? Another Massacre Thrifty.
He wants to keep the arm.
Also, an ace.
And let's get to an ace.
Just to cap off how absolutely crazy this game has been, we have another Thrifty round, powered by Mindfreak being able to get a Q play in this corner and Kawazine not really able to clear it. Divide following up with the rifle. And Les does what he can, but it's not enough. Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfreak. Now Loud, change up the
Oh,
pace.
the double flash.
Oh my
nice.
goodness, it's PRX taking the fight straight to them. Yeah,
Get
Loud
out.
opted into that pace increase. They
Get the fuck out! What are you doing?
Being punished one-way smoke as well. This is just sharpness on
And
display.
we just run through our own one
That's
way.
wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean, Loud have been playing such slow defaults to start these rounds off, focused on main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
With the gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap, tap, tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years survives the duel and encounter.
Okay, 1
Has the
HP.
spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that to make this winnable, especially when he's on 8 HP.
And I'm not exactly sure what the read was there for Sadak in this round, but PRX have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time.
Fucking hell,
over
Monya.
towards A main.
Monyoi's
I think
back.
you've got to
Look
start
at these
trying to
smokes.
take space in the early round somewhere else on the map. You can go back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone, but I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is going to be so difficult. There are so many tools, though, that PRX have at their disposal with this no duelist composition. If you ignore A main completely, sometimes Divide might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it.
That is a nice starting
What are the
idea,
chances
though.
that
But
both
he was
teams
just taking
decide
forever.
to fight A main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect. PRX fight through all of the smoke utility to get the kills.
Yeah, not just the flash connections, I mean the shots on target too.
Yeah. And that was something that I was a little concerned about going into this game, actually. Loud are going to take a tactical timeout, but
Okay, now
I
Loud
felt
take a
like from
timeout.
we
What a
had seen
bizarre
over the
game. For
course of the
PRX, it
rest of
feels
this
like whenever they are
Loud
aggressive
had
somewhat,
more
you know,
players
with the
stepping up
Thrifties,
with
like
their
they've been
individual
really
form.
aggressive.
You know,
They
Les
find more
is just
success. In that round, they found some
He's
success.
always a monstrous player. But I feel like
Oh,
QCK's
perfect. I
had some
might
big
just keep
moments.
doing that.
Louise has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was looking at the other side of things for PRX, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today,
Will we get a
he's been
Killjoy?
on
We won't
fire.
get a Killjoy, so this one's not
If you
happening.
want to look at one individual that turned the tide
What
of
mod
Ascent,
gets
it
the
would be
score?
something with the operator in
We're
his
not
hand.
getting Bench Map. We will get Harbor
And you've
Bay.
also been getting better and better performances from Moniette as he spends more time with pressure on
We're
him
not
on
getting
the
a Killjoy
stage.
ult fake. Omen ult to pick up Spike.
Alex has been alluding to as
Needs
well
to
in
happen
his
in this
interviews, but
map.
Just that stage experience being so valuable for a team like PRX when they've been making these adjustments, trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PRX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again. You know, Sova, Viper
I mean, if
over
he does
towards
that
A,
dart.
Kawazine, Tiles. Ready for any kind
Oh,
of
no, they go for
mid-aggression,
this dart
sure,
instead.
but not actually taking aggressive
And
map
Manya's got
control
a
in
judge
B main
here.
or market.
And then he has the
anything like
wall
that.
to try and escape as well.
Through mid, face wide, doubled up in the high-low, but no casualties or kills. Yet Divide, he's making a go of it, he's making a mess of it.
Yeah, actually
I mean,
tied for
Kawazine
the
puts him
Mosh.
to rest.
Yeah, the Mosh got a kill, and Sadak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, in. Oh, no.
Wait!
He's what? What's going on?
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved. Cowanty sprays down too, but something gets the response.
Now, if he had his ult, he would ult the spike.
Of course, he's not in A main
Unfortunately,
where
he
the
doesn't
fight
have
is
his ult.
happening.
Oh, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the map, of
And
course.
He certainly is. Without the Omen ult to be able to make the play happen. Thrash hunting him out. Smells blood in the water, but can't quite get a sniff this time.
Misdirection might be working to the
30
favor
seconds
of
left.
2 years now. Time pressure will work against
See,
it.
this
Spike
smoke,
dropped
I
down
think
into
has
no
kind of
man's land.
revealed this,
Something
to be
gives him
honest.
a free kill though. This is winnable.
That's how the clutch really begins, but he was just
Yeah,
aiming in
I
the
think
wrong
it's smoke
location.
that kind
4
of
kills
told
in
them
a round
where
of
he
something.
was, to be honest.
And this round,
Especially
Loud
because,
did
like,
actually
with my
connect
freak
it.
here,
It wasn't
they
early
know
round
he's
market
not
control,
around here.
But QCK started
So
walking
really,
into
just
mid
kinda had
after
to
they
be there.
realized PaperX weren't fighting it, and then was looking to prod towards that area of the map.
Yeah.
But there was no smoke up towards top mid, not enough players in mid to dominate those sight lines. And
Must have a
there's
timeout. I mean,
kerfuffle that happens over there that PaperX come out, I guess, to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the PaperX players just peek. The more mess that's involved here, the more I think you start playing towards PaperX's strengths.
Fast play again. Deep molly, deep dart, flash into the corner. Munyet's here
They
with
don't
the
think
judge.
he
No clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy indeed. And guess what? Exactly where a team like PaperX thrives. Pound for pound, this team who were born and bred in the chaos. And they're showcasing exactly why you can never underestimate this squad still.
okay, they know where the last player is, so
Walks straight into it, 2 years.
they can
Again,
start to converge on him.
brought into essentially an unwinnable scenario.
Another round, another Loud player
Surrounded.
in a 1vx, completely surrounded.
Yep.
And PaperX are coming out here.
Use ult?
They're really
What, you
not
wanted him
adjusting
to
their
ult here
defensive
to
setup
here?
Too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push PaperX back, and they can't figure out how. The judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides, just getting pulled into the maw of PaperX.
I saw smiles on the faces of the PaperX players. Of course it would be.
Yeah, not the coach.
Never, Alex.
They're just doing it
Scary with the
again.
smiles, actually.
Got an outlaw this time for something.
This is the first time PaperX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here. Loud are actually being given this space. PaperX anticipating that they would
I think
change
it's
it up.
into B main.
Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beating them.
Allowed not to be deterred, though. One away from the ultimates.
And something can see nothing here, so they might close the door and try and rotate over one.
Deep drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Munyet, his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake, but they've popped the null command. And Loud think that they're anchoring the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange standoff.
Thing is, they have the door shut and they have my freak in a good spot. We're not going in that ult for the spike. Not in this. I guess Munyet could do it next.
Just sticking that one.
Next
So he's
half, but
giving himself a deep position to mid.
it has to happen
Too
in
much money.
this game, I
Might
think.
be eager though for a challenge here. How's your
Loud.
reaction time? Sun flashes on flashes. Paranoia to meet their match.
Paranoia,
And a deep
good.
dart as well. That's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury though.
Oh,
Tucks
they-
into it, gets the connection, gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet does a decent job of just avoiding it. Dodging, ducking, weaving, but not enough there. And a repeat with the outlaw.
Wow.
Something has something to say. On a reload online. Shock dart. Oh, jumping around the punish. And they're out wide.
And the
Oakland
Vi wins it. PaperX already up
Even
to
when Loud are given
up
control
to
of
7.
elbow, PaperX still find a way to come out on
They
top.
have to go
This is
full
5
shields. I mean, you
rounds
can
in a
just
row
buy
now.
him now.
After a very back and forth beginning, when no team could really get a handle on the economy, everything that Loud tries, bearing in mind that this was a
I mean, they just
lower
keep
eco
running
buy
into
as
a bit
well,
of a brick
but it's
wall on
all
A.
just been getting crushed. Surely Loud are going to change things up. And this time their attacking setup, does look slightly different. PaperX have already anticipated it though. For tiles, flash
Time for
beat.
mid. When it's here already, forwards
Wow.
in the approach, and he is set up with that util. Run it back,
And
dealt
they
with,
killed the...
and dropped immediately. These ults just.
Now, the only thing is, Les has got ahead of something.
Into B main.
It is a great read though from Les. He realizes that if they're fighting over mid, they can't be doing their normal A setup.
this is gonna be
he
a
takes
free
his
one.
timing into elbow. There is a chance that a bullet could find the back of something's head here.
Yeah, he's not watching for it, and so he will be
Now
falling.
picked.
Flatlined to the side, and a sight gains now for less. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot.
They have to
Smokes
come this way
could
because
drop a
otherwise
bit.
they just rest this.
Falling down, he certainly could, and really turn this into more than a winnable spot with 2 years in that late lurk play.
Second loves that angle, and it's not very good. Could you res mid? Could you res this?
Advantage here with the hit with the rolling thunder. Really just letting it loose and letting it rip here. Sky high. That's Devi. He's going to be flying forwards and won't be able to withstand any sort of pressure there, leaving it just to Mind Freak now.
Mind Freak's been good at catching 2Es in all of these previous rounds, but finally 2Es gets his value on the
Okay,
lurk.
7-5.
Loud with 5. But questions in my
I mean, these
about
games
whether
have just
or
been
not
a
that's
mess
gonna
with
be
no.
enough.
Who knows?
There was a serious
No
streak there
sentinels.
of dominance from PRX on the defense side. And I do like the way that PRX play their attack too. I think both of these teams are very confident in Sunset. Still, anybody's game, but Loud, the team under the most pressure.
Of course, listen, it's elimination. They're already one map behind. It's going to have to be that comeback starting at the pistol round in that second half. Before we even get into that as well, earlier we did hear from Forsaken just heading into the series.
Hello guys, I'm Jason, aka Forsaken, and I play for team PRX. Against GenG, we lost, but I don't feel anything and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I can tell that
I
we
don't
lost
feel
because,
anything.
I mean, they play well, but at the same time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, you know, because I know that they're good, and also we're not in the good shape. I mean, like, we have like shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's like we're not
Shaky
doing
roster.
as bad as last time, so I didn't like regret or whatever.
Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
If we meet Loud, I mean, I'm just gonna go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been like lost like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC. Because I felt like lucky, I would say, last time. But, you know, like I said, when we go lower bracket, and every time we already played the match, finished the match, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
It's such a funny mentality to have, isn't it?
Yeah, Forsaken just
like, whilst everyone else is fighting for their lives, you're just like, yeah, we probably should have gone out way earlier. We are very good.
Expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace.
It's so
Looking
funny.
to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for PRX is that their previous playstyle involved them being in the flow state, of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and worry about the fact that you're outside of it, the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that.
Now, I would suppose that it should be an attack-sided map, right, with no sentinel on either side. I mean, you can have some nice retakes,
And the pistol rounds
but
have been, well, I hesitate to say important because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map. But they could be decisive. Everybody on PRX grouped up to try to punish 2Es.
Disrespecting for that one here. 2 years. Backs away with the TP. Off-angle approach now with the paranoia. Sent flying onto the left-hand side. 2 years. So not accounted for. QCK just trying to back him up as well as bail him out. And they are just collecting all sorts of kills with the damage done. Through the wall, not enough to collect the kill onto Devi.
Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves into spots where they couldn't quite get it. Overextending to deal with Devi. Sadak shocks himself on the corner but does pick up the kill.
Getting flustered perhaps. Okay, there eventually with the reset of the
And
aim.
behind the wall.
Less. A 1v3. Seen magic.
He's done damage, but he can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the pistol. On both sides. Right there. For the retake. Right there. To block off angles.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the post.
just old chilling elbow.
Such a nice addition to the KO Gecko comp that a lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. The man in his face, follow through with the bullets. No kill collected, but he does have too much to do. Already the time's getting away from him. Look at PRX. Stanced up, holding their ground, swinging off the contact, and that's pistol round 1 out for them. It's been so damn important. Like you said, you know, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it despite the initial start of this first half, but really it sets them up
Double
beautifully.
dinked him through.
Look, slow up there. Devi is used as bait, and they really do bait Loud into taking bad fights in that situation. All of this was set up as well by an underhand KO flash combo with the Dizzy.
I
know that
mean,
people
they
are
also
looking
missed
at
the
this
one-way
something
here as
POV
well,
and
which has
talking
kind of
about how
allowed
he
them to
doesn't,
do that.
you know, recycle the Gecko utility as much, that kind of thing. But they are really good at being able to combo those together to apply a lot of pressure to their opponents. And frankly, PaperX move fast enough that sometimes you wouldn't even use the second round of Gecko util. Les takes an opportunity to try to go aggressive, gambling on the fact that PaperX would not have everybody stacked in B main.
This is where the danger zone presents itself for a team like Loud as well, because yeah, you've lost a pistol round. And PaperX on our attack side again, very ult generation heavy. Something now one away from the Thrash to be used into the bonus round into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much more damage here.
Loud
retake.
On the flash peek into backside as well.
Whoa!
Picking up
Losable.
2. Still got that
Oh,
wall.
did they realize?
Two is on the flank.
Yeah. Peppered here, holding the util. Good
Oh.
adjustment by Mind Freak.
Close.
Teammates, but yeah, that got
Actually,
close.
to turn that away and send us down the spiraling path of
Something
Thrifty
doesn't have a
after
gun.
Thrifty. But it was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Wall just makes so many of these post plants a little
Also
easier
good. I mean,
to play.
again, this wall is
This is a
good
map where
because
we've seen a lot of
playing
teams develop
post plant and B main
really
is
solid
good.
retake setups, where
Right?
the amount of
Otherwise, this
utility
wall
coming
isn't
in
that
just
good.
ends up being overwhelming.
Like,
But if
if
you
the
force
post
the
plant was
retakeers
you
down a
have to
certain
play on
path
site, then it wouldn't be
dictated by
that
that
good.
Sage Wall,
But
things get a
because you
little
can
easier
just
for
wall
Thrash
this
and
and just
PaperX.
chill in here, yeah, it's pretty
Just
good.
throw a wrench into the plans of a lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early Thrash. Used to set up here, out towards A.
But a fake in terms of where the pressure's actually
Feels
coming
like
from.
it. Yeah, I mean, he did have the spike on him, but the rest of his team now working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these
Triple
sounds,
swing
we can't
this
survive
way.
it past
Problem is
the
a
box. A call is
kinda
made though.
trap.
Loud to commit into this fight. I'm going to commit heavily out wide. Miscommunication perhaps as something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike drop down. It's a favoured situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve.
You have to
Fournier
come
gets
through
another
this
smoke
way
line,
now.
which he does. He just sneaks in, sneaks
Oh, he
out.
got it.
And now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, suddenly there's a lot of doubt in the heads of this Brazilian team.
Daylight robbery from Moniette.
You'd
They're
expect
coming
the
back
spam to
to
be
A.
coming through as soon as the smoke gets deployed.
It wasn't there though, and now, because Loud was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and reclear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from PaperX is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching of Sunset. He's very aware of those mid lurk timings, but PaperX are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map
They
here.
finally figured it
How far
out, but
away
how
the
deep
nearest
do
Loud player
PaperX
is.
go?
PaperX have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. PaperX seeking to try and fight them deep into these angles. Now Loud already for it with those protocols. Moniette left alone to his devices. Only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be mistakes to be made. Less though.
Okay, not a bad round for PaperX, all things considered. They got 3 kills. I mean, they had a chance to win it though. I mean, when they get this first kill here, we end up in a 4v4. Something just ends up kind of overcommit on the swing. They did use a Gecko ult as well.
Nice spot. And not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents, you're going to leave those gaps open. Something, of course, he is picking up the attack side operator here on Gecko. His opping was sublime on Ascent, one of the big reasons that Loud are now one map away from elimination.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up. Pretty heavy with the economical
Loud just happy to
investment
take a
across
risk
the
here.
board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a bit of money to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his darnest to try and build up towards that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from PaperX. Loud choosing to try to fight A main there. Recommitting to the angle after this utility was thrown.
Pushing them up. Here's a pivot though, straight into market. They got anything to try and push 2 years off. Here are the sound cues. Tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well timed on top of it. Here we go, drone into mid, Munyet. Second tag, fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now, deep knife going to be landing
too suppressed here?
Wall through, broken immediately. Couple of shots sprayed out. Can't quite break it though, Munyet. Could really be that insurance player now. Coming out from the back, here's the rotation, QCK
kill.
collects him. Quick on it with the trigger. Now we see it, players lit up like a beacon. Something only the one instant trade, something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other, but they are overwhelming them. Mindfreak towards the back, less is dodging and weaving, gliding across the
needs to
floor.
go back to the current army, and he's only got a Spectre.
Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game 2 years.
Big round for Loud.
And approach.
Loud coming out with a big
One
win
yet
there
maybe
after
just
allowing PaperX to
thinks.
get in onto site.
I mean, if he goes either way, if he just chills for a bit more,
QCK's at the bottom of the scoreboard. Doing
this or this would have been very, very strong.
To get in through A main.
Just trying to take QCK out there. Probably thinking, hoping he's running, just fully running it.
Take some fair duels. And I'm surprised at how much the PaperX economy was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though I thought they were taking the previous one as a bonus. Clearly, they didn't. PaperX messing with their own economy.
Tuiz goes with an off. We saw this against SEN where he was walking off here. This time he's in mid.
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh,
Oh,
wall
did you see
down.
him?
Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that angle.
It's very rare that you see less scrambled, but he did seem a little less than his calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some pace.
Drone in mid doesn't see anything.
Clear game plan here for PaperX, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. PaperX now defaulting back over towards B main.
And Tuiz getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently, but Tuiz has been doing quite a lot of opping at this event so far.
Yeah.
And it allows them just to post him up on A, and they're not
It's
too
going to be
worried.
a straight B hit after creating some pressure in
Keep
towards
stacks
mid.
towards the rest of the site. Having said that, Loud are mostly playing B for
This is the thing, when Loud's wall is up, you know that they don't know what's going on in mid.
challenge this.
Inside the market, Dizzy. What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux. Side by side, wants to play together now. Him and something here. Running back forwards, facing with it. The flash is not connecting here. Less run the back, feeling really the heat and the pressure. But Kawazin seeks to relieve it. And now back into the action and the fire. Rolling Thunder committed. You're not getting away with that one yet. TP to evacuate and escape the eye.
I don't know why our one Vandal is back here. Doesn't really make any
Where that come from?
sense.
Mindfreak. 2 on the table now, 2 left to go. Dropping down, knows they're not on it. Peeking through, another tap will force Mindfreak out into the open. Kawazin really seeking to deny this.
What have they done? What have they just done? How have they lost an actual 1v4?
That was them on basically an eco round as well. Going to be labelled as a Red Bull clutch, but could just as easily be called the Thrifty. Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mindfreak, and Loud could not find a safe position to go for the half.
Hesitation just to stick it and trust that they could potentially just hold down the angle. The Kawazin in that spot. I mean, it's super reminiscent, honestly, of the other day.
Why are they not holding the left side, though?
SEN, John QT's playing the clutch.
I mean, where's he
they can't
going?
decide who's sticking, a bit of miscommunication, maybe getting frantic.
It's very tough in those
Yeah,
situations
timeout.
where you don't have
Timeout.
smoke utility, because you don't isolate.
Why is our Vandal back here? I mean, I was right
could be
until I
leaking
and
from.
they used
So
to
really,
breach
you gotta
up as
just
well.
tap and
We
push.
got one yet.
But instead they were, Sadak's trying to get half, wondering if he can, trying to tap to bait out the peaks, hoping that they can rely on their individual skill to win it
that's
out.
tough.
And Mindfreak simply better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for PaperX. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is PaperX are getting into post-plant situations quite a lot, and then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression, and there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing
they got
with
a
just
lot of ults now as
stingers
well.
into market there without too much util at hand. They're finding it difficult to pick those
We've seen a
timings
lot
to
of
disrupt the
B-hits
Loud
from
retake.
PaperX.
And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams, but not against the comp that Loud are running. They're going to get obliterated. See if they change things up. or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad bit better.
Strange buy though for Loud.
It is, yeah. It is a
Invested into
force.
it. Yeah.
But Les would rather have a sheriff than anything else.
This guy, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever seen.
Slow beginning though for PRX, nice and cautious off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands. Initially, lots of ults really to work with for PRX on top of that, so being given that B main control essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've spotted 2Es, and that
They
seems to
push
be a
2Es
hard
back
read.
and
That
they
if they see 2Es over
go for
towards
this. They
A,
KO knife
it's
B though.
not the Breach Phoenix setup.
So I like that. I like the
They
KO
were
knife
ready
being
to go for the
B.
B
That's going
exec
to hold
there, and now
these
they've
guys
just come
towards
all the way
here.
back over towards A. And that's got to be a call from Mindfreak, I think, because he's the only one getting info on this side of the map earlier. They're going to hit a fairly weak site. 30 seconds on the clock.
Orb rebounding, 2 years chance to play spoiler, but no, he's out of there, so.
Yeah, fairly normal wall.
Sticking around to find out with this one. Hunter's Fury to try and
Pops up
deny this
blind.
one. Plans will be disrupted. Flash up into the air. It's actually a nasty one as well. Connected onto a multitude of players.
And
now
they
the
do
plan
actually
and the
just
pit
use all
all
their
lay
ult.
it down onto the site. This does make it difficult. Toxic screen going to be covering the entirety of the field.
No way of really using these flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely. Paranoia though, Monyet going to be using this one nice and early.
Mindfreak can just hide behind this box, man.
Mindfreak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical player. Has to dodge and duck and weave away from these bullets. Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the ore placement on high. 2 years. He's got so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous here for Loud. With
Drop the tip. That's quite a nice idea.
investment. In fact, the total
Okay, big round for
investment
PRX. Obviously, they just spam them with ults, and
They put everything into
that was
that
pretty
one.
good. I like the
It
call
was
that they
weaker
made here.
because it was a
You know,
force.
KO
They were
knife just to
coming
hold
into it
them
with
here. Come back
at
towards
least
A
one
once
Sheriff and I
Mindfreak
think
kind of
a
realized
Stinger to
2Es
work
had
with.
gone.
But they forced into this to try to stop PRX from getting
Then
to
obviously
11
this
on
is
the
just
board.
impossible to deal with, really.
Loud are now only 2 lost rounds away from being eliminated in 4th place.
When was the last time that happened?
I mean, top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here, sure, 8 of the top teams. Look at this, another boost play coming out from PRX.
Oh! It's disgusting.
They were innovating with that over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out the Sage Comp on Pearl. Bait out the fights here from QCK
Bad
and
fight from
2Es.
Loud.
And this tower is coming crumbling down, making a fool of Leicester boot.
It's pure whimsy. Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have brought this to series point, match point. Loud on the verge of being eliminated.
Okay,
I don't
5
think
chances
many
to do it.
people had PRX winning in 2-0 fashion. Loud now need 5 in a row to be able to pull this out. And for them to go for this boost play, they know that the Dizzy has been broken in many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that in a round where Loud were just going for the eco anyway, trying to play for overtime, forced to by the Force in round 19.
Okay, here we go.
And this is now going to take some heroics.
5 chances, and obviously the flawless will help them. They still got a res, they
There
still
with a
got a
knife.
Gecko.
He's so
Ball
fast.
now for
He's so
PRX.
fast.
Oh
Monyet doesn't
my
care,
goodness.
man. Disrespectful in nature. Back though of the head. Flipped up by Kawazin as he does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash though. Set this one up forwards here, still slowed.
Oh.
Seeking to reposition.
Oh.
Kawazin lays down the law and potentially gives them a fighting chance.
Okay, the ult went the other way. Our initiators went the other
The
way.
hero just when his team needs it. One more onto Forsaken, important, and he takes it.
Good control.
4K in the round.
Something drops him though. No ace to be really looked for. Something pulling this out of seemingly nowhere. 1v1 and Loud. Desperation. QCK
that's
knows
big.
the position. Throws the molly. Flash round dodge. Juked. Avoids it.
Oh!
QCK
Nice try.
saves the day.
It takes
Nice try, but
such
now they
heroics
won't
from Loud
have
to
a
just
ton
put
of
the
money. I mean, they got a
first of
Phoenix ult, that's
5
pretty big.
necessary rounds on the board. Kalanzin was slowed up, top A link. Had to take out 2 players where the trade, it looked like the spacing was good. And he'd already shut down that play from Monyet. Deletes 2 players. as they
That
come
was
out
a
the corner
Mon
there.
Yeet
Mindfreak
round.
Divide both falling.
Is what that was.
And it still came down to a 1v1.
Oh.
Just full mon yeet.
You have to see
Running
that
up here.
repeated a
We're gonna
few
keep
more
running.
times. Loud. Ideally with a couple more players intact because taking some nasty hits to the
Yeah, they got a Guardian.
It'll have to be done if they want to stay alive in the series, stay alive in the tournament.
Something looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against Les. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall.
I want my ult.
Les normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take matters into his own hands. Mind Freak taken out. He's not the res online for this one, but Divide with him falling, no longer available.
Easy res.
The reaction from PRX, looking to try to hoover up this B control. Given that Les was peeking over towards Market.
Straight in there.
Empty.
Dizzy committed by something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deeper line.
Wow.
You don't expect that. Drops it. 3 versus 3 now. The knife attack.
Yeah, they got info on 2. They know Viper here. Solo backside.
But he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here. Something going for the peak. Going for the peak. Catches it in the perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing. Les. Again, heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out swinging. Traded. 1 to stand. 2 years to do the most. A fake with the TP, a paranoia evaded and dodged and juked, but the crossfire setup is too strong, it's too damn strong, and PRX sealing away. Loud, dropping out. See you later, sent to the airport.
And something closing
Pacific
out
Best
Sunset,
Region.
doing everything for them today. What a time, what a game to come alive. The best player for PRX in map 1 and map 2, sending home one of the VCT giants. What a clash. What a way to have this rivalry continue, with PRX being able to get the advantage over a team that loves brawling, loves playing against opponents that are swinging into them. Loud unable to find the control here today to shut them down.
With that, we will say goodbye to Louds. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless. Top 4 really gets heated when you have 8 teams at this tournament because the competition starts from the get-go.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a difficult position, honestly. This new style that they've come up with, it does kind of cause them to have to plug gaps constantly without that sentinel. They have to be mobile, they have to be aggressive, and they're playing against a team that wrote the book on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
PRX jersey is pretty
still
sweet.
had that diligence to their play today. Still had a really nice, close, steady attack side.
Absolutely insane stuff that we've witnessed as PRX squad lives yet another day. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Unbelievable stuff from PRX. So many people doubted them coming into this series. A lot of people were just flat out
Something
giving
there.
it to Loud.
It did feel like he was just on one at the end of that game.
This team is inexplicable. Anytime you think they will not perform, this team steps
Yeah, he had a
up.
pretty good
They've
game.
improved
Justifying
so
my
much from
selection.
The first match they showed here in Madrid, from losing that
What is the
final
event
to
like now?
GenG, to now showing up here. And honestly, I think playing
Still
an
on the right to the
exceptional
top,
game
less.
against Loud. They knew how to
Finishes
deal
it
with
with
this
a pretty
comp.
good.
The
Tui's
individuals
finishes pretty
are
good.
stepping up. Somehow something
Meteor's
looks like
been
a top 5 player
frying.
again, and he's ulting on
Munchkin
Gecko
frying.
every match.
I mean, a
It's
lot of
ridiculous.
GenG
But
players
you know
are
what,
there,
though,
as
I
you would
gotta say,
expect.
I'm liking the ideas
Sen
that I'm
players.
seeing there, even
John
though
is Sen's
sometimes
highest
they look a
rate
little
player.
bit
There
rough.
is something.
I like the way that
This
something
is
just
Valorant.
proactive
Saken's
wants to
still
get
up
out there.
there.
He'll send
Heritage.
Wingman to go and handle business and
Top
give him a little
one
bit of more
pick him.
information. He's
Your boy
using the kid
Tens.
in a way that is working for him.
Yeah,
you know?
we really didn't
My
know
top
what
10?
this team's
How's my
style
top 10
was
looking?
going to be without Jing, but they have
First two,
continued
perfect.
to find themselves.
I didn't have
Maniac
Tui's,
has
I did have
improved
Mini Boo.
throughout
Didn't
this
have Rien.
event, and they've hit that
I
flow
didn't have
state
either of
again,
these
it
two or
seems.
Yeah,
Jill.
and that is
I don't think anyone
very
did.
scary for anyone else that they will
Didn't
go
have Karen,
up
that's my
against.
big
The question
mistake.
is
Did have
obviously,
Texture, did have
can
something.
they maintain
Did have
this
Forsake,
momentum?
did have
But
Zek.
here's the fascinating thing about this game is that,
It's not bad.
Quite honestly, Mimi, and I say this with full respect, it was
I
like
had
a
Martine.
boring game to a certain extent. PRX were kind of just doing
I had Kang
their
Kang.
thing. They were drilled. They had moments where
Is there anyone I had who was
looked very
below
well
1?
put together. They weren't trying to go for
Chichu.
anything
My
too
boy.
wonky, but when
That
they
was my
did, it
mistake.
looked like they had a plan.
The
It looked like
Chichu
they
was
had
the
a
mistake.
very solid approach. It was honestly a joy to see this team evolve.
Okay, we didn't get into
this
the bingos, I don't
competition here
think.
in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken
No.
as well. He's the guy you have to highlight, playing seemingly
So,
every
yeah.
age, doing
No
so
bingos.
incredibly well. The guy has improved to an unbelievable degree along with his team. I think we've really seen this evolution, this next
So yeah, I
step
think that
of
will be
PRX,
that.
and I just don't
APAC
know how
versus
they're
APAC
getting away
final
with it.
incoming. We'll wait for the interview. So we got what? PRX SEN.
First of all, congratulations on the win. Now, I have a very first important question. Your team wears the banner W Gaming. Can you explain to me how does an Opping Gecko fit so well into a W Gaming team?
I mean, technically on Sunset we don't really have duelists, but I mean, men just love to op, you know. Like it doesn't matter what agent you put on him. Like he just like, oh, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op. Sorry?
On Ascent, you do have a duelist there.
I don't know. I guess maybe he thinks that he's still playing duelists, you know. But I mean, as long as he's working out, should be fine, you know.
Ok, le he preguntado que cómo puede ser posible que en un equipo que le gusta ir tan a la cara funcione también un Gecko con el Operator, y la verdad que dice que Something funciona muy bien cuando no tienen duelista, y cuando también lo tienen, pues mira, él se siente cómodo, tiene esa madera de duelista, así que ¿por qué no aprovecharla? So, yesterday we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your loss, right? I want you to tell me how the conversation was when you were back at the hotel thinking about today. Like, what were the learning points from yesterday to today?
I think we learned that most of the teams, when they play us, they kind of like really study us, you know. So we just like, oh, we have to either go even W gaming or try to counter them, you know. Like, I mean, for this, we match up against Loud and we played them before. And I think our strat is probably just counter less, you know. I mean, he's been giving us a lot of trouble last time.
They all go away
as long
from
as Blast
Cena.
doesn't play well, I think we are good to go.
So interesting. Le he preguntado porque obviamente después de ayer no
If Blast
escuchamos
doesn't play well, we
cómo se
win.
sentían después de la derrota. Dicen que para la preparación de hoy lo más importante era conterear a Les, que no tuviera la libertad que a veces tiene, y sabían que podían llevarse esta victoria. I love that you say this also because tomorrow you're going up against Sentinels. Now you just taken down
It'll be the same for
Loud,
John. John doesn't
and
have a
there's
good
only
game.
one remaining team
They
from
suck.
Americas. How do you think that is going to be different? Because you say you do have the experience with Loud, but you do not have it. Well, off-season tournaments, yes.
Yeah, I mean, technically we played Sentinel before and they kind of like beat us to it. And I think this time is a good time for us to prove ourselves again. And I think it's going to be hard, definitely. They've been playing very well. But I think this time we have to prove that PRX Bundle is better than Sentinel's Bundle, you know?
Le he preguntado que cómo va a ser diferente su partido mañana contra Sentinels, porque ya han derrotado a uno de los seeds de América, se tienen que ir contra el siguiente. Desde luego que jugaron también en la off-season. Me dice que están muy preparados, que quieren esa venganza de una victoria que ya se llevó Sentinels, y quieren demostrar que su bundle es mejor que el de Sentinels. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. Let's hear it one more time for PRX. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kukuka, for that Verizon post-match interview with Devi. Absolute wildness down there.
PRX going to eliminate all of EMEA and Americas. Oh my god, they actually had the chance to do that. That is so funny. Wait,
we got
three teams have been eliminated by losing to SEN and then PRX. So what happens when SEN play
The biggest
PRX?
difference between me and Kukuka is simply, you put a wig on me, I look exactly like Kukuka.
You could pull it off. He's also fluent in Spanish. You could be down there translating.
Josh, say Spanish right now.
See.
Yeah, nailed it. All right. Well, first, before, though, we do have to say goodbye to Loud, a team that we all know and love. It was a tough matchup for them. But Sideshow, I mean, we were talking about it before, you obviously on the cast. It just felt as if this game, it was like PRX just managed to get Loud out of their groove and into a real bad funk, and it felt like they were never able to get into this.
Yeah, I think the Pacific teams have been massively underestimated, actually. They exposed one of the problems with Loud's current setup, which is that when you play without a Sentinel and you have to be really active around the map to make sure that you plug those gaps with timings.
Who is it?
There are
Pizzalia's
no teams
Loud.
timings better than the Pacific region.
Yeah.
They're more opportunistic than most of the others. They have a higher APM than most of the other regions.
Somewhere Achilleos is wailing at the screen.
Yeah.
He was texting me during the game. This is the greatest day of his life, I think. When his future child is born, not better than GenG and PRX winning in the same day.
Yeah, but I think that people hard underestimated the Pacific teams, and I think that
You say people. was it not us?
No, I mean, no, genuinely. I mean, I had GenG at number 3 coming in, and I think I underrated them. And I think PRX were underrated because they were playing worse at kickoff.
Yes.
And they've actually gotten better. Right, so
I mean, we were seeing some bizarre things from PRX throughout Swiss.
But I think that's what's so impressive that they managed to make this comeback. Like you were talking about on the
Okay.
cards, they've been learning throughout.
Yes,
this
I was
run
one
at
of. Well,
Madrid.
I
I think
was
really starting to find themselves in their comps.
kinda
and also
was.
the individuals finding form.
I did pick PRX to win the event, though.
does that make any sense? They were trying. I think they were trying too hard
It's
before.
like when you get someone out of a
So
cult,
did
you
I.
have to deprogram them and then get the new good stuff in.
Yeah, I think it kind of was like
I'm
that.
saying they were a cult last year, but just drawing comparison.
Pick Sen? Oh yeah, I did pick them to finish second.
The Kool-Aid.
But still, that's.
Everyone gets a PRX bundle when you join the
You
cult.
said Pacific
It's
at
great.
worst?
Sign me up.
Look, people are gonna read into this wrong. Let me put it this way. There are 2 good Pacific teams. There are 2 okay to good Pacific teams. There are 2 decent Pacific teams. And then there is a whole bucket of mid. And then there's an even further bucket of fucking shit. That's normal. But I feel like what Pacific is missing, and maybe it's like RRQ might be the one exception, I guess, to this. But Pacific, to me, they're missing the teams like, you know, like a foot kind of level team. You know, maybe you would say that T1 I guess are kind of like a foot. But I mean, I might even put T1 above foot, to be honest. But you know what I mean? That kind of like secret? That's some secret hopium that I haven't got there yet. I haven't got there with secret. Current DRX. So right. Here's my kind of overall point, I guess, right? In EMEA, you've got Heretics, Kami Core, Navi, Fnatic, right? And Foot. That's, let's say, is the top 5 in whatever order you want. I think that's a pretty good top 5. You know, put them in whatever order you want. I think that's a pretty decent top 5. In Americas, you've got SEN, Loud. Oh yeah, and then you got Vitality that you might add into there as well. I might say that's a pretty good top 6. Right, if you say that like these are the playoff teams in EMEA, that's a competitive good playoffs. Right? In Americas you got SEN, Loud, NRG, Lev, though I'm gonna put a question mark by Lev because I think they might implode. G2 aren't that good. 100 Thieves, let's say. Who's the 6th team? EG? MIBR? Let's just put question mark there right now. Right? Let's put a fucking question mark there right now. In Pacific, you've got GenG, PRX, T1, DRX, I would say RRQ, and then question mark. But even this is like an RRQ question mark? DRX. No, I'll give DRX the benefit of the doubt. You're fucking... Where are all these fucking teams? Right. How many of you are Filipino? This is a fucking joke how much Team Secret love there is in there. They're like the most... Team Secret are this year's fucking giants. But they're not making it to champs because their region is too good. They're just fucking... They're just completely fucking mid. And mid as in like middle of the pack mid. Team Secret will beat teams worse than them and they will lose to anyone who is half decent. Talon fries. I mean, maybe with some time I could have some Talon belief. I'll need to see it a bit more consistently from them, but maybe Talon. I have more hope in Talon than I do Secret. I think. Bleed are a mess. Don't fucking give me any Bleed hope. Bleed will win 2 games, one against DFM and they'll win 1 random other game. How's Zeta? Zeta? You're fucking living in fucking Reykjavik 22. Fucking Zeta. End stream? Fine.